Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Was a Ghost Police Consultant story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. 𝐭𝐴, take Izuku and run. His dad pushes him and his mom behind him and turns around to face something coming from the hallway. But 𝐭𝐴 croaks. Tears are starting to pool in her eyes and her hair is disheveled and filled with dust. Izuku tightens the grip on his mother's hand, anxiety pooling in his gut thinking about what would happen if he found them. The thing's footsteps are rapidly approaching from down the hallway like thunder. Things weren't supposed to happen like this. It should have been a quiet escape. They would help, that's what they said, 𝐂𝐿. Izuku's father looks behind him with pleading eyes. A silent conversation passes between him and 𝐭𝐴. Before Izuku knows it, he is dragged along with his mother, their hands locked in a tight grip. The tears in his mom's eyes are gone and steel determination has replaced it. Running, Izuku looks behind him one more time. The last thing he sees is his father's broad frame tensing as the thing rounds the corner with a screech. Time seems to slow and then the hallway is engulfed in flames. The heat is scorching and Izuku has to look away to shield his eyes from it. They round a corner and are met with a door. 𝐭𝐴 blows the door off its hinges with the help of her quirk and they run as far away as they can, until their lungs burn and their knees are weak. Behind them the building goes up in flames. "Thank you so much, Midoriya." Izuku nods politely at the nurse standing in front of him. "It's no problem, really. At least Ms. Nakamura will stay safe now." They both look back at the elderly woman sitting in a comfy armchair. The nurse sighs and says with a heavy tone, "We would have done it sooner, but you know how it is with all the paperwork." Izuku just hums in agreement. He's not really in the mood to make small talk. The paperwork is always the problem. If not for that, he probably would have helped more people. "Then I'll be going now." The nurse greets him goodbye and Izuku heads for the door where Matsuda is waiting for him. The police officer is standing next to the door, following Izuku with his grey eyes. He takes the filled-in forms from Izuku without a word. Before leaving the room, Izuku turns around one more time and looks back at Ms. Nakamura. She's sitting in the armchair staring peacefully out of the window. She's probably already forgotten he'd been here in the first place. With a pit in his stomach, Izuku leaves the place. Outside of the 𝐵NSNG home, the two of them head for a police car parked in one of the few parking spots. It's a small 𝐵NSNG home without a lot of visitors, so the parking space is limited. Izuku plops down on the back seat and sets his yellow backpack on the seat next to him. Matsuda wordlessly takes the driver's seat and heads for the road. It's quiet during the drive back to the station. Matsuda has turned on the radio, "Put Your Hands Up," his favorite station, and the music bounces around the car cabin. Izuku has propped his elbow up against the window and is watching cars, buildings, and trees whiz by. Normally he tries to make conversation with the officer accompanying him, but this visit is one of those that leaves him sullen. People like Ms. Nakamura are the reason he's doing this in the first place though, even with the abundant amount of paperwork. Their quirks hurt them, because they've forgotten more than they can remember, because of an unlucky mix of genetics, or because their quirks are too powerful even at a young age. He turns off their quirks. Or that's what everyone believes. Not that he would tell anyone that he can. "You did good today, kid." Izuku turns away from the window to look at Matsuda through the metal bars splitting the car in two, his thought process broken. He sighs softly, "I know." The man turns his attention back to the road and Izuku continues looking out the window. Soon after they reach the station. Inside it's hustling and bustling with people. Two kids are playing on the floor with each other in the waiting room. Their mother is sitting on one of the plastic chairs, wringing her hands nervously in front of her. Officers are walking around with stacks of papers or talking with each other in hushed tones. In the background multiple phones are ringing. Matsuda leads Izuku behind the front desk and deeper into the building where civilians aren't allowed without a supervisor. They pass multiple offices and one or two storage rooms. Izuku knows that the cells and interrogation rooms are in another part of the building. They stop in front of another office, somewhere in a calmer part of the building. Across from the hallway are the offices for heroes without an agency. Mostly underground or small-time heroes occupy them, 𝐒𝐿 has seen some of them leaving the rooms multiple times. �Motsuda knocks twice on the dark wooded door. "Come in," sounds a muffled voice from inside. �Motsuda opens the door and the two enter the room. Inside they are greeted with a standard office. A desk with 2 chairs in front of it to receive visitors, a few filing cabinets pushed against the right wall, a corkboard filled to the brim with articles, photos and documents is hanging on the left wall. The one thing that is out of the ordinary is the faded red couch standing in the back of the room. It looks like it has quite a few coffee stains on it and it's sagged from all its use. Behind the desk a tall man with dark hair is sitting. A tan overcoat is draped around his office chair. The paperwork he seems to have just been looking at is put away in the file before he turns his attention towards the 2 visitors in his room. "I see you two are back," Detective Tsukochi says. "Yes, it went well," �Motsuda says. He hands the detective the stack of forms. "This is all the paperwork. All of it is already filled in." Tsukochi takes them with a polite smile. "Thank you. I'll be going then." The officer nods at Tsukochi and 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 stops the man before he can leave the room. "Thank you for coming with me. I know it takes you valuable work time." �Motsuda waves it away. "Don't worry about it. You're doing good, Midoriya." With that the man takes his leave. 𝐒𝐿 turns to look at the corkboard. In the middle he can see the picture of a man in his 20s. He looks at the camera with dull eyes and his dark brown hair falls in flabby curls around his face. 𝐒𝐿 follows a red thread that's connected to the photo to a screen print of a website. Powerhouse, the fighting club for people with dangerous quirks. Next to it hangs another picture of the man. It appears to have been taken a few months later. The man is standing in a fighting rink with a triumphant grin on his face. His curly hair is cut into an uppercut and BLD trails down his left eye. His arms now huge bulge underneath the white undershirt he's wearing. 𝐒𝐿's eyes fall onto a name, Tsugo Hasegawa. "A missing person case, do you see anything interesting?" 𝐒𝐿 turns around to see Tsukochi looking at the board with a pensive expression. The man has put the paperwork away in the time that 𝐒𝐿 has been looking at the corkboard. 𝐒𝐿 returns to read over all the info stuck on the wall. He shrugs. He probably could help the detective if the man asked. It's the other thing that he does besides helping people with their quirks: solve cases, whether they be cold cases or brand new ones. People have told him that he sees things that others don't. 𝐒𝐿 isn't so sure about that, he's just observant. "That's all. Do you need help with the case?" The detective shakes his head. "No, I just need to have more time to think about it. You do know that if you just let me work on my own, you and many officers would have much more time to do your work," 𝐒𝐿 says with a frown. Tsukochi raises his eyebrows with a disapproving expression. "That would be illegal, so no, I will not allow that. Also, what you're doing really doesn't waste our time. Like �Motsuda just said, you're helping people, which is admirable." 𝐒𝐿 huffs. "As soon as I have my license you'll never see me around again." Tsukochi laughs. It's a short but rare sound. The man is often too busy stressing out about certain cases. That fact makes it so that 𝐒� can't help but let a small smile stretch on his face. "Sure, kid. How long until the entrance exams?" "UAs are in 2 months. The road to a license is the quickest when one attends a hero course. It means some people already walk around with one before they turn 18. Of course 𝐒� wants to attend UA. It's the best of the best. It was also his dream to attend that school when he was little before he, well, shoo. I still have work to do." Tsukochi breaks 𝐒� from his thoughts and the boy sees him make a shooing motion with his hand. He gives a mock salute and exits the office with a final goodbye. Back in the hallways it's not as crowded anymore. Many officers have gone home already, and when 𝐒� makes his way back to the entrance he sees only a few people walking the halls. Some of them greet him. He's a familiar face here at the station after all. Between helping out with cases and turning off people's quirks, many officers know him to some degree. All of them are always so nice. 𝐒� wonders if it would still be that way if they knew what he actually did when he turns off someone's quirk. Probably not. They all believe the lie that is written on his ID, that he can turn off someone's quirk as long as he touches them with 5 fingers for 5 seconds. It's what he told 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 when the man had eventually asked about his quirk. See, it's easy enough to lie to a walking lie detector when the lie is so close to the truth. Izuku can take quirks. No one knows this, of course, besides his mom. It's too dangerous for anyone to know. For multiple reasons. At the entrance, the woman and the 2 children are nowhere to be seen. Instead, an elderly man sits in one of the plastic chairs. He's holding a picture in 2 shaking hands. After Izuku has said goodbye to the receptionist, he leaves the building. It's already dark outside, a cold wind whispers at his hair, and he snuggles deeper into his coat. He better hurry, he doesn't want to worry his mom. Izuku heads home. Meanwhile, somewhere a distraught mother calls the police. Her daughter is missing. Can they help her? 𝐿𝐴 is tired. It's nothing too out of the ordinary. Tiredness follows him around like a shadow, never catching up to him but always there. The exams are approaching, both end of year and the entrance exams, and even if 𝐿𝐴 doesn't have a class of his own to grade this year, Nezu still keeps him plenty busy. Besides, he still has his patrols and cases he's working on. Today he's being debriefed about a new case 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 has asked his assistance on. 𝐿𝐴's walking next to the man through the hallways of the station, on their way to the detective's office. There they are supposed to meet one other person, Ghost. Are you sure it's a good idea that you've asked him? 𝐿𝐴 asks. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. No, I'm not, but he's the best we've got. The man is right about that. 𝐿𝐴 has never worked directly with Ghost, only heard stories from other colleagues about his insane deduction skills and attention to detail, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 has often complained to him about Ghost's less than conventional methods when it comes to solving cases. Still, Ghost has solved every case that has been given to him. He has solved cases that have been cold for over a decade and solved new cases faster than any detective could. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 must still see the doubt written across 𝐿𝐴's face because he stops in front of his office and faces the hero. Look, I also don't like the way he solves cases. They can be extreme, but work with me here. I've been stuck on this particular case for about a month now. If we don't do something quickly, there will be no hope of solving it. The detective seems to find what he's looking for on 𝐿𝐴's face because he turns around and opens his office door. Before the 2 of them even step inside, 𝐿𝐴 notices the teenager standing in front of the bulletin board. He's relatively small and wearing all black clothes, a hoodie and jeans. The only things that stand out about his outfit are the red high tops tied to his feet. Green curls bounce lightly when he whips his head around to look at the newcomers. Somehow someone has forgotten to tell 𝐿𝐴 that Ghost is a teenager. That's not the only thing that irks him though. No, the thing that really makes alarm bells ring in his head are the dull green eyes staring at them. It's only for a split second, but 𝐿𝐴 notices the way they scan every little detail with cold razor focus. It's like being dissected by a microscope. Then his eyes dull and 𝐿�A's instincts scream at him that something is horribly wrong. The boy's eyes look dead, like he's seen too much for his age. 𝐿𝐴 shakes the feeling away though, he's here on business. Nothing else. Ghost smiles when he recognizes who has just entered. It looks slightly forced, but not something most people would notice. Detective. He points with his thumb at the bulletin board. I hope you don't mind that I've already started. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shakes his head as he enters the office. 𝐿𝐴 follows suit. You're on the case, so no. Ghost grins, then his gaze travels to 𝐿𝐴. Eraserhead is also here to help out, I suppose. So he knows his heroes. Even obscure ones like me. It doesn't surprise 𝐿𝐴. The detective nods and steps aside to make room for 𝐿𝐴 whilst he moves to sit at his desk. 𝐿𝐴 gives a short nod at Ghost. Nice to meet you. It seems I don't have to introduce myself, since you already know who I am. Ghost shrugs. I've made a habit of knowing what heroes are around. I'm Ghost though, you can just call me Midoriya. 𝐿𝐴 doesn't question the request and instead takes a seat on one of the wooden chairs standing in front of the desk. Ghost, Midoriya plops down on the couch, probably taking the fact that both 𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 have sat down as a sign to take place somewhere as well. 𝐿𝐴 turns to the detective and asks, so, what is this case about that you called us in for? The man takes out a file from somewhere in a drawer under his desk and opens it. With a rustle, a picture of a young woman with brown medium-length hair and dark brown eyes appears. In the picture she's wearing a school uniform, probably a school photo then, and her posture has something antsy to it. Nothing else stands out about her except for her high cheekbones where the white of her bones seems to almost shine through. This is 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝑗 Nori, 19 years old. The photo is shoved aside to reveal a document with basic information. She's a first-year uni student. Still lives with her parents. Her quirk is called bone manipulation. She can control and shape her own bones, but for that to work the bone has to be exposed. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 frowns, that's some quirk. Just the idea of that poor girl having to cut open her skin for her to use her quirk, or risk having the bone tear out, sounds horrible. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝑗 nods in agreement and continues, she was reported missing a month ago by her mother. He stands up and walks to the bulletin board, there he points at a blue flyer. The only lead we had was this support group she joined shortly after she started uni, but it quickly turned out to be a dead end. The man sighs, the chief wanted to declare the case cold, you know how it is. Indeed, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 knows. Missing person cases often don't help a lot when it comes to bringing down crime rates, and with the chronicle understaffing the police is facing, they often aren't given the amount of attention they deserve. It's the ugly truth of the public relying too much on heroes. They often aren't the ones working on missing person cases and such, the police are. Unfortunately, the police have been cut down for years in order to increase the amount of heroes. It does no good for the work pressure the officers and detectives are under. Luckily I managed to convince him to give it one last shot. Hence why the two of you are here. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 hums and his attention is drawn back to the board. It is depressingly empty. The same picture as in her file hangs in the middle, surrounded by a few documents, all of it connected by red threads. There hangs another picture on the board. In this one she's smiling at the camera, standing in front of what seems like a front door. She's carrying a plain grey backpack with a few pins on the front. One of them is a black cat, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 notes. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝑗 sees him looking and points at the picture. This was taken the day she started university. Her parents provided it. I want to visit that support group. The two men look around to see Midoriya reading 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝑗's file. His eyes move so fast they are a green blur. The teen frowns, I feel like there's something fishy about them. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝑗 says, that can be arranged. Midoriya looks up from the files and for the first time 𝐤𝐻𝐻 sees some light return in them. Then let's get started. The sun is setting when Izuku leaves the station. He'd stayed at the station a bit longer than he'd liked, but now he at least has a solid picture of who 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝑗 is. He'd read her file and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝑗 had talked them through a bit more details. A cold wind WHPs past him as he hurries home. Winter still hangs thick in the air. He buries himself deeper in his black coat, trying to keep the icy winds out. By now his mom should be home, cooking dinner. He hopes he can get back on time to help her with the meal. At the thought of his mom he can't help but feel the buzzing anxiety in his gut. The nagging doubt that won't stop until he sees her again. Finally, Izuku rounds the corner and is greeted with the sight of his apartment building. It stands in a reasonably safe neighborhood, flanked on both sides by similar apartment buildings. His vision zeroes in on the familiar window of his flat. Light shines from behind the curtains. The knot of anxiety loosens a little. Up the stairs and past a couple of apartments later, Izuku finds himself putting the keys in the lock of the front door. With a small creak the door swings open and Izuku steps inside. I'm home. There's a moment's silence and Izuku's heart lurches in his throat, his muscles tensing in anticipation. Then a bun of green hair appears around the corner. Hello honey, his mom, wearing a pink apron and with a spoon in her hand, greets him with a sweet smile. I've just started making dinner, would you mind setting the table? Izuku's heart settles back into its calm rhythm and his muscles relax again, the doubt erased at the sight of his mother. He nods and his mom goes back to the kitchen, humming a soft song. Izuku pulls off his shoes, hangs up his coat, which is still chilly from the freezing weather outside, and puts away his backpack. Then he pads towards the kitchen and starts helping out his mom. They make small talk as dinner is prepared. Izuku sets the table, helps to cut some vegetables as his mom does all the other work. It's a comfortable routine the two go through almost every night. His mom talks about a yogurt thief who keeps stealing everyone's yogurt at the law firm she works at. Izuku talks about school, about the upcoming exams and the old lady who gave him sweets when he helped her carry her groceries home. They both avoid Izuku's after-school activity, a sort of unspoken rule. So, are you helping out with a new case? His mother has stopped eating and is looking at Izuku with a question in her eyes. They are halfway through dinner and it seems she had decided to finally talk about the stuff she wants to discuss. Izuku hums and swallows some food. Yes, a missing person case. I'm working with Detective Tsukochi and Eraserhead. His mom smiles. She knows that Eraserhead is one of the few heroes Izuku actually admires. How was your day? It's an innocent question, but Izuku knows that his mom can hear his hidden doubt behind his question. It's a familiar question, one he's asked her every day since. It was fine, Izuku, just as it has been for the past 3 years. His mother sighs and puts her chopsticks down. That's not what I wanted to talk about though. She reaches across the table and grabs his hand, tracing light circles over them. For a moment she seems to gather herself. Then, with a determined gleam in her eyes, says, I want you to go to therapy. Izuku stills and looks at her cautiously. Why? Her hands stop tracing circles and she looks at him with something in her eyes. Not pity, never pity, but something only a mother can feel for her child. Because you need it. I have heard you at night, Izuku, even if you don't tell me I know how much pain you're still in. Because of your grandfather. In a flash Izuku withdraws his hand from his mother's grip. No. His mother knows about his nightmares. Of course she does. He has them every night, they are inescapable. He's had them ever since they escaped him. Some nights are worse than others. Nightmares are his ever-present companion in the night. In the beginning, when the two of them had just escaped, they were even worse. Back then she knew as well, she always tried to soothe him afterwards. When they moved into this apartment, Izuku had always kept silent about his nightmares. He wanted some form of normality in his life, whatever that was, to pretend they were a normal functioning family. He didn't want to worry her even more than she already did. To be honest, he had hoped that she had thought that his nightmares had stopped. Apparently not. His mom looks at the hand he has withdrawn and then at his face. But honey, I can't. Even if I wanted to, which I don't because it's not necessary, I wouldn't be able to tell them anything. Without noticing, he has jumped up from his chair and is now standing in front of the table. His chair lays on the ground with its back on the floor. His mom's eyebrows crunch up in worry. I worry about you, Izuku. I worry that it's eating you up from the inside. Izuku looks down at his hands and suddenly he feels bad that he has made his mom worry. This is exactly why he didn't tell her about the nightmares. He didn't want to worry her even more. What if he takes you while I'm gone? Izuku can't help the tightness in his throat when he asks. A chair scrapes against the wooden floor and then Izuku is encased by warm, strong arms. The familiar smell of his mother fills Izuku's nose and he breathes it in deeply. It calms his nerves and he lets himself melt in his mother's touch. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. Not until you're ready. His mom is crying, he can hear it in her voice. He grips her even more tightly. Okay. I just want you to know one thing, Izuku, if you want to go, you can go. All for One hasn't found us in 3 years. Izuku has a love-hate relationship with school. He loves learning, loves being able to take his mind off other thoughts. He hates the discrimination he and some others face, merely because of a quirk. He hates the glares sent his way, the way people scoot a little further away when he comes close. He also hates the high volume his classmates are making at this early hour. Around him, people are flocking together in groups, chatting with their friends, teasing each other and overall just being way too loud. One girl, Hinata, squeals loudly at something one of her friends has just said. Her clique is standing around the table just next to Izuku. Annoyed, Izuku sends her a glare. Unfortunately for him, right at that moment Hinata looks at him and she freezes when she sees him looking. In a flash she has turned back around, talking to her friends in hushed whispers. In one motion 5 heads turn to glance at Izuku, all with different degrees of fear or disgust. Subtle inwardly Izuku groans. Great. What drama are they going to cook up this time? He doesn't have long to ponder about it because then his ears pick up a familiar set of footsteps approaching the classroom door. Now, normally one wouldn't be able to hear such a thing from inside a noisy classroom, but Izuku has a quirk for it. An enhanced hearing quirk helps him to hear slightly better than the average person. Nothing too strong, but it's subtle and still very useful. The door slides open and not long after someone lets themselves fall on the chair in front of Izuku. Hitoshi, Izuku's best friend. His friend lets his head fall on the desk with a thud, his purple hair draping over the desk in one big mess. Izuku chuckles at his friend's theatrics. Tired? A groan. Don't remind me. Before Izuku can promise his friend coffee, the door slides open again and their homeroom teacher enters the classroom. The class doesn't immediately quiet when the man makes his way to his desk. He's an older teacher whose passion for teaching probably disappeared somewhere in his early 30s. Now he's just counting down the days until his retirement. For a moment the man looks around the class with disinterest, the last people quieting down. Good morning, class. A good morning is droned by the class. The man sighs as he looks down at his papers for a moment, his brows furrowing at what was written there. A grey gaze sweeps through the class, the man not really seeing anything. All right, class. For today, he stops. His gaze halts at the place next to Izuku, who briefly wonders why the man stops. That is until he sees Hinata with her hand raised. Yes, sir. Hinata, she finishes, a brief expression of annoyance flickering across her face at the clear sign that their homeroom teacher still doesn't know most names. I was wondering if I could have another seat. She puts up big pleading eyes, and even though Izuku immediately sees through it, the teacher seems to buy it and gestures for her to continue. Midoriya looked really scary at me this morning, sensei. She fidgets nervously in her seat. I'm worried he's going to turn off my quirk. A collective whisper sweeps through the classroom. Izuku sighs internally. Of course. The consequence of him even just looking at her was her making an entire scene in front of the class. He can feel the tingling gazes from his classmates on his skin. Most look at him with nervousness, some with fear. Izuku swallows and tries to wipe the mix of nervousness and irritation off his face. Being in the spotlight is always bad, but showing fear is even worse. So, Izuku locks away all his feelings and imagines himself wearing an emotionless mask as he just stares ahead, trying to ignore the many accusing eyes looking at him. At the front of the class, the teacher sighs audibly. Midoriya, he says, what did I tell you about scaring your classmates? But sensei, please go to the principal, Midoriya. I didn't do anything, sensei. I just looked at her. Izuku says it plainly, like stating a fact. The teacher frowns at him. Go to the principal. Don't make this any more difficult than it has to be. All around the classroom giggles ring. Izuku slumps in defeat. Why did he even think he could change his teacher's mind? He doesn't want to make a scene, even if he can, that will only make things worse. Yes, sensei. He stands up under the gleeful gazes of his classmates. For a second he catches Hitoshi's eyes. There lies a question in them. Need help? Izuku gives a slight shake of his head in return. He doesn't want his friend to get into any trouble. On his way out he turns around one more time to look at Hinata. She's looking at him with a smug expression on her face, but as soon as she sees him looking she flinches hard. Izuku raises a challenging eyebrow. Then, without waiting for a reaction, he turns back around again and exits the classroom. The principal is a man somewhere nearing his 50s. The students have dubbed him Mr. Rat behind his back. It isn't without reason. The man always wears the same cheap brown suits from which the buttons stand on tension around his rounded belly. The few brown hairs that he has left are combed carefully across his pale skull. There is also the constant sweat present on his forehead and above his lip that the man tries to wipe away every few minutes with a crinkled handkerchief. Izuku has found himself in this office more times than he can count. Can't keep doing this, Midoriya. Me and the teachers have warned you multiple times. Mr. Rat wipes the beads of sweat that have formed on his forehead away for the 5th time since he started his lecture against Izuku. The man looks at Izuku with disappointment written across his face. It's a practiced disappointment, one many teachers adapt when they are talking to a troubling student. It's meant to show that they actually care, even if they don't. Izuku frowns as he looks the man in the eyes. Sir, like I already said, I didn't do anything. The principal sighs heavily and leans back in his leather office chair. It squeaks uncomfortably. I'm not going into discussion with you about this. After school you report to your homeroom teacher for detention. Anger bubbles up within Izuku, but he doesn't show it, he only squeezes his hands into fists. There is nothing he can do about this. He has tried before, but it always gives him more trouble than anything else. It's unfair. The man raises an eyebrow at him when Izuku doesn't immediately agree to his punishment. Understood. Izuku stands and looks the man straight in the eyes. With clenched teeth he says, Yes sir, understood. Maybe it is something in his voice or the expression he wears when he says this, but suddenly the man's look in his eyes changes. He stops dabbing his forehead and the chair squeaks forward again. Izuku doesn't stay to decipher it and instead leaves the office without waiting for dismissal. And, did you survive, Mr. Rat? With a sigh, Izuku lets himself slide down the wall next to Hitoshi. He'd found his friend sitting against a wall on the rooftop, the only place where they'd be left alone by bullies and the prying eyes of their classmates. It's a cloudy day and the chill of winter still hangs in the air, numbing their fingers and freezing their noses. Izuku doesn't mind. I did. Izuku huffs, irritation flitting across his face. Still got detention though. Hitoshi gives him a sympathetic face. I'll wait for you. After school? Izuku asks. He takes out his bento and a thermos. The wishful glances his friend gives the thermos don't go unnoticed and Izuku hands him the thing. Hitoshi takes the drink with a thankful expression and the smell of coffee wafts Izuku's way as the other teen takes a few big gulps from the thermos. His friend sits back against the wall with a content sigh. Yeah, we can walk back home together. Izuku frowns, but what if? I'll be fine. Hitoshi interrupts, then takes another gulp from the coffee. There's a stubbornness to his words. Izuku leaves it be. He knows that he can't change his friend's mind once he's decided something. Thanks, is all he says quietly. Hitoshi gives him a small smile. Detention is long and suffering. His homeroom teacher just lets him stare ahead for 30 minutes straight, the only sound being his teacher grading some homework. Izuku doesn't say a word. He entertains himself by pulling his hearing quirk to the front and then to the back again. It's funny to hear his teacher sigh exaggerated before dampening the sound again. Pulling to the front is a side to Izuku's actual quirk. All his quirks are stored in safes in the so-called back. When he wants to use them he has to pull them to the front. When a quirk is pulled to the front he can turn it on and off at will or, if a quirk just doesn't turn off, have the quirk always running in the background. After detention Izuku rushes to the roof where he and Hitoshi had decided to meet again. Unfortunately Izuku can't find his friend. Even after searching the entire roof 3 times. He checks his phone but doesn't see any messages left behind. For a moment all Izuku can feel is panic. The thought of his friend disappearing becomes almost unbearable. Then he pushes it away and goes to stand on the middle of the roof. He knows his friend wouldn't just leave without sending a message. That means he must still be nearby but unable to send anything. There's one way to quickly find Hitoshi. The wind tugs at Izuku's hair as he closes his eyes and concentrates. In his mind dozens of lights appear and for a moment Izuku has to steady himself in order to not get overwhelmed. They're not just random lights. It's another side to his actual quirk. Every person with a quirk has a glowing light at the center of their body which reflects the nature of their quirk, their personality, and their emotions. He casts all other lights away and focuses on locating one very familiar quirk. First, he searches the school, but no luck there. Then he starts searching in a wider area for a purple light. After a bit he finds it. Usually it pulsates calmly, almost as if it is sleeping, but this time it isn't. It is pulsating wildly and throbbing in panic. Izuku's eyes snap open and he dashes forward, leaping off the school building. Now, normally this would be lethal. Luckily for Izuku he has a shock dampening quirk so it only lightly jars his knees. He rushes past the school gate and onto the streets, his mind still focused on that single light. Izuku can't help but feel anxiety pooling in his gut and the telltale signs of anger building up inside of him. Maybe it's the adrenaline racing through his veins, but suddenly Izuku has arrived near the purple light, near Hitoshi. He slows down and stops just around the corner of an alley. Even without his hearing quirk, he notices the voices drifting down from the alley. Keep him quiet. A muffled sound and then a shout. Ouch! The bestiary bit me. Something is stomped and again a muffled sound. Villain! You'll pay for that. Deciding he's heard enough, Izuku steps around the corner and into the dark alley. The smell of garbage wafts his way from the dumpsters standing pushed against one of the walls. That isn't what draws Izuku's attention though. No, the 4 figures cornering a 5th is what Izuku's eyes immediately focus on. One is standing a bit separated from the group, clutching his hand. 2 others are holding down the 5th figure, and what seems to be the leader is towering above the 5th, a scowl on his face. He has a fist raised. Against Hitoshi. Izuku sees red. BLD thunders through his ears as he stalks forward, instinctively pulling some quirks to the front. Before the leader even realizes what is happening, Izuku has pulled him away from Hitoshi. The guy barely has time to widen his eyes before a fist connects with his face, knocking him down. Izuku turns to face the other 3, who are staring at him with big eyes. He takes a threatening step forward and the lackeys flinch. The next second the 3 are scrambling to get away from him, out of the alley. What about? One of the boys says the name of the leader, who is still laying on the ground. Leave him. I'm not dealing with this. One of the other 3 says as they disappear around the corner. Turning around, Izuku approaches Hitoshi, who has pushed himself off the wall and is now massaging a sore spot on his torso with a pained expression. Are you okay? His friend frowns and slowly breathes in and out. I'm fine. Thanks. They just managed to pin me in place before I could do anything. He goes to stand next to Izuku and gazes at the unconscious boy. You'll probably have to pay for that. Izuku looks at the boy. He recognizes him as one of the bullies in the other 3rd-year class. He scoffs in his head. The guy went out cold even without using his quirks. Let them come. Quickly the 2 of them hurry out of the alley, neither wanting to be there when the boy eventually wakes up. For a while they walk in silence, Hitoshi still massaging the sore spot and Izuku lost in thought. Then Hitoshi breaks the silence. You have to teach me how to fight like that at some point. The entrance exams are approaching. Izuku frowns at his friend. I already told you no. The dojo you're training at should be more than enough. Just after Izuku had met Hitoshi, and he'd found out about his friend's ambitions to become a hero, he'd encouraged him to take up martial arts classes. By now Hitoshi had already had more than enough training to be able to pass the exam. Can't you teach me as an extra beside the dojo? I'll need everything I can get if I want to get into UA. BLD on the floor. The screeching of that thing in the background. Heavy footsteps approaching that make Izuku flinch. Can't you do any better, Izuku? You're weak. Izuku. Izuku blinks the images away and notices that he's stopped in the middle of the street. Hitoshi has also stopped and is watching him with a concerned look in his eyes. He reaches out with a hand, probably to comfort Izuku. Izuku flinches and takes a step back. His friend notices and draws his hand back again, his eyebrows scrunching up in worry. Are you okay? Taking a shaky breath, Izuku wordlessly nods and starts walking again, picking up the pace. Hitoshi has to jog to keep up with him. Hey, I'm sorry I asked. Did I do something wrong? Izuku doesn't look at his friend, instead he tries to focus on the street ahead of him. It takes all he has not to get pulled back in by memories and flashbacks. Just don't mention it again. The rest of the walk is spent in silence and Izuku says a quiet goodbye to Hitoshi at his house. The concerned looks that his friend has been giving him the entire time don't go unnoticed by Izuku and he feels guilt swirling in his gut. But what can he do? It's not like he can explain to his friend why he sometimes reacts the way he does. He just can't train Hitoshi. It brings back too many memories of Izuku's time with him. Kokaku missing person case interrogation 1 case number XXXXXXXXX investigation into the disappearance of Kokaku Nori that occurred between 01-15-2XXX and 01-17-2XXX in Japan. The following statement was taken from Kokaku Kentaro and Kokaku Mikey, who reside in Tokyo, District XX. The following statement was taken in the Tokyo Police Station of District XX, commencing 01-18-2XXX, commencing at 2 p.m., in the presence of Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐝. Begin transcription 10. I am obligated by law to tell you this conversation will be recorded. This is not an arrest, nor are you a suspect, but as you two are her parents, you are simply our biggest source of information. 𝐾𝐾, of course, you have our consent. TN, I am also obligated by law to tell you that I have a lie-detecting quirk that I will be using during this conversation. I will be able to tell when a lie is being said. 𝐿, as if we would lie about our own daughter. TN, of course, I was simply stating this for legal purposes. 𝐾𝐾, forgive my wife, things have been hard for us these past 24 hours. TN, I understand, this must be a very hard time for you and we will do our best to find your daughter. TN, please tell me about your daughter. 𝐾𝐾 can be heard taking a deep breath. 𝐾𝐾, before her quirk manifested, Nori was such an enthusiastic child. She was always talking and full of ideas. Pause. That all changed when her quirk manifested. TN, what is her quirk? 𝐾𝐾, bone manipulation. She can manipulate her bones into any shape and control them. But pause, controlling her bones while they are still in her body would have as a result that her bones would literally rip themselves out of her body. 𝐾𝐾, people frown upon gory or villainous quirks. So you can understand how people, especially kids, reacted when they found out that her bones would literally rip out of her body if she ever tried to use her quirk. Kids can be unimaginably cruel, so her school years were marked by bullying and discrimination from teachers. TN, did she have anyone who supported her? 𝐿, we always supported her. But outside us? No, I don't believe so. She was lonely without any friends. Ruffling of paper. TN, in her file it states that she has just started university. 𝐾𝐾, yes, she just started her study in computer science this year. We were so happy when she got in. We both thought it would be a fresh start for her. A bag is opened, then 𝐿 places a photo on the table. For aforementioned documents, see attachments to file XXXXXXXX. 𝐿. This was taken the day she went to university. She loves this backpack, she collects pins, but these were her favorites. We even gave her that pin of a cat that day. She's always wanted a cat, but I'm allergic and my husband and I have always said we don't have the time for a pet because of our jobs, and she muffled sobbing. 𝐾𝐾, breath honey, breath. TN, if you want to, we can take a break. Silence. 𝐿, no, that won't be necessary. Please 𝐿, can you finish? 𝐾𝐾, it turned out that things were no different at university. Nori, she grew depressed. When it got really bad, we suggested that she should go to a therapist, and surprisingly she did. After that it got a little better. She even joined a support group where she could talk about her experiences and feelings with others who had similar experiences. TN, did the therapist recommend the support group? 𝐾𝐾, I don't think so. Nori mentioned she had found the group somewhere online. TN, do you know the name of the group? 𝐾𝐾, no, but I'm sure I can find the name somewhere at home. TN, thank you. TN, please continue. 𝐾𝐾, Nori began to change not soon after. She became more radical. TN, in what way? 𝐾𝐾, her opinions on quirk laws, the government, the way she should treat others. 𝐿, it was nothing like we'd ever taught her. TN, did this cause any conflict at home? 𝐾𝐾, it struggles to find words. It did. 𝐿, she wanted to move out, you know. The last month before she audible tremor in voice didn't come home. TN, did you want her to move out? 𝐿, size normally we would have been happy for her to find a place on her own. But we were worried for her, she had only just started to get better again and we didn't want to let her go. TN, did you tell her this? 𝐿, yes, and she wasn't happy about it. We argued. Then she walked out of the house and just didn't return. 𝐿, sobbing. 𝐿, I just want my daughter back. 𝐾𝐾 blows nose. 𝐾𝐾, it's okay honey, we'll get her back. TN, I thank you for your cooperation. I'm sure this must have been hard. End transcription. Izuku puts the transcription back into the yellow folder with a heavy heart. Even after reading it for the second time, there was something so tragic about Kokaku's life. He's never believed in karma. Some people are just lucky in life and others, well, they get pushed down again and again. If karma were to truly exist, all people would be equally happy. A rush of determination fills him. He will find Kokoku. She, like so many others, deserves a happy life. A happy ending. Karma may not exist, but Izuku will make DMN sure that Kokoku will experience that luck in her life. The yellow folder gets put back and Izuku turns to look out the car window. In the front, Tsukuachi is driving and Eraserhead is trying to nap in the passenger seat. The radio drifts in a low volume down to the back of the car, a constant buzz in the background. The detective is watching the road with all of his focus, and the only other sound in the car besides the radio is the outside noise of car wheels rolling over the asphalt road. Buildings pass by, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, going with the rhythm of city traffic. Slowly, the traffic trickles down into the occasional car. The journey goes smoother, and the buildings start to change. Cracks start to appear, abandoned buildings start to up in frequency, and the glitz and glam of the city center gets swayed out for dirt and grime. The grittier part of Tokyo. Not long after, Tsukochi pulls the car over into a parking spot. Eraserhead is now wide awake, looking like the sleep didn't help much, but Izuku knows that behind the tired look 2 sharp eyes are watching, observing and memorizing the neighborhood. Izuku grabs his backpack and gets out of the car, together with the other 2 men. With a careful sweeping gaze he takes in his surroundings. They're in the parking lot of what seems like some sort of community center. Around them lower apartment buildings and run-down shops line the street. A single tree is supposed to add some greenery to the entire scene, but it merely adds to the slightly gloomy atmosphere that seems to permanently cling to this part city. Maybe the fact that almost no leaves decorate the tree doesn't help. From back alleys faint voices drift on the wind. Deals, quarrels, kids who try to make the best of this gray day by playing outside. Some people pass by, the streets probably being busier today due to the weekend. Suspicious glances are sent their way, unease that hits the trio in waves. Strangers is what seems to reverberate in the air. People take a wide berth around the parking lot by crossing the street, wordlessly communicating the caution to others. Izuku can't help but hunch forward a bit, can't help but to let his hair fall a bit more in front of his face and keep his ears open, exchanging his decreased vision for better hearing. He's been in these kinds of neighborhoods before. Lived in them, back when the escape was still fresh in his and his mom's minds and the terror of being found by him was greater than the want for a safe home. You learn quickly to blend in when your life can depend on it. It's easy, falling back into the routine of being one of the crowd. Of not being suspicious. Izuku can feel how the gazes now slide past him, not staying on him for longer than a passing glance. Tsukuachi clears his throat, trying to get the attention of the other 2. Izuku and Eraserhead both turn to the man. The hero stands relaxed, probably used to these kinds of neighborhoods because of his work. The searching glance that the man sends Izuku's way doesn't go unnoticed. I've questioned the leader of this support group once before. Back then he didn't say anything suspicious, but the detective frowns, there's something fishy about him. Izuku nods. He recognizes the silent question from the detective to look for anything out of the ordinary. The 3 of them head for the community center and Izuku notices how some of the windows are broken, as if someone has thrown stones at them. The squeaking wooden doors open to reveal a dim hallway, photos of the neighborhood doing activities together and neighbor requests are plastered on one of the walls. Multiple doors line the hallway a bit further down into the building. Music drifts down from behind one of the doors, but they follow the faint sound of voices coming from one of the open doors in the back of the hallway. They stop when they reach the room and Izuku sees a circle of chairs standing in the middle of the room. People of all ages are sitting on them and intently listening to a younger woman talking with tears in her eyes. An older woman who sits beside her is comforting her whilst holding a box of tissues. After he kicked me out, I lived on the streets for a few months before I managed to get a place close by here. She takes a tissue and dries her eyes. It's been hard, but I plan on making a better life for myself here. Thank you for listening. A middle-aged man suddenly claps in his hands. All right, thank you, Kimura. That's it for today. I thank you all for coming. You are always welcome here, and if a friend of yours needs a place to talk, we are always open to newcomers. The man quickly glances at the door, where Izuku and the other 2 men are standing. Chairs scrape on the floor as people stack them on top of each other in a corner of the room. Some people stay to chat a little longer in small groups whilst others hurry out the door. The three visitors step back to let them exit the room. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ leans forward and quietly says, "He's the leader of this support group. Kokaku's parents said this was the place she went to. Seems a little far away from her parents' place if you ask me," Eraserhead mutters, still with an eye on the room and its occupants. Izuku nods in agreement as he observes those who leave the meeting. Most hurry past the strangers standing in the doorway with their head down and their shoulders hunched. Some have extreme mutations, and it isn't difficult for Izuku to realize that most must have faced considerable difficulties in life when it comes to their quirk. The leader follows the last people out the door and sends them off with a wave, then he turns to the three visitors with a sleazy smile on his face. "Detective, what a surprise to see you here again." Izuku swallows as 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ nods politely at the man in greeting. His tone feels wrong. "I have come to ask you a few questions about the disappearance of Kokaku Nori. I hope you don't mind." The man smiles again, though Izuku can see the effort that it takes. A man desperately trying to fit a certain image. "Of course not. I am always willing to help those who help protect our country," the man says with a sly voice. He eyes Izuku and Eraserhead with some suspicion. His eyes stay on Izuku a second longer before they bounce back to the detective. "I see that you have brought company." "Yes, my colleagues Eraserhead and Ghost, they are also on the case." 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ responds with a serious voice. The man portrays the perfect picture of professionalism and calmness, but Izuku can see the way the detective grips his hand. The detective also doesn't like this man's attitude. "Sugiyama Tokyo, I lead this support group, in case you didn't know yet," the man says as he walks back into the room. With a nudge of his head he motions for the other three to follow him. Sugiyama Tokyo, 37 years old. Quirk, leeching. By placing a leech created by coughing up said leech on someone, the user can tap their energy. Destroying these leeches causes the user pain. Has been in jail for 1 year for robbery when he was 18, since then no other offenses. Izuku goes through the information that he remembers from Sugiyama's file whilst they enter the room. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ follows the man to the middle of the room with Eraserhead trailing just a few steps behind them. Izuku decides to have a look around the room and approaches some sort of announcement board on his left. Most of the board is filled with all kinds of posters about music groups, a fighting club, an organization that offers assistance in finding housing. Some photos of what seem to be some key members of the support group are also plastered on the board, together with an about written just under the pictures. "I was wondering if you could tell us about the support group?" 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ asks. Sugiyama shrugs. "We offer a place for people to talk. Mostly those with quirks not accepted by society. When they're here they can vent or just be at a place where they can be themselves." "What do you mean by quirks that are not accepted?" Eraserhead asks. His dry gaze has been following the man ever since they got here. Sugiyama snorts. "Those with quirks you people label villainous. They don't have a place in this society, we offer an outlet." His voice seems to have lost some of its fake joyfulness, and Izuku can hear the subtle bitterness in the man's voice. He lets his gaze travel through the room, a wooden floor with some loose floorboards, mirrors on one wall and a ballet bar. The layer of dust collected on the equipment and the badly maintained floor suggests that the sport hasn't been practiced in this room in quite some time. There is one exit, the entry door, and 3 big windows that seem to only be able to tilt open. "When did Kokaku join this group?" 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ asks. His eyes briefly land on Izuku before focusing on Sugiyama again. The man shrugs. "How should I remember? Many people join this group and leave it a few sessions later." Eraserhead raises an eyebrow. "You don't remember when your members join your group?" Sugiyama sends the hero an annoyed glance before a reassuring smile returns on his face. "Look, all I remember is that it was somewhere in the beginning of the school year." Izuku walks to the back of the room and inspects the chairs stacked on top of each other before he casually takes place on one lonely chair. The detective sends Izuku a look, but the teen decides to ignore it and instead focus on observing Sugiyama. The man has bleach blonde hair and his skin has a slimy shine to it. Probably an aspect to his quirk. He is wearing cheap blue slacks and a blouse with a hideous print on it. On his wrist shines a fake gold watch and Izuku can smell the cologne with his enhanced smell even from a distance away. He stands with his hands in his pockets, sometimes taking them out to make placating gestures or to nonchalantly show off his watch. Though the occasional tap of his right foot reveals his irritation and underlying nervousness. Tsukochi asks, "Did Kokaku leave the support group?" Sugiyama furrows his brow, seeming to think for a minute. "Yes, she did leave after a while." Eraserhead frowns, "Do you know why she left?" "It's not like I had a chance to ask her after she left. How would I contact her?" Tsukochi nods, but Izuku's sure he wasn't the only one who heard how the man dodged the question. "Do you have any records where you keep track of who joins and leaves when?" The leader huffs, "It's not like the people who visit this place would want that." The stack under the loose floorboard suggests otherwise. All eyes turn to Izuku, who has gotten up from the chair and is now approaching the three other men. Tsukochi raises his eyebrow whilst Eraserhead seems to have to hide a smirk in his capture scarf. The tapping of Sugiyama's foot increases. "Well," the man stammers, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Izuku scoffs, "So if I lift up the third floorboard in the left corner behind you I won't find anything." Sugiyama clears his throat and his heart rate jumps. It's something only Izuku notices, and only because he's really stretching his increased hearing quirk right now. A heart rate never lies. Even if there were to be something underneath that floorboard, I wouldn't want you looking at it. Besides, you legally aren't allowed to do that without a warrant. He seems really proud of that last bit, as if it's a sentence he's practiced for ages. His voice also gains some of its confidence back. "Maybe I don't need a warrant." Behind him Tsukochi sighs. Knowingly, with a certain resignation. Sugiyama laughs once, short, full of tension and uncertainty. "What are you going to do? Threaten me?" The leader looks Izuku up and down, a man seeing a child. Taking a step forward, a predator trapping his prey, Izuku shrugs. "Who knows? I don't need to though." "Because you don't want a warrant." "I wouldn't." The man asks. His face morphs into a mocking disbelief. His shoulders slacken, the tension leaving his body. He probably believes that the child standing in front of him is grasping at nothing, talking nonsense. Izuku shakes his head whilst narrowing his eyes. "No, I don't believe you'd want that. You do know what asking for a warrant would entail, right?" Sugiyama looks a tad lost. His eyes dart between Izuku and the other two men. "For starters, I would have to give the judge a report stating my reasons for wanting to search this place. There are multiple things here that would grant me a warrant. Multiple clues in this room would lead to a proper investigation." Sugiyama stills. The man doesn't say anything though, he just waits for what Izuku has to say. "Smart." Izuku continues, "Multiple contact people that you've hung on the board over there," he points at the announcement board, "have a criminal record. Nothing too extreme, but it would make it so the judge would give out that warrant a bit quicker. You're expecting to get your warrant just from that?" Sugiyama sneers. "That's a bit discriminatory, isn't it? Expecting those with a criminal record to have something illegal to hide." Izuku holds up his hand. "I'm not done yet." The room bathes in a sort of suspension. Sugiyama's breaths come in a bit quicker than normal. He sets one step closer to the man and peeps his head in curiosity. "First, I have a question though. Who hangs up all the posters in this room?" The man shrugs, an air of confusion surrounds him. Izuku can see how he's trying to figure out whether he should answer truthfully or not. In the end, the truth wins. "Most of the time I put them up. Though anyone can put something on the board." "Well, in that case you have willingly advertised an illegal fighting club." Izuku has to suppress a smirk at the man's panicked face. One that was under investigation a while ago at that. Club Powerhouse. He turns to the detective, feigning surprise. "Weren't you the one investigating that place?" Tsukochi nods, a professional air ever present around him. "I was. The club held illegal fights with betting in place." Izuku sighs and shakes his head. "That little detail will grant me the warrant with certainty. Imagine all the policemen searching this place, imagine everything they could find. I'm pretty sure the visitors to your little support group wouldn't appreciate it." Boom, he makes an exploding motion with his hand. "Gone are all your visitors." That last sentence seems to shred through the last piece of patience Sugiyama has. His face contorts into anger and his easygoing attitude seems to finally completely slip away. Are you threatening me? You, a brat? Izuku shrugs, his face a mask of indifference at the man's outburst. You could call it that, I guess. Tsukochi holds up a placating hand at the man, a frown has found its way onto his face. Sir, please don't use words like that at my colleague. We take swearing at a police officer as a serious offense. He's a brat. Not a police officer. And his threatening me. Sugiyama spits, a leech tumbles out of his mouth at the action. In a second there's movement behind Izuku. When he turns around he sees Eraserhead with his quirk activated and his capture weapon floating above him. It's a menacing sight to behold and the room's mood sways from heated to ice still in a split second. Don't use your quirk. It's forbidden. The hero's voice has a sharpness to it that wasn't there a while ago. Sugiyama doesn't say anything but he does take a step back. After a beat of silence during which everyone present in the room takes the time to recollect their mind, Izuku says, so, you can choose, either you let us see the files that you've hidden under the floorboard or you await the warrant. In which case you will probably find yourself in a whole lot more trouble and with all your visitors gone. Hesitation. Sugiyama considers his options. Then he sighs and glares at the other three men. Fine, take the DMN files. After Sugiyama handed them the files, and Izuku checked to see whether there was actually something on them, the three visitors were practically shoved out the door, onto the gloomy street. The sun was starting to set and a few golden rays managed to peek through the blanket of clouds and onto the pavement. They highlighted the cracks decorating the street and the corners of the buildings. The lonely tree on the parking lot swings on the wind and the streets are empty now. Most people are back at their homes preparing dinner, or working a night shift at one of their shitty jobs. Not much is said between each other. Izuku takes place on the backseat again and the other two men slide into the front seats. Eraserhead immediately ducks his head into his capture weapon and closes his eyes. Tsukochi starts the motor and they leave as swiftly as they came. The radio is left off this time and only the whirring of the car and the wind rushing past the windows can be heard. Slowly the neighborhoods change, pavements become newer, buildings flashier. When they stand still in front of a red traffic light, Tsukochi breaks the silence. The man could file charges against you for threatening him, you know. He looks sternly at Izuku through the rearview mirror. Izuku shrugs, he won't. He doesn't want to risk the police looking into his support group. Besides, he doesn't trust the police enough. The detective frowns before checking the light again. It's still on red. I still don't approve of your method. Izuku shrugs again. I got you the files, didn't I? He doesn't understand what the problem is. He did his job, which is gathering information. No harm was done. He knew Sugiyama wouldn't press charges, otherwise he would never have pressed the man this way. Tsukochi's knuckles whiten on the steering wheel. That's not what I mean. Leave it, Tsukochi. You two won't come to an understanding. An annoyed Eraserhead says. He still has his eyes closed but there's a slight downturn of his mouth visible. The light jumps to green and the car lurches forward again. The detective focuses back on the road. Izuku turns to look out the window again, watching as buildings and cars whiz by. Back at the police station they decide that Eraserhead will start shadowing Sugiyama. They all agree that there's something shady about him. Maybe something new will turn up. After everyone's had a look at the files from Sugiyama's, they'll meet again. It won't be until a while though. The entrance exams are right around the corner and both Izuku and Eraserhead will be plenty busy until then. UA is huge. That's the first thought that enters Izuku's brain when he stares up at the enormous building. Around him flocks of other teens are entering the school grounds through the gleaming gates. There hangs a sort of nervous energy in the air and Izuku can't help but share that feeling. Logically he knows that he should be able to pass. He's had more training than anyone here. He's studied hard for the written exam. Still, doubts plague him as he passes the gates and heads for the main building. He wonders if his fake ID will hold up against Nedzu's security system. If the cover he's made for his quirk will be enough to draw away suspicion. At the entrance of the school he's given a card that says where to take his written exam, and he follows the huge stream of students through the hallway until everyone splits up into smaller groups heading for their own exam rooms. 𝐒𝐿 sits down at one of the many desks when he's found the room where he's supposed to be, and he tries to calm his nerves. He notes the many cameras that are hidden in the room, hidden and in plain sight. Probably to prevent cheating, though 𝐒𝐿 wonders who would be in their right mind to try and cheat at UA with 𝐻𝐻𝐿 as principal. The rat is probably watching right now, and 𝐒𝐿 has to repress a shiver. He doesn't like being watched. There are enough exits, double doors in the front and back, and multiple windows lining the wall to 𝐒𝐿's left. His head starts plotting different escape routes before he can stop himself, and 𝐒𝐿 shakes his head. He needs to focus on the exam, not on trying to escape. Nervous. 𝐒𝐿 looks to his right where a girl with short brown hair cut into a bob is sitting. She'd entered a minute ago, and 𝐒𝐿 had immediately noted the soft pink pads on her hands. A quirk that needs 5 finger points to activate maybe. He knows another person with a quirk like that. You will always be my big brother, right? A raspy laugh. Of course, don't worry 𝐒𝐿. Being with sensei won't change that. But you're always so different when you come back. Sensei is just making me stronger, K. Hello. Are you alright? 𝐒𝐿 blinks the memory away and sees the girl looking at him with a concerned frown. He'd gotten caught up in a memory again. Oh yeah, I'm fine. 𝐒𝐿 conjures up a smile. Just spaced out there a little. Guess it must be the nerves, sorry. The girl laughs. It's a bubbly sound. It's fine. I totally get it. At the front of the room someone calls for silence. Well, here goes nothing. Good luck. She whispers, and 𝐒𝐿 can't help but feel a genuine smile creep up his face. This girl is just so nice. Thanks, good luck to you too, he whispers back with a small smile on his face. He hasn't forgotten the memory, and doubts about the exam still fly through his head, but he doesn't feel completely crushed by nerves anymore. Let this exam come. The written part is laughably easy. 𝐒𝐿 finishes first even after checking his exam 3 times and checking the back to make sure he hasn't forgotten anything. Maybe there is a second part to the exam. He wonders. He puts up his hand in the air, and almost immediately a teacher comes flying his way. Ectoplasm, or one of his clones, his mind supplies. Good at hand-to-hand combat, while still being able to fight in long-range fighting distance. His one weakness is that when an opponent comes in close with a destructive quirk, ectoplasm doesn't have a good defense. You had a question, the man asks softly when he reaches 𝐒𝐿's table. Yes, I'm finished with the first part, can I get the second part? For a second the hero just looks baffled, then he says, there is only one part to this exam. Are you sure you made everything? 𝐒𝐿 nods and whispers back, I checked everything 3 times. Surprise flits across ectoplasm's face. You can just hand your work over to me and then you can wait at the cafeteria. After waiting for a little bit, more people start to file into the cafeteria. 4 exits, the windows can only slightly open, and 𝐒𝐿 takes the time he has to wait for Hitoshi to observe the other exam takers. He has no idea what the practical part of the exam will be. For all 𝐒𝐿 knows, he might have to fight other participants. Soon after 𝐒𝐿 finishes, a tall boy with blue hair and glasses enters. He walks like a robot in 𝐒𝐿's opinion. 2 other people that stand out to 𝐒𝐿 as potential strong opponents amongst the people that are done relatively early are a girl with headphone cords for ears and a girl with green hair and a frog-like mouth. A familiar purple light comes closer in 𝐒�l's mind, and when he looks back at the entrance of the cafeteria he sees Hitoshi entering the room. His friend scans the room and then spots 𝐒� standing in the far corner. And, how did your exam go? 𝐒� asks when his friend has come to stand next to him with a tired sigh. Grueling. Though not as bad as I thought it would be. Hitoshi takes out a thermos flask filled with coffee and gulps down a big part of it in one go. I swear I won't be surprised when your heart just stops one day. 𝐒� looks at his friend with a horrified expression. Hitoshi just shrugs. How did your exam go, by the way? Hey, it's you. Both of them look around and 𝐒� sees the bubbly girl from earlier approaching them with a big smile. 𝐒� gives her a small wave. Hiya, the girl gasps. Oh, I totally forgot to introduce myself. I'm Uraraka Okako. Hi then, Uraraka. I'm Midoriya Izuku and this is my friend Shinsu Hitoshi. Hitoshi gives Izuku a questioning look. His friend must probably wonder why Izuku is talking to a stranger, something he never does. Izuku just shrugs back at his friend, he also doesn't know how it happened. In the meantime, Uraraka has taken a bottle of water out of her bag while she says, "You were so fast, Midoriya. I was just halfway through my exam and you were already finished." Hitoshi gives Izuku a disbelieving look. "Dude," is all he says. Izuku frowns. "Well, to be honest, I thought there was a second part to the exam, so I was just as surprised as you were when ectoplasm told me I had already finished." "This man," Hitoshi says to Uraraka as he shakes his head. Uraraka just looks flabbergasted. "You are smart." Izuku gives a half shrug. What is he supposed to say to that? He'd studied well for the exam, that's all. One more thing that Izuku realizes about UA is that the school is rich. He's standing in front of one of the mock cities, yes, one of the mock cities. There were entire cities built just for an exam exercise. Izuku goes to stand in front of the entrance of the city like everyone else. He won't be able to use his quirk for this. Of all the things that the exam could have been, it had to be robots. The one thing that he can't use his quirk on. Or he could, but that would blow his cover. He has to pretend that he has a quirk-canceling quirk, like he's done for 3 years already. Now he just has to do it in front of an insanely smart principal and a bunch of pro heroes. No problem. It shouldn't be a problem. He can hold his own without using his quirk. He had made sure of that. A bob of brown hair catches Izuku's attention. It's Uraraka. She is standing a bit to the front and Izuku is about to approach her and wish her good luck like she did for him this morning when he feels a presence sneaking up from behind him. Izuku whirls around. He almost punches Robot Guy in the face. The guy's eyes move from Izuku's fist a mere inches removed from his face, to Izuku's face with a sense of alarm. His posture goes even more rigid and he takes a careful step back. But he regains his composure quickly and with a bellowing voice says, "What do you think you're doing? Can't you see that girl is trying to focus?" Exasperated, Izuku pulls back his fist but he doesn't relax, instead he asks, "Why do you care?" The boy chops his hands up and down and says with a stern expression, "It is unbefitting for a potential future UA student to disrupt another person's focus just before the exam." Izuku can feel his anger building up inside of him. The guy is starting to make a scene and other kids around them have quieted to listen to this spectacle. "I was just trying to wish her good luck. Like she did for me this morning." "Still," the boy says stiffly, he pushes up his glasses, "you shouldn't attack anyone who comes close to you." Izuku stills. His burning anger stops and instead a cold calm washes over him. "What did you accuse me of?" Robot Guy takes another step back when he sees Izuku's face and has the sense to look a little alarmed. Izuku closes the distance between them both within a second. "Don't ever accuse me of attacking you when you were the one sneaking up on me from behind without warning. If I had reacted any later when I saw you, you would be lying out cold right now, unable to take part in the exam." The boy gulps at the idea of missing the exam and it looks like he wants to say something, but Izuku doesn't wait. He turns around and stomps his way to the front of the group, all the other participants parting as if they're afraid they'll be next. "All right, everyone. Are you ready for the second part of the exam?" Everyone around Izuku quiets and the nervous energy thrumming in the air increases tenfold. Somewhere high above the multiple cities present, MIC is standing. The doors leading to the city open and Izuku readies himself, lowering his stance. Around him people do the same. "Begin." Izuku sprints forward. Everyone else just stands there. "Well, go." In real life there are no countdowns. Present MIC yells. That seems to jar everyone into action and Izuku hears dozens of feet pounding on the asphalt behind him. After that all sounds fade into the background and Izuku feels his laser focus slip into place. It's best to get off the main road as soon as possible, so Izuku runs into the first alley he sees. Immediately he is greeted with a two-pointer. Izuku jumps over the laser that is targeted at him and rushes forward. He pushes himself off the asphalt and rockets feet first into the robot. It leaves behind a deep dent and a few metal plates fall onto the ground because of the sheer power. Yes, Izuku does have the muscle augmentation quirk pulled to the front. Nobody would notice that anyway. A few cables pour out of the defeated robot from the places where the plates have fallen off. Curious, Izuku approaches the robot and sees a very obvious maintenance hatch. It's obvious Nezu put it there for the more ingenious student. Izuku gets an idea. Without wasting any more time, Izuku rushes out of the alley, on the search for more robots. He passes other students and helps out a few of them when they are about to be crushed by falling debris, or he warns them when a robot is sneaking up on them. Then he sees a student with some weird belt on being cornered by 3 robots. 2 2-pointers and 1 3-pointer. The boy is gripping his stomach with a pained expression, and it's clear to Izuku that the student is suffering from the drawbacks of quirk exhaustion. The robots don't notice him because they are all turned towards the boy. Izuku runs forward towards the closest 2-pointer, and before the robot can react, he pulls open the maintenance hatch. He sees different cables in various colors, and because he isn't a mechanic, just grabs as many of them as possible and tears them out of the metal robot. The red light and the laser from the robot are abruptly cut off, and the machine slumps forward as it stops working. Izuku grins. That's one. The boy seems to gain some courage from Izuku's display because he shoots down the other 2-pointer in one go with a glittery laser. While the boy is dealing with that machine, Izuku turns his attention towards the 3-pointer. The machine points its big red laser at Izuku, and he has to quickly roll out of the way. He grabs a random handle screwed onto the metal and hauls himself up on the robot once he has closed the distance. He almost gets thrown off when the robot tries to shake him off by swinging aggressively left and right, but he holds on tight and opens the hatch as quickly as he can. Once again, he grabs a handful of cables and rips them out of the machine. The robot sputters out, and Izuku stomps on the head once just to be sure it won't get up. The metal caves like butter under his foot, and Izuku briefly wonders whether that might be a bit too much strength. The boy he just saved turns to him with an almost blindingly bright smile. "Thank you, mon ami." Then he turns around and hurries off to find other robots, leaving Izuku behind with the 3 defeated robots. Izuku grins. Oh, killing these robots is going to be so much fun. The only things that light the observation room are the multiple screens displaying the various groups of students standing full of anticipation at the gates of the mock cities. Together with most teachers, 𝐶𝐬𝐻 is gathered in the room to evaluate all the participants of the entrance exam of UA. To be honest, he isn't expecting much of it. He's of the opinion that the exam is way too biased to test all the students properly. Unfortunately, the school board won't allow any change. Nezu has tried many times to persuade them. Hisashi is one of the few teachers not present, as he's the one overseeing the exam and basically the game master of the practical part. A screen somewhere in the bottom right shows him climbing up a tower in the middle of all the mock cities with a huge grin. Of course. 𝐶𝐬𝐻 thinks. Always the enthusiasm himself. He and Hisashi have been friends since high school. Even back then, his friend always more than compensated for the lack of enthusiasm from 𝐶𝐬𝐻. Hisashi has arrived at the top of the tower and is now scanning the many groups of students standing at the entrances. His hand goes up to his earpiece, and then the cheery voice of his friend vibrates out of the speakers in the observation room. It seems all the groups are present. Permission to start the exam. Nezu, who is sitting in the middle of the room behind a huge control panel, answers. Permission granted. Starting up the robots now. The rat starts pressing multiple buttons with a maniacal glint in his eyes. 𝐶𝐬𝐻 shudders and looks away. The principal still gives him the chills, even after having worked for him for multiple years. Alrighty. With a huge grin on his face, Hisashi takes a deep breath and, all right everyone. Are you ready for the second part of the exam? Across all screens the groups of students still and look up at the huge tower. Begin. No movement. Internally 𝐶𝐬𝐻 sighs, it's the same every year. He's going to have to work on that with his new class this year. If he's going to keep any, last year was a disappointment, he expelled them all within a week. Only this time his eyes are drawn to actual movement on one of the screens. Well, would you look at that? Nemurai, or Midnight, says with a playful smile. Ahead a very familiar green curl speeds down the street, accompanied by a face set full of determination. Of course it's Midoriya. Someone is actually smart enough to run at the signal. Ectoplasm comments. The man has a bunch of clones flying around the mock cities, ready to help out when necessary. The actual hero is in here watching the exam though. Well go. In real life there are no countdowns. Yamada's voice booms through the speakers. Suddenly all the other students are scrambling into movement. As an army of ants they all flood through the gates and into the city. Fights break out everywhere, hundreds of quirks firing off at once. Meanwhile Midoriya has ducked into the first alley that presented itself, facing off against his first robot. He rockets himself off the asphalt and after one kick the robot goes down, leaving a huge dent behind. Somewhere to Shouta's right snipe whistles, that's a lot of strength. Does he have some sort of strength quirk? Shouta wonders the same as he watches Midoriya continue on his way after inspecting the robot. Tsukochi has never actually told him what the kid's quirk was. Not that Shouta cares all that much, as long as someone is good at their job their quirk doesn't matter to him. Nezu takes out a file and says with twinkling eyes, Midoriya Izuku does not have a strength quirk of any sort. His quirk can turn someone's quirk on and off by touch. Permanently. Snipe's eyebrows rise, demon, kid must have never skipped leg day. Shouta can't help but feel some surprise as well. He thought it would be some sort of passive quirk that only had an effect on the user as Midoriya had never shown any sign of a quirk. Nemurai turns to him with a grin, he's like a mini you, Shouta. Perfect student to take on right. Shouta frowns and focuses back on the screens as he says dryly, I don't care what quirks my students have as long as they show they have potential. The exam continues on its merry way with the other teachers commenting on various students and their abilities. For some reason Shouta's eyes keep getting drawn to Midoriya. He fights like a beast, though there's a grace in his movements that can only come from years of rigorous training. As if it were a dance Midoriya darts around the robots and he tears through them in ruthless efficiency. From the few times that a camera briefly zooms into his face Shouta can see a steel determination and hyperfocus on Midoriya's face. Though it appears that he's not the only one interested in Midoriya. Because in the corner of the room, as if not to draw any attention, stands the number one hero, All Might, and the hero has only had eyes for Midoriya the entire time, only briefly looking at other students. He's not in that horrific costume, the one that seems a bad imitation of the American flag. Still there's an air of brightness around the hero and everyone else in the room is doing their very best not to look at the number one. Apparently he's supposed to come teach at UA the coming year. Shouta had almost thought Nezu was making a joke when the principal told the other teachers the news a few days ago. That is until All Might himself had walked into the room and told them of his physical issues. Namely that the buffoon couldn't maintain his hero form for more than 2 hours a day. And now the hero appears to be interested in Midoriya. Maybe it's because the kid has saved multiple other students during the exam from robots or falling debris. Honestly, Shouta doesn't really care nor does he want to know what the number one wants from Midoriya. Nezu probably knows as the rat gained a knowing smile on his face when he saw who All Might's attention was on. Nope. Shouta is not going to get involved with whatever that rat is up to. It's near the end of the exam when Nezu says, initiating to launch the 0 pointers. Ectoplasm be on standby to help students in immediate danger. Copy that. The hero in question answers, after which Nezu pushes a big red button with a delighted chuckle. Really, Shouta doesn't want to know what the rat would do to his actual enemies if this is what he does to his future students. Even in the observation room the tremors of the 0 pointers emerging from the ground can be felt. Moments later all the students seem to realize what's happening and in masses they start running away from the thing. Again, a common occurrence each year. Most students run away. Something any normal person would do in Shouta's opinion. It takes a lot of mental strength and training to willingly run up to something that big. But every few years there's a student who shatters the expectations. This year it seems Midoriya is that student. Most teachers only really catch on to what Midoriya is trying to do once he reaches the street with the robot. But Shouta had already noticed him going against the tides of students moments after the robots had been released. The kid comes to a halt when he reaches the street and he looks around for a bit, his head moving from place to take it all in. Finally, his eyes land on the robot. And maybe it's just Shouta, but there seems to be a sort of shift in Midoriya. The kid just stares at the thing for a few seconds, his body still, almost slack. Then he breaks out into a run. Midnight whistles, the kid is really running like he has the devil on his heels. Behind the control panel Nezu is watching with interest. Ectoplasm makes sure you can save the girl and Midoriya Izuku when the need arises. I will stop the robot if necessary. 𝐬𝐽 turns his attention back to the screens where Midoriya has reached the robot and has now started climbing up. He climbs fast and soon he reaches some sort of panel on the back of the robot. Nezu chuckles and takes a sip of his tea, so that is his plan. Honestly, when the rat is interested in something it's even scarier. It seems more teachers agree as some cast worried glances at the principal. Meanwhile, All Might doesn't seem to notice any of it as he's still watching Midoriya. The cameras don't really show well what happens next with all the dust in the air and the distance they have to keep for safety reasons. 𝐬𝐽's not sure if he understands why one would worry about a drone when there's a literal giant robot marching around, but it's none of his business. Midoriya manages to somehow open the panel, and with the angle that the camera has, 𝐬𝐽 can barely see some cables and buttons from behind the kid's back. That's when Hisashi starts counting down. 1 minute remaining, folks. Make sure to get those last few points before it's all over. Midoriya fiddles with something inside the panel for a while and his movements seem to get more frantic as the seconds tick by. The robot keeps approaching the girl and Ectoplasm and Nezu discuss when to intervene. They come to the conclusion to wait. Of course, that's when the robot starts exploding. Everything had been going so well. Izuku had found a rhythm when destroying the robots, tearing through them in no time at all. He helps other candidates whenever he can, and honestly, Izuku is having fun. This isn't a life or death situation, nor is he looking at him with those cold green eyes that see every mistake and would punish him for it. This is a school exam and Izuku is doing well, earning points. He can't help the grin that appears on his face as he finishes yet another robot, helping a girl who had been driven in the corner by it. They must be almost at the end of the exam, Izuku guesses. Just a little bit longer and the bell will ring, announcing the end of the exam. Naturally, that's when the buildings start shaking. It's almost deafening with the enhanced hearing quirk that Izuku always has running in the background. Thundering footsteps seem to approach him from behind, the pounding of many feet on the asphalt sounding like dozens of drums. For a moment it's all Izuku can hear. The world seems to spin and a sharp beeping tone fills his ears for a few seconds. Izuku closes his eyes and breathes in deeply, then he opens his eyes and turns around. Dozens of other kids are now swarming around him. They appear to be removing themselves from something a bit further ahead. One kid shouts as he passes, "Come on. Run." That's not what Izuku's focused on though. Because somewhere, 2 streets ahead he hears a cry. "Help!" He's probably the only one who hears it with his enhanced hearing, and Izuku can't help it. His feet move before he can think. Because suddenly he's fighting against the waves of students, pushing his way past, his heart thundering in his chest. Someone needs help. He's heard cries like that before and never had he been able to do something about it, back in that concrete room somewhere far, far under the ground. He promised himself to never stand by again, not now that he can do something. The flashbacks and memories that threaten to pull him back, to overwhelm him, he pushes away by sharpening his focus until the only thing on his mind is the moving of his legs. Maybe it's the adrenaline pumping through his veins, but all of a sudden he rounds a corner and has arrived at the street. Or what used to be a street. Now it's wrecked and cracked, pieces of rubble lie everywhere. Few students remain and fear stenches the air. It almost makes Izuku GG because it reminds him of the many times that he felt that way. There's concrete everywhere, on the ground, on the walls. Izuku feels his head spin. No, he's not in that room. But it feels like he is. Then he looks up, he wonders why he hadn't done that before, maybe then he would have been prepared. Because there's this huge robot standing maybe 30 meters away. It's overwhelmingly big. It blocks the sky. Izuku almost feels the moment that he loses the battle against his mind, against his past. He blinks once and suddenly, there's a Nomu standing there. It looms over Izuku, and he knows that this is probably the biggest one he's seen yet. He and Dr. Garaki probably wanted to test it out on Izuku before using it for one of their dark plans. This time is different though, there's someone else in the room. A girl with a brown bob who's trapped underneath a piece of rubble. She weakly reaches out, seeking for help. Is this one of his new sick ways for motivating Izuku? Izuku feels nausea coming up. He has to end this quickly, with as many quirks as possible. No, he needs to hide most of his quirks. This is a test, right? There are people watching who can't know what he's capable of. He isn't in that DMN training room, right? Maybe he is manipulating his thoughts. Maybe this is all happening in his head. Another one of his fed-up games that Izuku has to play along with, has to succeed if he doesn't want to be faced with his anger and disappointment. He's not sure what is happening, but he needs to do something now. He's not sure where he got the idea from that he can't use all of his quirks, but he'll follow it. It seems important. He starts running towards the 𝐻𝐻𝐽. A few plans fly through his head on defeating the thing. He could go for the brain, or he could take a few of its quirks. That careful balance fabricated by the doctor would fall right apart and the thing would cease to function. No, this isn't a 𝐻𝐻𝐽. This is a robot. He needs to go for a control panel hidden somewhere on its back. He feels like he's done that before. Wait, what? Izuku feels confusion flit through him. Is this something new? He's so sure that this is a 𝐻𝐻𝐽 though. By now he's past the girl and he's rapidly approaching the thing's enormous feet. The sound of creaking metal on concrete vibrates through the air. Izuku navigates a bit to the left in order not to be crushed by a foot that stomps down. His vision focuses on a specific latch which he can grab onto. His muscles tense, helped by 2 strength-enhancing quirks. He jumps and manages to grab onto the latch. Wait, why does a 𝐻𝐻𝐽 have a latch? Izuku looks up to the robot and starts climbing up with sureness in his moves. He wonders why he has to fight a robot for him. There's no time to ponder for long though, because he has a girl to save. He starts searching for a control panel on the back of the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 or robot. He doesn't know anymore. He isn't sure why he has decided to defeat the thing through a control panel. The thing is still moving with sure steps towards the girl. Izuku doesn't have long anymore. If he's too slow, she'll be dead. Crushed by huge feet. By the thought, another rush of adrenaline courses through him. The control panel is already in sight, a few meters higher up on the back of the thing. He heaves himself up, closer and closer until he's right in front of the control panel. With the help of a quirk that assists him in dismantling mechanical devices, he gets past the lock on the panel easily and the door swings open, revealing a multitude of cables and flickering lights and buttons. He casts a quick glance down at the ground and his heart lurches. Not much longer and the girl will be crushed. He focuses back on the panel and wonders which button will turn the thing off. His quirk only helps to dismantle mechanical devices, not control them, so he'll have to guess. Somewhere in the back of his head he registers a booming voice screaming something. Izuku frowns. He's never heard that voice when training with him. The clock is ticking though, and Izuku quickly moves his focus back on the panel. He really doesn't know what to do with this thing. Maybe melting its inside will do the job. One specific quirk comes on instinct to his mind for that, magma hand. A quirk that makes his hands as hot as magma and lets him melt almost anything. Even when something inside of him screams at him not to use the quirk, Izuku pulls it forward and immediately his hands glow red with heat. He grabs a handful of cables and the material held between his hands melts away. Oh, how he hopes that this will be enough. He doesn't want to think about the punishment that he'll get if he fails to defeat this thing. The thing keeps moving though, and Izuku can feel the thing whirring and groaning, still moving forward. Panic overtakes him and his breath quickens. He starts to push random buttons, without magma hand, in an attempt to stop the thing. One glance down tells him that he only has seconds left. One more step and the thing will squash the girl. She's looking up at the thing in horror whilst desperately clawing and pushing at the rubble in an attempt to free herself. Izuku's instinct tells him to get away from the control panel before he feels the heat. In the second that an explosion emerges from the opening, Izuku swings himself to one side. Heat scorches his back and the metal beneath his fingers takes on alarming temperatures as the inside of the thing heats up and multiple explosions ripple it. He has to get off this thing before he gets blown away with it. Swinging from latch to latch and sometimes sliding a bit, Izuku starts his descent. Only he freezes when he sees that the legs are still moving. How? He can only watch as one leg passes the highest point and moves back in a downward arch. It's going to crush the girl and I can't do anything about it. BLD rushes in his ears and a terrible feeling washes over Izuku. How did he think he could even save one person? He's a horrible and useless person. He has told Izuku that countless times. And he is always right. The leg moves down, and suddenly it stops. Shocked that the thing has stopped, Izuku can only stare. Until he remembers that this thing is literally a bomb waiting to happen, and he quickly continues down. The last few meters he has to jump as an explosion threatens to blow him away. With a neat tuck and roll, Izuku comes to a stop next to the girl. "Are you alright?" Izuku asks as he approaches her with a light frown. She's looking at him with huge eyes, fear visible in them. Oh no, she's looking at something behind him, tracking the movements of something behind him. "Look out," she stammers. All Izuku feels is an increase in heat and his instincts screaming at him to move. He's not fast enough though, and suddenly there's an explosion of pain at the back of his head. Then everything goes black. Izuku wakes slowly at first. There are soft sheets underneath him, and AC hums pleasantly in the background, creating a caressing breeze. Somewhere a radio is playing music on a low volume. Those are the few peaceful moments Izuku has before his mind has come up to speed. With it his worries and thoughts return. Where is he? And how did he get here? He can't remember what happened. What if he took him? Panic courses through him and his eyes fly open. Immediately he closes them again because the light is too harsh and it makes his head throb. Slowly, he cracks an eye open and is greeted with a white ceiling and a soft white light. Not the doctor's laboratory then. No soft lights and uncracked ceilings there. With an effort, Izuku manages to prop himself up on his elbows. He seems to be in some sort of sick ward with multiple beds surrounded by soft blue curtains to give a bit of privacy. His are partially closed, only giving him a view of a part of the room. A few posters decorate the off-white walls. A bunch of them talk about healthy workout routines and eating habits that support an active lifestyle. Izuku frowns and again wonders where he is. No matter how much he tries to remember what he did to end up in what seems to be a hospital bed, he comes up empty. As if someone had come and cut out a part of his memory. He's still asleep. "No, I don't want you to disturb my patients." "I don't care." "Fine, you stupid heroes and your exams," voices. To his right, somewhere from inside another room. He probably only picked them up because of his hearing quirk. In a hurry, Izuku swings his legs over the side of the bed and stands up. Almost immediately he lets himself fall back on the bed again as a sharp pain threatens to break his skull in half. The world spins and Izuku groans whilst he gingerly holds his head with his eyes pressed shut. It appears that reckless boy is awake anyway. An older feminine voice says as two pairs of footsteps stop just a bit away from Izuku. One pair sounds oddly familiar to him, but he can't place it with the piercing pain in his head. Even trying to use his quirk to see what sort of lights their quirks have is too much effort. Carefully, he opens his eyes again, ignoring the throbbing pain in his head. The curtain is drawn open to reveal two people standing there. One is the heroine and Dr. Recovery Girl. With her short stature and the pink doctor outfit, she's hard to be mistaken for someone else. With an unimpressed frown she approaches Izuku, her cane tapping the floor with every step. The other is Eraserhead. The hero is standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking as if he doesn't know what to do with himself in a sick ward. And suddenly Izuku remembers. He remembers how he walked through the gleaming gates of UA this morning. He remembers taking the written exam and, above all else, he remembers the physical exam. Or at least partially. He remembers defeating multiple robots and helping other participants in the process, and he also remembers feeling tremors course through the mock city near the end of the exam. However, what comes after he doesn't know. Yes, darling, that is Eraserhead in the sick ward. I'm just as surprised as you are since the idiot never comes to me when he needs to. Recovery Girl says as she stops in front of Izuku. She crosses her arms and asks, "And please, do tell me why you're not laying in bed and properly resting as you should with that concussion of yours." Izuku frowns. "I have a concussion. That would explain the headache and the sensitivity to light." The heroine sighs and looks as if she's lost all faith in humanity. "Yes, you do. You had a nasty wound on the back of your head from that falling piece of rubble, You're lucky I was able to heal it so soon, or you would have been left with a big scar. I couldn't heal your concussion since healing your wound deprived you of almost all your energy. Is all Izuku manages to say because he's busy checking which quirks is pulled to the front. Fortunately, no healing quirks are in the front. He's not sure how he would have explained healing magically within a few hours. Recovery girl narrows her eyes as she asks, "Young man, do you get enough rest?" He, in fact, did not get enough rest. Nightmares and the fear of his mom being taken by him whilst Izuku was sleeping was enough to keep him awake for a majority of the night. He couldn't even remember when the last time was that he'd slept properly, probably before he demanded that he would give Izuku all his education and training. However, Recovery Girl did not need to know that. "I was just nervous about the exam and I didn't sleep well." Izuku shrugs as if it's not a big deal, but the heroine looks like she doesn't believe a word he just said. "Well, I will need to check the back of your head to see if everything healed well over there." She reaches out to him and Izuku automatically leans away, zeroing in on the stretched out hand. There's a beat of silence. Really, he didn't mean to react this way. It just sort of happened. With reluctance he leans back forward again and even manages a laugh. "Sorry, just stretching my back. I just feel a little sore and stuff." Recovery Girl looks at him suspiciously, and one look at Eraserhead tells Izuku that the man doesn't seem to buy it. "I am going to remove the bandage around your head, is that okay?" the heroine asks. Izuku swallows, and it takes everything in him to answer, "Yeah, no problem." The next few minutes Recovery Girl does her checkup as she discusses his injuries. In the meantime, Izuku sits still as a statue whilst he tries not to flinch from every movement the woman makes. After what seems like an eternity, she backs away and says, "All right, young man, I've removed the bandaging around your head and it looks like the wound healed. Well up there. You still have a concussion, so that means no exercising. Can one of your parents come pick you up? My mom should be home." Recovery Girl nods and says, "I will be calling her so she can come pick you up. Going to sleep is fine, but every 2 or 3 hours she'll have to wake you up and check if you can answer a simple question. And remember, no exercising. I know you hero hopefuls don't like to hear that, but it's important." She gives Izuku a stern look until he promises not to do any strenuous activities, and then she's off with words, "Eraserhead, he's all yours. Don't make it too long. He needs to rest." As soon as the door of Recovery Girl's office closes, Izuku looks at Eraserhead and asks, "So, why are you here?" The man takes a step forward and he gives Izuku a searching look. "You were the only one in the entire exam to fight the 0-pointer this year." For a few seconds Izuku doesn't say anything as he tries to remember what a 0-pointer is again. Right, a big metal machine that makes him wonder if UA has too much money to spend. "Hold up, I fought that thing." Eraserhead narrows his eyes. "You don't remember fighting it, do you?" Izuku averts his eyes and stares guiltily at his hands. He's not sure what happened, but he's experienced gaps in his memory before, only not this long. Probably a result of trauma. If he's lucky, they'll come back in a bit. If not, well, let's hope that he didn't do anything that could blow his cover. What if they already found out and Eraserhead is now here to take him away? To lock him up forever? He can't have that happening. What will happen to his mom? What if he takes her when Izuku is not there? He doesn't realize his breathing has quickened until a calm voice says, "Midoriya, breathe." I'm sorry." Izuku manages to stutter in between heaving breaths, "I just don't remember." In between his tears he can see the hero looking at him with a calm expression. "It's all right, Midoriya. It's probably a side effect of the concussion. Now, I need you to follow my breathing. Can you do that?" Izuku nods, and for a while that's what they do. When Izuku has calmed down enough, Eraserhead gives him some space and takes a seat on a plastic chair near the bed. Izuku bites his lip and looks down. "Sorry about that. It's just scary, not being able to remember things." He hears Eraserhead shift on his chair, and when he looks up the man has an eyebrow raised. "You don't have to apologize for that. Like I said, it's probably from your concussion. It's logical that this experience can be scary the first time. That may be true if this were his first time not remembering things, but that wasn't even what Izuku was worried about. It was the fact that he didn't know what he did during that time that scared him. Deciding to test the waters, he says, "I do remember fighting the robots and a huge tremor vibrating through the city, but other than that, where did you learn to fight like that?" It's asked casually by the hero, but there's an underlying suspicion. And suddenly it's clear to Izuku why the man came here, not to check up on him. Eraserhead doesn't do stuff like that, or to arrest him, but to gather information. For who? Izuku doesn't know. Maybe for Nezu, or the police, or just for himself. For whoever it is, they probably don't have enough evidence about who Izuku is, and now they need more information. Well, they won't get any. Izuku can feel the carefully built walls that had lowered a bit during his panic attack rise again. Even if tiredness tugs at him and he feels emotionally drained, he forces himself to be alert. He locks his emotions somewhere far away and scans the hero's form. The man is sitting relaxed in his chair, or at least he appears to be, but the slight downturn of his mouth and a certain glint in his eyes suggest that he's tracking every movement Izuku makes. "I started self-defense when I was around 5 because my mother was worried for my safety as I didn't have an offensive quirk." Izuku says, it wasn't the whole truth by far, certainly not because Izuku hadn't started fighting willingly, and it wasn't his mother who had made him start training. When it's clear that Izuku won't elaborate further, Eraserhead hums. His posture doesn't change, but his heartbeat picks up by a bit. Izuku decides this is the time to change topics and asks, "How is it going with shadowing Sugiyama, our dear support group leader?" Eraserhead sighs in frustration and shakes his head. "No luck so far. In the week that I've been following him, he hasn't really done anything noteworthy. At least not something that could give us a clue about where Kokaku is. So he's being careful." The hero nods and they hold eye contact for a moment longer. Izuku can tell in that second that Eraserhead hasn't let the conversation go, nor his suspicion of Izuku. Still, he's willing to carry on another time, and Izuku gives the man a blank stare as a challenge. If the hero wants to dig into his past, he can try all he wants, he won't find anything. Eraserhead stands up with a ruffle of his clothes and says, "You should rest. Regaining your lost energy is important." With that, the man turns to leave, though he turns back to Izuku one last time. "I have one more question, Midoriya. Are you safe at home?" The question takes Izuku off guard, and it takes him a moment to answer. Is he safe at home? Not really. He could barge in any moment that he'd like if he were to find out where Izuku and his mom live. But is he safe in the way that Eraserhead was thinking? "Yes. My mom would never hurt me," Izuku exclaims with big eyes. For a moment Eraserhead looks puzzled, as if a certain picture he'd made up in his head doesn't fit, then he nods. "Good. Have a nice day, Midoriya." After that, the hero walks away, leaving Izuku with his thoughts and a splitting headache. The following week Izuku is a bundle of nerves. After his mother had taken him home, his memories had weirdly enough started to come back bit by bit, and Izuku didn't like any of it. Because he had used other quirks and he doesn't know how anyone could have missed it. Of course his mom notices his nerves and she tries to make him feel better in any way she can, but it doesn't help much. It's hard paying attention at school with the feeling that the police or some heroes might come to arrest him any moment. At the end of the week, Izuku's sitting on the couch mindlessly staring ahead when his mom comes scrambling in with an anxious expression. "Izuku!" The letter came in. His heart rate spikes, and for a moment all he can do is stare at the letter in his mother's hands. It could either bring him indescribable happiness, or impending doom. The dream that he's had since a kid and the hero license that he so very much wants are within reach. His mom hands him the letter and he takes it with trembling hands. They both sit down on the couch and his mom gives him a reassuring squeeze. "Just know that I'm proud of you, Izuku, no matter the outcome." Izuku nods, though he isn't so sure about that if she knew how he'd fed up the practical. He hadn't told her as he didn't want to worry her even more than she already did. With one last deep breath he opens the letter. A black disc falls out and not a moment later a blue light fills the living room. "I'm Principal Nezu, here as a projection to announce the exam results." The rat is standing in a room with behind him an empty scoreboard. He's wearing a blue suit and has clasped his paws together in front of him. "Midoriya Izuku, you passed the written exam with flying colors. During the practical exam you defeated more than enough robots to pass." Inko looks at Izuku with a relieved smile on her face. 𝐒𝐿, that's great. All 𝐒𝐿 can do is stare at the projection because the message is not over yet. However, 𝐒𝐿 SCKS in a breath. This is it. This is where they'll expose him as a fraud and a liar. This is where heroes will come barging into their apartment to arrest him. They must have seen something on the exam footage that exposed him, and now they would cruelly take him away when his dream was just within reach. He clenches his fists and squeezes his eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable words, "That was not the only way to gain points." Surprised, 𝐒𝐿's eyes fly open. What? Along with battle points, we also awarded rescue points to those who helped others. Behind the principal, a few clips are shown where 𝐒𝐿 saves others from robots or falling debris. Then the video cuts to 𝐒𝐿 swinging down an exploding zero-pointer. Nezu is grinning, or at least something close to it, when he says, "Combine these points and your heroic act of fighting the zero-pointer and you become the highest scorer of the exams this year. Congratulations, my Doria 𝐒𝐿, this is your hero academia." His mother smiles even more proudly at him, and with big eyes 𝐒𝐿 turns to her. She grabs his hands and squeezes them excitedly. "First place. I'm so proud of you. We're making katsudon tonight." 𝐒𝐿 can't help but feel a buzzing happiness spread through him, and his heart feels lighter, as if a weight has lifted from it. His mom embraces him and 𝐒𝐿 hugs her back with a smile. "I'm going to be a hero, Mom," he whispers, and the statement has never before felt so true. "𝐒𝐿, do you have your bento with you?" "Yes, Mom." "And your sunscreen in case it gets sunny?" "Mom, if you don't let me go, I'm going to miss the train." "But do you have?" 𝐒𝐿's mom gives him an apologetic smile as she checks his tie one last time. It's the morning of the first school day, and 𝐒𝐿 feels as if his nerves are going to overload. His mom looks at him with tears in her eyes, and 𝐒� can't help but feel a bit emotional as well, even if he doesn't show it as much. 𝐒𝐿 pulls him into a hug and says, "I'm so proud of you, 𝐒𝐿. Don't forget that." "I know, Mom." The sweet smell of his mom and her words help to calm his nerves. Still, there's something on his mind as 𝐒� pulls away from their embrace. With a worried frown he asks, "Will you be all right?" UA is a lot further than middle school. His mom sighs and grabs his hands. "I will be fine, honey. We have each other's location, and if I'm anything but fine, I'll send you the message. Promise you'll do the same?" 𝐒𝐿 nods, "I promise." To both of them it was important to know the other was safe and well. Mostly because there was always the chance of him finding out where they were. "Good," his mom says as she opens the door, "now off you go. Otherwise you'll miss the train." Then, with one final wave, 𝐒𝐿 is off to the train station. On his way to UA. The train station is filled with people when 𝐒𝐿 arrives. Everywhere people are rushing from place to place, talking rapidly on their phones or quickly gulping down a coffee. There's an occasional disruption in the buzzing flow of people by a person speeding past others to get to a certain train on time. 𝐒𝐿 steers towards the right platform, and soon enough he spots Hitoshi. His friend is standing close to a column with his hands in his pockets. Even from this far away, 𝐒� can see the tense set of his shoulders and the nervous pulsating of his purple light. Hitoshi spots him not soon after, and he holds up a hand in greeting. When 𝐒� is close enough he says, "Hey, ready for the first day?" As an answer his friend's cool demeanor crumples and he groans, "Don't remind me. I think I'm going to puke." 𝐒� winces and pats the other teenager sympathetically on the back. "As long as you don't puke on your new uniform you'll be fine." "I couldn't even get coffee." Hitoshi looks severely upset by that fact, and honestly 𝐒� would also be if he wouldn't be able to get coffee in the morning. "We can probably get some coffee when we arrive at the station, we have enough time for that anyway," he promises just as their train arrives. The metal doors open with a hissing sound and the two of them enter the vehicle together with the stream of people. With a shock the train comes into motion and then it's rushing out of the station. They are both quiet for a while as they are both lost in their own thoughts, then Hitoshi breaks the silence. "I still can't believe I got in, to be honest." Neither can 𝐒�, but probably due to different reasons. Then his friend. UA would have been stupid if they hadn't admitted Hitoshi into the heroics program. He's got good combat skills for a teenager and an excellent quirk for heroics. "I'm sure you'll do amazing in the course." You've prepared well. Hitoshi smiles at him, his nervousness lifting for a second. Thanks. You will do too, with that terrifying brain of yours and your fighting abilities. Izuku's not so sure about that. It'll only take one slip up from his side for this little dream of his to be over. From now on there will always be eyes on him, from teachers, other students, people on the streets who need saving once he's allowed into the field. Still, he smiles at his friend and pretends that he's just another normal teenager on their way to the first day of school. Once they arrive at the right train stop and they've bought their coffee, they start to make their way to the school. As they get closer to the gates, they see more and more students in the signature UA uniform heading towards the school. Some walk with their friends, chatting excitedly about the new year. Others walk around with a sense of nervousness, probably first years, just like Hitoshi and Izuku. Still, there hangs a sense of anticipation in the air, as if no one can wait to get started. It's an odd feeling, one Izuku's never felt at his old school. But then again, this is the #1 hero school. Who wouldn't be excited to learn here? There are also so many interesting quirks. In wonder, Izuku looks at all the different lights floating in one direction. A feeling overwhelms him, one that tells him that he needs to take. He just has to have a look at all of these quirks. Just one look. What's the harm in that? Just take them. No. Inhaling sharply, Izuku pushes the urge away. He can't do that here. He can't do that ever. He can't steal people's quirks. He can't become like him. Are you okay? Hitoshi is looking at him with a concerned expression. Izuku nods and stuffs his shaking hands in his pockets, where they can't do any harm. Yeah, just a lot of people. His friend looks at him in understanding. They both dislike crowds, though for different reasons. Soon they reach the gates, and with his brand new student card in his pocket they enter without a hitch. The enormous building towers over them, with its endless gleaming windows, and Izuku realizes that he's actually here. At his dream school, as a hero student. He feels many prickling cameras, watching him from every angle, and he represses a shiver. Even the second time it feels uncomfortable to be watched. Swiftly, they reach the hallway where they can find their classroom. Before the gigantic closed door they stop. There are already quite a few people inside, each one marked by a unique light. Izuku recognizes two, Uraraka with her bubbly pink light and Robot Guy, who has a rigid dark blue light. He's surprised when he sees another light that feels vaguely familiar. He can't place where he's seen it before though. Hitoshi takes a deep breath and rolls his shoulders, probably mentally preparing to meet an entire group of strangers. Ready? His voice sounds bored, as usual, but Izuku hears a slight tremor in it. He takes his hands out of his pockets, and for a moment Izuku takes the time to calm his nerves. Then he nods. Let's do this. They both step forward and his friend pushes open the door and enters the room. Izuku follows behind him. Remove your feet from the desk. It is disrespectful to all the upperclassmen that came before you, and it is unbefitting of a UA student. Ha! I can sit however the F I want. Glasses. So Robot Guy made the cut. Apparently the stuck-up attitude wasn't just because of some nerves for the exam if is already bothering others with it. There's also another voice, but Izuku can't see anything from behind his tall friend's frame. Sometimes it SCKS to be short. Hey, you both made it. I'm so glad. A bubbly voice that can only belong to Uraraka approaches them, and Hitoshi steps aside to give Izuku a view of the classroom. The girl stops before them with a big smile and says, "Thank you so much for saving me back there with the 0-pointer, Midoriya. I didn't get the chance to tell you because..." Izuku doesn't hear the rest of the sentence as his gaze is glued on one specific person. Blonde hair. A burning red quirk. Crimson eyes turn to look at the newcomers, but his gaze catches onto bright green eyes. Two boys stare at each other and remember a lifetime ago. Promise we'll be heroes together, Kakin. Promise, but I'll be #1, Deku. It can't be. Izuku stares at his childhood best friend. The one and only friend he'd had until he turned 6 and his life and freedom were ripped away from him. He can't remember his family name, only the nickname he'd given his friend, Kakin. Back when Izuku was still stuck with him, he would sometimes whisper the name in the darkness of his bedroom, to remind himself that the life before had actually existed. When things got too tough or when Izuku was hiding somewhere in that concrete training room, trying to keep out of sight from one of those things he had to fight, he would remember that Kaken would never give up. He would always square up against any opponent, no matter how tough they were. It would give Izuku the strength to keep going. Doria. Earth to Izuku. With an effort, Izuku tears his gaze away from Kaken. Hitoshi and Uraraka are both looking at him with odd expressions. "You okay there?" Hitoshi asks. Izuku nods distractedly. "Yeah, just spaced out for a bit." He spares a quick glance at Kaken and sees the teen watching him with a frown. There's a puzzling look in his eyes that somehow comes across as angry. Uraraka nods in understanding. "I totally understand. Sometimes I get too wrapped up in my own thoughts and, please take your seats. We should all be sitting in the correct place when our homeroom teacher arrives. It is only proper." Robot Guy almost shouts as he chops down with his hands in a robotical manner. He's standing in front of the class. Kaken still has his feet on the table. Apparently Robot Guy has given up on reprimanding the boy. The teen has dark blue hair, a rigid posture, squared glasses, and his uniform is fitted perfectly, even the tie. The careful look that the guy sends Izuku's way doesn't go unnoticed. He probably still remembers their first meeting at the exam. Uraraka gasps, not at all seeming bothered by the interruption. "You're right. I wonder what our teacher will be like." Izuku doesn't miss the annoyed glare that Hitoshi sends Robot Guy's way. His friend scoffs as he and Uraraka move to their seats. Hitoshi never liked it when people told him what to do. Izuku also looks for his place on the class chart. Unfortunately, it seems like luck has totally left him today, because he's seated behind Kaken or Bakugo Katsuki as the chart suggests. How could he ever forget that name? Izuku wonders. It's as if he suddenly remembers a dream he's had. A sense of nostalgia hits him and the longing for a lost childhood. Still, he shakes the feeling off. Because with the name a certain memory emerges. Kaken. Guess what? Izuku stops in front of his friend with a big grin, almost vibrating in excitement. Kaken looks up from the costume design he's violently drawing with crayons. He's sitting at the wooden table in his garden, a stack of paper and some crayons sprawled across the surface. They're going to be heroes together. Kaken promised him, and for that they need costumes. Of course Kaken will be number one, he said so many times. Kaken is the strongest. He has such a cool quirk, Izuku thinks. Sometimes he even has the urge to take a closer look at the quirk, but that is probably just because he loves quirks so much. "What Deku? Did you get a quirk?" Izuku jumps up in excitement. "I did." For the first time Kaken looks surprised at something, then he grins. "Finally, nerd. What did you get?" Izuku stops jumping up and down and bites his lip. "Grandfather said not to tell anyone." Kaken frowns and his palms crackle with mini explosions. "Why not?" "Your grandpa is stupid. I'm your best friend." Hesitating, Izuku fiddles with his hands, then he sighs, "All right, but don't tell anyone." Kaken rolls his eyes. Yeah. Izuku leans in close to his friend, the scent of burnt sugar filling the air, and whispers, "I can give and take quirks." His friend pulls back and grins at him. "Show me." Izuku nods enthusiastically and takes a step back, focusing on that special pull just as grandfather told him. Suddenly his hands glow red hot. "Grandfather gave me a few. Like magma hand." When he presses his hands into the grass, they leave steaming imprints of a 5-year-old's hands. Kaken watches with awe in his eyes as Izuku sways to another quirk. And hydrosuction. He concentrates on the water inside of the plants of one of Aunt Mitsuki's flower beds. Then he flicks his hands and suddenly all the water is pulled out, leaving the greenery gray and liveless. Izuku lets the blob of water float in circles around their heads as he rambles. Magma hand can reach temperatures up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, which is just as hot as actual magma. Grandfather said that if I practice enough these quirks will get even stronger. Hydrosuction was just like that quirk from the newly debuted hero Nero, who could take water and then manipulate it to his will. Izuku remembers he had enthusiastically rambled to his grandfather about that specific quirk for about an hour. His grandfather had just smiled and asked if he liked the quirk. Of course Izuku had said yes, who didn't like a water quirk? Izuku lets the water drop and it falls like a curtain around them. He beams at Kaken, cool right? His friend smirks and his quirk crackles softly. Hell yeah. But I'm still the best. Izuku nods with vigor. There was no doubt that Kaken had the coolest quirk ever. Izuku tries to avoid Bakugu's gaze as he makes his way to his seat. Bakugu could really easily see through the lie that Izuku has come up with regarding his quirk. If he wants to, he could end Izuku's entire future with a single word to a teacher or the principal. If Izuku's lucky though, he might be able to convince everyone that Bakugu doesn't remember correctly. There are ways around lie detecting quirks. His quirk is similar enough to his actual quirk that he could get away with it. Still, keeping away from Bakugu as much as possible would probably be best. By now the entire class has arrived and they are chatting with each other in small groups or sitting alone at their table. Ida seems to have given up on asking people to take their seats. There are so many interesting quirks here, like that dual quirk which seems to be split down the middle in blue and red light, and a quirk light that manifests in a dark shadowy beast. Just as Izuku sits down he feels the pull of another quirk near the doorway. It's a all by now familiar dark red quirk that pulsates in even, calm beats. When Izuku takes a look at the door he sees something like a yellow caterpillar laying on the ground in the doorway. His gaze travels along the caterpillar until he meets the tired gaze of Eraserhead. The hero stares back at him and subtly shakes his head. Izuku gets the message and looks away from the man. It takes another minute before Eraserhead decides to get up. As he enters the classroom with long strides the class quiets down and everyone hurries to their seats. He stops at the teacher station and his heavy gaze travels through the class, taking in every student before moving on. 1 minute. During that time no one noticed me besides Midoriya. A few people spare a glance at Izuku, but most keep their eyes glued on the teacher. It's completely silent and nobody moves as Eraserhead continues. I'm Aizawa Shouter, your homeroom teacher for the year. Time is something precious to a hero. If you're here to have fun, my class is not for you. Out of his sleeping bag he takes a few sets of gym clothes. Go change. I expect everyone to be ready on the field. Quickly. In the changing room Izuku swaps into his gym uniform as fast as possible. He's on the field first, followed shortly by Hitoshi. Aizawa just glances at them, his gaze lingering on Izuku just a bit longer, otherwise he doesn't say a word. Izuku and Hitoshi exchange a look and his friend shrugs. Slowly, the others trickle onto the field. Most of them are quiet and a nervous energy hangs in the air. No one really knows what to think of their teacher and Izuku can't blame them. It's difficult to get a read on what Aizawa is thinking as the man mostly has a passive look of disinterest glued on his face. Once everyone has gathered on the field Aizawa takes a look at his watch before saying, 10 minutes. We will work on that. A whisper passes through the class but with one look from the hero it goes silent again. Today I will be assessing your abilities through a quirk apprehension test. In middle school you did physical tests to examine your fitness. You were not allowed to use your quirks. Aizawa sighs and he looks completely done. The government has severely outdated policies in that regard. Today you will not only be allowed, you will be expected to use your quirks. At that excited murmurs pass through the class. Next to him, Hitoshi sighs. He doesn't like using his quirk. Izuku understands, though his friend has a wonderful quirk and Izuku's tried to tell him just that multiple times. There always remain some thoughts that using his quirk is wrong and bad, even if he knows that isn't the case. Aizawa's gaze sweeps through the group before stopping somewhere behind Izuku. You. Bakugo Katsuki. Come here. Bakugo shoulders to the front with a grim expression on his face, yet a confident air still hangs around him. He stops just before the teacher. Aizawa tosses him a white ball and Bakugo catches it with one hand. How far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters. Bakugo looks at Aizawa as if daring his teacher to challenge him. The man doesn't visibly respond, he merely says, now try throwing it with your quirk. You can do whatever you want, just don't leave the circle. Bakugo grins, great. As he stretches his arms, Izuku notices how Bakugo's quirk starts throbbing radically. The red seems to glow white hot as the teen swings his arm back. Izuku can tell the exact moment Bakugo unleashes his quirk. The red light seems to explode outwards in sparks. Die! An explosion rockets the ball in the air. Izuku can feel the tremors up his body and a hot gust of wind hits the entire class in the face. Somewhere next to him a boy with red spiky hair mutters, "Whoa! That's so manly." A pink girl whispers back at the boy with enthusiasm, "He was probably the highest scorer in the exam or something." Bakugo looks back at the class with a smug expression. Meanwhile Aizawa checks a black device. Then he holds it up for the class to see. It reads 705. 2M. Knowing your limits is the most important thing for a hero. It's the first rational step to your training. Excited murmurs start among the class. So we get to use our quirks freely. This is going to be so much fun. Izuku isn't sure who said it, but he immediately knows that wasn't the right thing to say. Especially not with Aizawa as their teacher. Fun. Aizawa says it with the sort of dangerous undertone that makes the class fall silent. If that is what you think this is, if you hope to become a hero with that attitude, I will add an extra challenge. A few people shift around nervously and Izuku can see a glint of amusement in the hero's eyes. He's so sure Aizawa is enjoying this way too much. The person who comes in last will be deemed without potential and will be expelled. Without waiting for the class reaction, Aizawa turns around and starts making his way to the first part of the test. Shocked murmurs start among the group, but most hurry to catch up to their teacher, too afraid to do anything else. When Izuku looks at Hitoshi, standing next to him, his friend is white as a sheet. Hitoshi dash. Izuku asks with a sense of concern. The other still has his eyes fixed on their teacher. I'm so fed. Without looking at Izuku, Hitoshi stuffs his hands in his pockets and starts following the rest of the class with hanging shoulders. Izuku hears him mutter, "There goes my dream." In a second Izuku rushes forward and grabs his friend by the shoulders. "Hitoshi, stop. Look at me." With reluctance Hitoshi raises his eyes to look at Izuku. Izuku tries to look as encouraging as possible when he says, "You've trained so hard to get into this course. This won't get you kicked out. It's the kind of test where, if you score average during every part, you'll still be in the middle of the scoreboard. At least with this group you will." Hitoshi looks like he doesn't quite follow, so Izuku explains as quickly as possible. Most of the class is already standing around Aizawa, waiting for the few slow people to catch up. Most people here will do extraordinarily well in one specific test, when their quirk is at an advantage. But that is also their weakness. They didn't train their body the way you or I did. That's why we'll do better in the other areas. Izuku spares another glance at the group, especially Aizawa, and sees the man watching the group with his ever-passive yet still critical face. No doubt that he's studying the group right at this moment. You should still try something with your quirk. A trick or something. I'm sure you can come up with something. It's the kind of thing Aizawa would like if Izuku's guesswork about the man's character is correct. A glimpse of determination seems to have reappeared in Hitoshi's purple eyes. All right. I can do that. Izuku squeezes his friend's shoulder in reassurance and then they hurry to join up with the rest of the class. The round of tests pass by quickly and, for the most part, uneventful. Even without using any of his quirks, Izuku manages to stay somewhere around the top of the ranking. Because he came in first at the entrance exam, Izuku knows that he can't just stay somewhere in the middle of the pack. That would draw too much unwanted attention. Ending somewhere near the top would satisfy Aizawa, though it's important not to end at the top. With only having a supposed passive quirk, it wouldn't make sense in a test where the only thing tested is the strength of your quirk. It's just not something a teenager who's supposedly only trained on his own with a passive quirk and little combat experience would excel at. It doesn't take Izuku much effort to stay somewhere near the top, and thus it gives him enough time to observe the others. Uraraka has a strong quirk but is still inexperienced in using it, often not knowing her limits. On the contrary, you have Ida, who has excellent control over his quirk for someone of his age but who lacks any flexibility whatsoever. The control is probably because he's the little brother of Ingenium and a child from a legacy of heroes. At least that's what Izuku guesses, as his quirk is eerily similar to the speed hero. Besides that, one of the recommended kids has a fascinating quirk. Varozu is her name, and Izuku's hands twitch at the need to look at her creation quirk up close. Every test she creates something new and comes out somewhere near the top of all students. Her creativity and clear knowledge about the things she's creating make it clear that she's a force to be reckoned with. The other recommended kid, Todoroki, is clearly the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Izuku's heard rumors about that family, about the eldest son and his whereabouts, and the mother who's whispered to be in a mental hospital. From the split light of Todoroki's quirk, Izuku deduces that he must have a dual quirk, probably half hot half cold. Oddly enough, the youngest son of the flame hero only uses his cold side, ice dancing around his fingertips every time he uses it with a passive face. Izuku has his guesses as to why this might be the case, but it's none of his business. Still, it seems like some rumors might be true. When they get to the grip strength test, Hitoshi manages to actually get the top score by compelling a student with multiple arms named Shoji to do his test. Unconscious, Shoji manages to get an even higher score than his own, probably because all humans possess way more strength than they often realize. When Hitoshi wakes the teen again, he's met with stunned silence by the entire class. Izuku can't help but smile when he sees Aizawa watching his friend with a sense of pride. Luckily for Hitoshi, none of the others seem to have a problem with him having a brainwashing quirk, and Izuku has never seen his friend look so happy after using his quirk. As they work through test after test, there's one person Izuku's eyes always return to. Bakugo. He's not the only one, as he's felt the burning red gaze at the back of his head multiple times throughout the test when Bakugo thought Izuku wasn't looking. Bakugo manages to remain in the top 3 at every test, and he participates in them with a grim sort of determination. He doesn't talk to anyone and brushes off the red-haired teen, Kirishima is his name, rather brusquely when he tries to make friendly small talk. Still, Bakugo's quirk control is astonishing, and Izuku is reminded again why he admired him years ago, back in another life. Izuku quickly averts his eyes when Bakugo looks up from his grip strength test and focuses back on his own test. That doesn't prevent him from noticing the other teen frowning though. After that, everything goes just fine until it's Izuku's turn at the ball throw. It happens just after he's thrown the ball. The ball sails in a high, smooth arc and lands somewhere far away in the grass. Izuku already knows it'll be a good score, even if it didn't take too much effort or think work. Just as he's about to turn around and walk back to the group of students, he freezes because suddenly something feels wrong. The world has gone oddly quiet, and the faint humming of his quirk in his veins is gone. Even the dozen or so lights that always appear in the back of his head when other quirks are nearby are gone. To Izuku, it feels as if he is blind. For a moment he can't breathe. Is he nearby? Did he steal his quirk? Did he somehow manage to break into the school, and is he now here to take Izuku away? Somewhere far, far underground, back to that concrete room. Panic floods Izuku's mind and his heartbeat thunders in his ears. Then, with a lot of effort, he manages to gather his thoughts and notices something. This feels different, less definite. If Izuku focuses deeply inward, he can still feel the core of his quirk, but it's as if someone has placed a thick wall before it, preventing Izuku from accessing his quirk. Suddenly it makes sense. With mechanical movements, Izuku turns to face his teacher. Aizawa is looking at him with bright red eyes and floating hair. If Izuku weren't used to monsters worse than nightmares, he might have found it a menacing sight. "Waiu," is all Izuku's able to say. His throat closes and his chest suddenly feels very tight. Because Aizawa took away his eyes and ears. The one thing he could rely on to keep himself safe from him. He recognizes the burning feeling in his stomach as anger. Aizawa frowns at him and his mouth is set in disappointment. "Yes, I took away your quirk." Izuku can't move a muscle and is not sure whether he wants to. He doesn't know what he'd do if he could. The violating feeling of having your quirk taken from you is something Izuku's experienced countless times. When he got out of that hellhole, he'd promised to himself that he would never have to experience that again. This goes against that promise. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Izuku registers the whispers from the class, probably shocked at their teacher's quirk. Said teacher is still staring Izuku down with red, unblinking eyes. "You're not doing your best. Do you expect to become a hero with only half the effort?" Izuku grits his teeth in anger. He knows what it takes to be a hero. That you can't half-ass a fight. Ever. It can mean your death or the death of a comrade. But Aizawa doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the dangers of standing out for Izuku. How it could mean the end of the life he and his mother have built for themselves. Then Aizawa blinks and all of a sudden the world comes back into focus. The humming of Izuku's quirk, the lights and the beating of heartbeats reappear. You have your quirk back. Don't disappoint me. Izuku returns to the rest of the class with balled-up fists and anger still coursing through his veins. Hitoshi tries to make eye contact but Izuku avoids him. A plan is forming in his head and he needs to think it out carefully. After this there are 2 tests where he can't do much, but after that there is the endurance run. Aizawa wants a spectacle. Izuku will give it to him. During the seated toe touch and the upper body strength parts, Izuku crushes almost everyone. They're tests where most quirks aren't very useful and Izuku's had his body trained since he was 5. He's as flexible as he can be and even without his strength quirks he's stronger than most. Still, he can feel Aizawa's watchful gaze on the back of his head. This isn't the kind of thing the man wants to see and Izuku knows it. The rest of the class is also watching him with a sort of curiosity, most of them wondering what he'll do, what his quirk is. Hitoshi tries to talk to him but Izuku doesn't trust himself to speak so he evades his friend. Everyone's getting ready for the final part, the endurance run, when Izuku puts his plan into motion. He scans the group and quickly finds his 2 victims, discussing something. Yoirozu and Ida. They seem to already know each other, probably because they are both from a legacy family. Quickly, Izuku approaches them and he plasters something akin to a smile on his face. Hey, ready for the last part. Inwardly he cringes at the cheerfulness of his voice. The other 2 teens turn to look at him with surprised faces. Yoirozu is the first one to answer with her own smile. Yes, I am. You are. Izuku gasps, as if embarrassed at the fact that he forgot to introduce himself. He grabs the girl's hand and starts shaking it. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Yoirozu nods with a polite smile, her high ponytail lightly swinging in the action. Likewise, I'm Yoirozu Momo. Her smile becomes a bit more forced when the handshake takes longer than normal but Izuku keeps shaking it enthusiastically. He's just super excited to meet others, alright. Then he turns to Ida and grabs his hand in the same manner. Sorry if we go off on the wrong foot at the exam. I was just really nervous. Ida first looks at their hands, shaking, then he straightens and says, it is alright. I must apologize as well for my behavior during the exam. I was indeed nervous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Izuku lets go of their hands as Ida continues, I must compliment you for seeing the true purpose of the exam. I was too blind to notice it. True purpose. Puzzled, Izuku looks at the other teen. Ida nods vigorously, yes, you saved that girl, Uraka, even when it wouldn't give you any points. You ran ahead without hesitation. Ida looks away, as if ashamed. If I had known that there was an extra part to the exam, I would have done the same. Izuku just nods, biting tongue to not say anything. He's not sure Ida understands the true purpose of the exam, even now. Then Izuku smiles at the 2 of them again and says, well, I wish you both good luck with the last part. As Izuku walks away from them he lets his happy mask fall away to make room for the still present anger. With him he takes 2 quirks, both sitting snugly in a safe somewhere inside his quirk. Compared to the quirk he has, Izuku's quirk is rather gentle when taking other quirks. When he does it, it's excruciatingly painful, something one immediately notices. With Izuku, his quirk mixed with his mother's gentle quirk, allowing for a gentle pull where almost no one notices their quirk disappearing. He very much liked that aspect of Izuku's quirk, making Izuku use it often when on a stealth mission. Alright, everyone, let's get this last part over with. Aizawa's voice drones out from the other side of the field. Izuku goes to stand at the starting line and he feels his focus slipping into place. He transforms the anger boiling in his veins into something useful. It's what he has told him countless times. Use your anger. The world narrows until the only thing that exists is the field ahead of him. Izuku lowers his stance and feels his muscles tense. 3, 2, 1. Go. Before anyone else, Izuku's off. Somewhere behind him he hears shouts. My quirk. It's gone. Don't worry, you'll get it back after this test. A hero should also be able to perform without their quirk. Aizawa's matter-of-fact voice is the last thing Izuku hears before he drones all other noise out. The only thought in his mind that remains is, run. And he does so, he runs like he's never ran before. He runs with the thought in mind that one of those things is pursuing him and he can't let it catch him. He stays ahead of everyone else for the entire time. It kind of feels freeing, to not have to worry about anything besides the need to run. He hasn't felt like that in a long time. There'd always been other thoughts swarming his mind. This time his anger has driven everything else out. When the timer announces the end of the test, Izuku almost feels like passing out. With heaving breaths he comes to a standstill before Aizawa. The man is looking at him with a sort of pride. He nods at Izuku in acknowledgement and Izuku returns the gesture. Otherwise they don't exchange a word. Then Ida and Yorozu approach them, both with frowns on their faces. One in concern, the other in anger. Sensei, what is the explanation behind this unfair act? Ida's volume is even higher than usual and his movements seem to be even more robotical. Without a change in his stoic expression, their teacher says, "You two weren't alert. Someone here took advantage of that. Though I'm sure that someone will return your quirk soon." Aizawa gives Izuku a pointed look and Izuku feels like this is the moment to say something. He steps forward with his hands in a placating gesture. "I was the one who turned off your quirks." Two heads turn to look at him with a sense of betrayal and Izuku feels a sense of shame wash over him. He's never liked taking people's quirks without permission, but in his anger he'd been too overwhelmed to think that through. With a soft voice Yorozu says, "But why?" For a moment Izuku hesitates, then with a look at Aizawa he says, "To win." Hurriedly he adds, "I promise I won't do it again. At least not without your permission." Both of them look unsure, so Izuku decides that maybe a bit of explanation is in its place. "I can permanently turn on and off quirks. That's my quirk. Let's just say that there are a few requirements in order for my quirk to work. I'm sure you'll figure out exactly what it is on your own." For a moment the two of them look puzzled, then Yorozu brightens. "Touch. It's touch." Izuku nods. He can take and give quirks but only when he's able to touch the other for at least 5 seconds. He bites his lip in uncertainty. "I'm sorry I turned them off without your permission. It's not something I usually do." Ida shakes his head. "No, it's fine." He sighs, "As long as you don't do it again. It is unbecoming of a hero student." At the last part Ida's back to his usual, robotic self. It almost makes Izuku smile. Maybe he'll come to like the other student in the future. Izuku quickly returns their quirks, even if giving Yorozu her quirk back takes a bit more effort. Both of them heave a sigh of relief when they've got it back. After that Aizawa reveals the results. Turns out, it was apparently all a ruse. Or that's what Aizawa claims it is, with an entertained smile on his lips as multiple students heave a sigh of relief. Izuku's not so sure. He's pretty sure the hero would have expelled anyone who he found not to have any potential. Because of his actions at the last 3 parts of the test, Izuku ends in the top 3, above Bakugo but below Todoroki. Hitoshi manages to end just above the middle and his friend gives him a relieved smile. Seems like they're both allowed to stay in the hero course. Izuku can sense the quirk before he's reached the gate. Bakugo. Internally, Izuku sighs. Of course. He stops just before the other teen and for a bit they're both quiet, observing each other. Anger radiates from Bakugo and Izuku can see his hands flex, still he doesn't use his quirk. It's a change from all those years ago, when Bakugo would use his quirk at every opportunity. Bakugo's the first one to break the silence. "I have seen you before." Izuku sighs and looks at Bakugo with played disinterest. "I don't think you do. Don't F with me. I know I remember you from somewhere." Bakugo stalks forward, his finger pricking in Izuku's direction. Anger rolls in waves from his body. The swearing definitely hasn't changed. Izuku rolls his eyes. "Sure, good luck remembering someone you've never seen before." Bakugo tries to say something else but gets interrupted by a bubbly voice. "Hey, Midoriya. Do you want to walk to the train station together?" Uraraka stops when she's reached Izuku and has a bright smile on her face. Then she notices the tense atmosphere and her smile disappears. Hesitantly, she asks, "Am I interrupting something?" Izuku shakes his head and turns to walk to the gate. "No. Just getting to know a classmate." He looks behind him one more time at Uraraka's confused face. "Come on." Hitoshi is waiting outside the gate. Burning red eyes follow Izuku's every movement, but Bakugo doesn't say anything. He merely watches. Their eyes meet one more time and Izuku knows, this isn't over yet. Still, Izuku looks away and starts making his way to the gate. As much as it hurts him, Bakugo can't remember who he is. Because if he did, Izuku could lose everything. When Izuku and Hitoshi reach UA the next morning, the gates are swarming with press. After seeing this morning's headlines on various news sites, Izuku can say he understands. Because apparently All Might is teaching at UA this year. What is even worse is that he is teaching heroics. Which means that Izuku will almost certainly have the #1 hero as a teacher for those classes. Now, as a hero, Izuku doesn't have immense problems with All Might. He has saved a lot of people and stabilized the country, there's no doubt about that. But he's not Izuku's favorite hero. He hasn't been a hero fanboy like he used to be for years, and since then Izuku's developed a taste for heroes that are a bit less flashy and a bit more quiet. He didn't like All Might at all. Izuku remembers he wasn't allowed any hero merch at all, but especially not any All Might merch, back when he didn't yet know what kind of monster he was. He remembers being severely upset about that, mostly because his favorite hoodie had been a limited edition All Might hoodie. Probably the second reason why Izuku doesn't exactly have warm feelings about the #1 is because of family reasons. Mainly that he had a 2-centuries-old grudge with All Might and anyone before him who was the bearer of one very specific quirk. Izuku's heard that tale more times than he can count, though probably a heavily censored version where half of the material was used to manipulate Izuku. He knows how badly he wants All Might's quirk, it had been made his #1 goal. A few years ago he had almost succeeded in doing so. Afterwards Izuku hadn't seen him for a few months. When he did appear it was while on heavy life support, still just as terrifying. Because Izuku knows it's not the quirks, but the mind that make him the king of the underworld. Do you think they hope to get some information by kidnapping the students? Izuku gets dragged out of the depths of his mind by Hitoshi's question. Just ahead of them the huge sea of press seems to absorb student after student with their endless cameras and microphones. It almost appears to be a living organism, ready to drag in anything that comes too close, never to be seen again. A thought enters Izuku's brain. I'm not going in there. Even the idea of doing so makes his hands sweaty and his breathing ragged. Hitoshi must see something on his face because suddenly he stops. I'm sure there must be a back entrance somewhere. He looks around with a tense face, warily eyeing the bulk of press. They're still far enough away that nobody has caught sight of them yet. Come on. I think I know where to find another way in. Izuku grabs Hitoshi's wrist and ushers him into the nearest alley. What? Hitoshi muttered with a confused face. Izuku quickly checks their surroundings while explaining, they haven't seen us yet, so it's best to get off the main street. He quickly maps out a potential route to the back entrance in his head. He'd examined UA's surrounding area extensively just before the entrance exam. It never hurts to know one's way around a place. When he's sure of a route he starts to make his way deeper into the maze of streets and alleys surrounding UA, Hitoshi following him with an indifferent shrug. As they are hurrying along one of the streets Hitoshi asks, "Su, what was up between you and that Bakugo kid yesterday?" Izuku sighs. Bakugo hasn't left his mind since yesterday. To be honest, he doesn't really know what to do regarding his long-lost childhood friend. Act like he doesn't exist. Play ignorant. Izuku's pretty sure that would just anger Bakugo and it would most likely make him more determined to figure out who exactly Izuku is. On the other hand, he can't just tell Bakugo that yes, Izuku's his childhood friend. Yes, he disappeared at some point, and yes, that is because of his evil grandfather. It's a difficult predicament to be in, and to be honest Izuku really just feels like ignoring Bakugo until he's figured out how to deal with the explosive teen. I don't really know. He thought he knew me. Hitoshi spares Izuku a searching glance, and does he? Izuku hesitates and his friend can see it on his face. Then he shrugs. Even if he knew me in the past, I'm not that person anymore. So no, I guess he doesn't know me. Hitoshi lets his eyes linger a bit longer on Izuku before wordlessly nodding. His friend probably knows that something is up with Izuku. Not probably, he definitely knows. Especially because when Izuku had just started middle school he didn't know how to properly socially interact with other kids at all. Hitoshi has also seen the scars that litter his body enough times in the changing room before PE. It makes it not too difficult to form a vague picture in one's mind about Izuku's past circumstances. But his friend never seemed to care. When Izuku had made clear that he didn't really care about Hitoshi's supposed villainous quirk, his friend had patiently shown him what real teenager life was like. He'd shown him the arcade, pop culture, and many other things that Izuku just wasn't familiar with because he'd never had access to them. Hitoshi has never pressed for any details about Izuku's past, he's never cared about Izuku's quirk. And for all of that Izuku is immensely grateful. In return Izuku also never presses for details when Hitoshi has a rough day, just giving him silent support. They have a quiet understanding between the two of them, they don't judge one another when someone keeps some details back, knowing that when the time is right they'll be told about the details. The rest of the way they spend in comfortable silence. As expected no one's at the back in trance, save for a few other smart students, and Hitoshi and Izuku are one of the first few to arrive from their class. The morning passes as normal. They have various regular classes, all of them Izuku's able to follow with ease. He's always liked to study, it takes his mind off other things. Then lunch rolls around and surprisingly enough Hitoshi and Izuku aren't sitting alone at a table. Soon after taking place at a table somewhere in the corner of the cafeteria Uraraka sits down next to them with Ida and the frog girl named Asui in tow. Izuku and Hitoshi introduce themselves to Asui, she answers with a, "Call me Zu, ribbit." After that Uraraka strikes up friendly conversation, mostly with Zu and Ida. Izuku sometimes makes a remark when they're talking about a teacher or a subject but is more distracted by a gaze from across the room, the blazing red eyes from Bakugo who's sitting at the other end of the room with Kirishima and a few others. He doesn't even seem to notice that his group is having a conversation, he just stares at Izuku with an angry frown. For a split second Izuku turns to answer the gaze with his own stare, letting his eyes darken a little. Bakugo freezes before turning away, fury radiating from him because he got caught. With a satisfied smile Izuku focuses again on what the people at his table are talking about. "Do you think we'll have all might for heroics, Kero?" It's Zu who pops the question that's been on everyone's mind this morning. Hitoshi shrugs as he stirs his coffee. Why would they? We're the newbies of the school. But it would be so cool to have the #1 hero as our teacher. Uraraka says as she waves her chopsticks around enthusiastically. At the same time Ida looks at her with a horrified expression. "Uraraka, please refrain from waving your chopsticks around. It is improper." "Oops, sorry." Uraraka giggles as she keeps waving them around. Ida gives her one last glance before pushing up his glasses and saying, "Personally I think that All Might will be teaching the upper classes. They would probably benefit from his expertise the most while we still have to learn the basics, something any heroic teacher can teach us. I think there's a big chance we'll get him as our teacher." All eyes turn to Izuku as this is the first thing he's said since the start of the break. Ida frowns. Why would that be? Izuku is just about to elaborate when all of the sudden a screeching alarm blares through the room. It's so loud that for a few seconds all Izuku can hear is a piercing sound in his ears until he manages to drag his hearing quirk into one of the saves of his main quirk. The rest of the table is looking around with confused or scared faces when a voice from one of the speakers sounds. "This is a level 3 evacuation. Please evacuate orderly." It's as if that's what releases all the tension in the room because all of the sudden the entire student mass is hurrying towards the emergency exit. Another first-year student yells something at Ida when he asks a question but Izuku doesn't hear what exactly above the ringing in his ears, this time not because of the noise but because of the waves and waves of bodies all moving towards the exit. It seems like it blurs together into one crushing wave that absorbs anything that comes near, and something in Izuku's brain tells him that going in there is a bad idea. The rest of their group at the table all get up in a flurry of movements, and then Ida is hoarding them towards the mass of people. It's as if Izuku's feet are made of lead because he can't step away from the table. Other students rush past him and all noise seems to blur together as Ida, Uraraka, and Zu head towards the exit. Then Hitoshi is at his side with a worried face. "Come on, let's keep by each other's side." He grabs Izuku's hand, his are clammy from sweat as well, and then he begins guiding Izuku in the direction of the mob of people. Once they've reached the mob of people, with the alarm still blaring in their ears and with a firm grip on each other's hand, Hitoshi starts pushing his way through. After a few deep breaths, Izuku follows him in the action. The sound of people screaming and panicking is almost overwhelming, and Izuku's head threatens to split apart by the sheer amount of quirks packed together, all a breath away of being taken. It takes a lot of effort, nearly too much, to keep his quirk and the itch to take in check. Hitoshi also doesn't look too good, his face is even more pale than usual, making his eye bags stand out like black against white. His purple quirk is pulsating in rapid, uneven movements. With a spurt of courage, Izuku begins pushing even harder. His friend is not comfortable in this situation and it urges Izuku to do something about it. He grits his teeth together and ignores the splitting headache and the feeling of bodies being pushed against his own. All of it goes well and Izuku gets the feeling like he might be able to overcome this crowd together with his friend. Of course, that's when someone screams, "They broke through the gate." There's a beat of silence. Then all hell breaks loose. The pressure of bodies against Izuku's increases, and in one swift motion his and Hitoshi's hand are wrenched apart. His friend looks one more time at Izuku with a panicked face and his lips move to form words before he's swept away. Izuku doesn't hear the words, only the screeching of the alarm that's way to load and BLD rushing in his ears. Shoulders shove against him, feet step on his own and elbows jab in his side. There are too many people around him and Izuku feels like he's drowning. The waves push against him, drag him down until he's unable to breathe, the world spins. Izuku's not sure how, but he manages to reach the windows lining the right side of the hall and the view of the sky and the school grounds manages to calm him down. Oxygen flows back into his lungs and the ringing in his ears tones down a little. From this hallway he has a clear view of the gates and he sees reporters attempting to enter the school grounds while present MIC and some other heroes rush to stop them from entering the grounds. A sense of relief floods Izuku because these aren't villains, they're just annoying reporters. That is until his eyes fall on the gate. Or rather what is left of it. Because even from this distance he recognizes the decay that ate away at UA's unbreakable barrier until only dust and rust were left. Tenko, it can't be. Surely it's just a similar quirk. Izuku tries to convince himself of that, but his mind won't let him. It's Tenko and he's here on a mission for him. They're here to take him. They found him. Where could Tenko be? Izuku doesn't know. He has to get out of here. But before he can take any action, the world narrows down. All noise becomes too loud and not there at all at the same time. With shaking knees, Izuku lets himself lean against the window, his breaths coming in short and shallow. Somewhere in the back of his head he registers a vaguely familiar voice booming something from far above the crowd. Then rough, calloused hands close around his wrist and drag him away from the crowd. It seems like the students aren't packed together as densely anymore, but Izuku's too busy trying to breathe while staying on 2 feet to notice. Everything is a blur of color and noise until the calloused hands drag him into a cool, silent room. They push him down against a tiled wall and the white stone feels cool under Izuku's touch. Still, it does nothing against the panic that's coursing through Izuku's veins. The world is still a haze of color and his breathing is too loud in his ears. Tenko is here. He broke into UA and no one knows. Tenko is H-. Izuku croaks out in between heaving breaths. Those rough hands close around his shoulder and a vague blur comes in closer. Hey! Save your fing breath. No. They don't understand. They have to. Izuku shakes his head fiercely and he squeezes his shaking hands together in front of his knees. No, they're G-. Going to take me. I don't care right now. Just follow my breathing, dipshit. One of Izuku's hands is grabbed and put on what must be a chest. At the same time a wave of nausea hits Izuku that he swallows away with a lot of effort. Then the person starts counting to 5 as they breathe in and again as they breathe out. Izuku tries to follow what the voice is saying and slowly, so very slowly his breathing calms down again. The rapid beating of his heart slows and everything stops spinning. Finally the world comes back into focus. And with that Izuku finds no one other than Bakugo sitting in front of him with blazing red eyes and a firm set of his mouth. 𝐿𝐴 is enjoying some well-needed rest inside his yellow sleeping bag when the alarm goes off. In seconds he is on 2 feet and out of his classroom, the safety protocol for this specific alarm, a level 3 evacuation, ready in his head. The second and third years still have classes, they always start their lunch 30 minutes later so as not to overwhelm lunch rush. So those classes will be with a teacher and will also know what to do because of the regular evacuation practices. No, it's the first years he's worried about. They haven't had any evacuation practice and in his experience are generally not as cool-headed about these things. Still, 𝐿𝐴 has his own things to do and so he goes off to check multiple back entrances and classrooms to make sure everything's empty with his capture weapon in his hands and his quirk ready to use. Level 3 evacuation hasn't happened in all his years of teaching here and thus an uneasy feeling settles in his stomach. He squashes the feeling quickly, it wouldn't be logical to be distracted by that now. Keeping a clear head is much more important. He doesn't encounter anything besides empty classrooms or sometimes a class following one of his colleagues on their way to evacuate. He also doesn't hear any upheaval from nearby and it's almost unsettling because with a level 3 alarm there should have been some serious SHT happening somewhere. It doesn't make sense. There's not much 𝐿𝐴 can do about that now though, so he continues on with his part of the evacuation. After a few minutes he finishes and he heads outside to the wide open grass fields where all the classes are neatly lined up. A quick chat with Midnight tells him that it was just the press who had broken in. Yamada stayed behind to see them all off and taken away by the police but also to be on gate duty. Apparently the gate was destroyed. Logically, no reporter would be stupid enough to do that. Though that's not something he can think about now because he has a class to check up on. He finds them standing in a neat line next to the other first-year hero class. When they notice him approaching, Ida is the first to say something. "Sensei, is everything all right? It was just the press who broke through the gate." 𝐿𝐴 lets himself scan his class and realizes that 2 of his students are missing. Where are Midoriya and Bakugo? As he asks, his eyes fall on Shinsu. From what he observed, he is friends with Midoriya. Shinsu meets his eyes with a certain panic in them. I don't know, sensei, he stammers, I lost Izuku in the crowd. You all stay here. Midnight will bring you back to class. 𝐿𝐴 orders as he looks at his class with a stern look. Anyone who does otherwise will be immediately expelled. Just as he turns around, Shinsu calls, he doesn't like crowds, sensei. 𝐿𝐴 turns his head around and nods at his student as a sign of acknowledgement. Shinsu lets his shoulder hang just a bit in relief, the only bit of emotion he shows. A clear sign of how little Shinsu trusts authoritarian figures. 𝐿𝐴 knows that some of his students have issues. For Shinsu probably related to his quirk. Yorozu has issues with her confidence, Bakugo clearly has anger issues and 𝐿𝐴's sure that Todoroki has a lot going on regarding his home situation. Just to put it lightly. And that's not even speaking about Midoriya, who also appears to have a lot going on. That's also putting it lightly. Most of this became clear yesterday, during the quirk apprehension test, but as a teacher 𝐿𝐴 can't just demand of his students to work on their problems or to talk to him about their struggles. It's also not something that he wants to do, for he is their teacher, not their parent. He can merely nudge them in the right direction with some encouragement. For now 𝐿𝐴 will start by finding his missing students and giving them a firm talk about not following evacuation. As he walks away with big strides, 𝐿𝐴 calls Nezu. I have 2 missing students. Do you have any idea where they might be? Can you look at your cameras and tell me where they were last seen? A hum from the phone, of course, let me have a look. As 𝐿𝐴 enters the school again, he gets his answer. You should take a look around the second bathroom near hallway 1C on the first floor. All right, thanks. 𝐿𝐴 hangs up and hurries along the hallways to his destination. When he's just about to reach the bathroom, he catches 2 voices. Drag me in here. You were having a panic attack, idiot. What else should I have done here? Deciding he's heard enough, 𝐂𝐽 enters the bathroom with the most menacing face that he can muster. There he's greeted by the sight of Bakugo sitting in front of Midoriya with a surprisingly toned-down demeanor. The latter is sitting with his knees pulled up to his chin, white as a sheet and with jittering hands against the tiled wall next to the sinks. The two of them look up to see 𝐂𝐽 standing in the door opening. Sensei. Midoriya stammers, his voice raw. 𝐂𝐽 feels a sense of shock when he sees the teen's eyes. They look even more haunted than usual. Immediately he lets his ominous expression soften a little. What happened, he asks, still with a strict voice but not as harsh. Before Midoriya can say anything, Bakugo responds, he had a panic attack. I dragged him in here to calm down. 𝐂𝐽 looks at Midoriya with a raised eyebrow. Do you know why you had one? The teen seems to hesitate and 𝐂𝐽 adds, and don't think about lying. I'll know. The crowd, Midoriya says with a steady voice as he looks 𝐂𝐽 dead in the eye, it was the crowd. You should have let us know if crowds are that much of an issue for you. It isn't exactly accusatory, merely a statement. The brunette shakes his head, I can handle it on my own. 𝐂𝐽 decides to let this discussion rest. The bathroom isn't the right place for it. Can you stand? Midoriya nods and stands up with surprising power. Good. Bakugo, take Midoriya to the infirmary. After that, immediately return to class. The two teens leave the bathroom. 𝐂𝐽 gives Midoriya a look, telling him that this conversation isn't over yet. The teen's face remains indifferent and it tells 𝐂𝐽 everything he needs to know. The mask is back again. While making his way to his classroom, he contemplates the headache that is Midoriya. When he first met the teen as Ghost, he tried to keep his distance. They were only colleagues after all, and it was none of 𝐂𝐽's business what was happening in the other's life. That all changed when Midoriya became a student of his. He'd seen the mask once before, after the entrance exam. He'd come down to the infirmary out of curiosity, because he wondered where a teenager had learned to fight like that and with such experience. But it hadn't been a ferocious warrior that 𝐂𝐽 was met with. Instead, it had been a scared and quite frankly a traumatized teenager. He'd seen it in the way the teen flinched when Recovery Girl checked up on him. But especially in the way Midoriya reacted after the panic attack. It had been as if a mask slid over his face as soon as 𝐂𝐽 had started asking about the teen's personal life. All signs for domestic abuse. But when 𝐂𝐽 had asked him, Midoriya had reacted so truthfully opposed to that suggestion that he was sure that wasn't the case. And thus the picture 𝐂𝐽 had crafted in his mind didn't fit. On the first day, 𝐂𝐽 had expected Midoriya to shine during the quirk apprehension test. As Ghost, he was almost famous for being able to be flexible with his mind and think outside the box. And with the sheer ferocity the teen had shown during the entrance exam, 𝐂𝐽 had thought that there was no other option other than Midoriya ending near the top of every test. There had been none of that. Instead, Midoriya had scored average on every single test and had made no effort to raise his scores. So 𝐂𝐽 had decided to intervene. He still doesn't understand why the teen had been so angry when he'd taken his quirk, but it had disappointed him. Because it meant that the teen couldn't accept his quirk being taken. Which quite frankly was ridiculous, as 𝐂𝐽 had never even seen him use his quirk. But Midoriya had surprised him afterwards. With a smart trick that only Ghost could think of, he'd taken the top score during the last test. And now 𝐂𝐽 had found Midoriya together with Bakugo. He isn't even going to dive into that relationship, while the teen had just had a panic attack. It is an impossible puzzle. But 𝐂𝐽 is going to figure his student out. There's one thing he knows, there's something going on with Midoriya, something that may be far more sinister than thought, and when the truth is revealed it's not going to be pretty. Chapter text. Izuku's surprised when Bakugo keeps his questions to himself while the two of them make their way to the infirmary. Unlike the blazing anger that seems to permanently hang around the teen, he now seems to be sunken into a brooding silence. Meanwhile, Izuku's quietly panicking. Because after a while of debating, he's sure that it had been Tenko who broke through the gate. And maybe he didn't come here to take Izuku, because if that had been the case, Izuku wouldn't be here now. But there must have been a reason for the break-in. Should he report his suspicions to the school? No. Then he'd have to explain his reasoning, and there's no way Izuku's risking his or his mom's safety. It pains him, but for now there's not much he can do. Izuku glances again at Bakugo, who's walking quietly beside him. He wonders what the teen is thinking. Maybe about those stupid sentences Izuku said back in the bathroom. They arrive at the infirmary and Bakugo hands him over to Recovery Girl before returning back to class. He gives Izuku one final glance before he leaves. Izuku feels a sense of uneasiness growing at the look in his eyes, because Bakugo is figuring things out. There's no way he isn't with how smart the other teen is. Recovery Girl gives Izuku a stern lecture about informing the school about potential stress factors. Izuku undergoes the talk quietly. After making sure he's physically all right, the heroine forces him to take an hour rest. Finally, just before the first class of heroics, she lets him go and Izuku's sure he's never been so happy about returning to class again. When Izuku enters the classroom, he's met with a flurry of questions. After assuring everyone that he's fine and that he'll be able to join the first heroics lesson, he manages to get to his seat. Hitoshi, who is sitting behind him, asks, "Are you all right?" Izuku nods, "Yeah, I'm fine now. Just the crowd was a lot." Hitoshi hums in understanding, and Izuku can see the worry in him disappear at the assurance that his friend is all right. Before the two of them can talk more, Izuku's quirk seems to go haywire by something nearby. Not even 2 seconds later, the back door is thrown open by no one other than, "I am coming through the door like a normal person." The entire class erupts into chatter at the appearance of All Might while the man makes his way to the front of the class. Izuku has to do his best to keep a straight face. Annoyance, fear and anger battle to take over his face, and Izuku can't decide what to feel besides the awe at the man's quirk. He's never seen anything like it before, even his quirk couldn't be compared to this. The quirk seems to hold 7 different lights all warped into one, and together they form the most appealing rainbow Izuku's ever seen. Along with that, the quirk has a blinding white light surrounding its edges, making it by far the brightest quirk in the room. And then he's not even talking about the sheer power that the quirk emits. It's almost baffling that one quirk can hold so much strength. Still, awe isn't the only emotion. There's annoyance and anger. Izuku isn't sure why he feels that way. Maybe that in some twisted way he feels angry for the damage the hero inflicted on him. There's something seriously wrong with him if that's the case. He's also slightly afraid of the number one, because he's one of the few people, if not the only person on the planet, to take him on and come out alive. The thought of finding himself under the wrath of All Might if the hero were to ever find out who Izuku's related to, what he's done to survive, scares Izuku. The number one breaks Izuku's internal battle by starting the class. "All right everyone, yes, I am here as a teacher." The class quiets down and All Might continues, "Today we'll be doing a practical exercise. So everyone, take your costumes and follow me to ground beta." With a click on a button, all the costumes are revealed and an excited murmur passes through the class. "Well, come on. We don't have all day." All Might calls with a blinding smile, and that gets the class moving. In the changing room, Izuku takes a moment to look at the silver suitcase that stores his costume. Ever since he was young, he dreamed of wearing an actual hero costume. Back in those sunny days, he designed many costumes, most of them inspired by All Might. Now he'd taken his inspiration elsewhere. When he opens the case, it reveals appealing, sturdy black fabric and various gadgets. First are black cargo briefs with green accents and dark red pockets. The knees are padded and the fabric is strong enough to withstand the wear and tear of battle. Next are black boots up to his calves with steel toes. The top half of his costume is tight-fitted, again sturdy black fabric with green accents and Kevlar protection in the important parts. Around his waist wraps a red utility belt, filled to the brim with goodies he'd requested from the support department. His hands are left completely uncovered as to give him enough opportunity to turn others' quirks off. Finally, his face is covered up to the nose by a black mouth guard. All that is left is a black hood. On the half that covers up until low over his forehead, some special accents have been added. The mouth and face of a ghost in red have been stitched on the hood, and the hood itself ends in a low point of fabric, like those covers ghosts tend to wear during Halloween. "Whoa man, you're jacked." Izuku turns around to see Kirishima staring at him with a toothy grin. When Izuku looks down, he sees that in his hurry of checking out the costume, he'd forgotten to put an undershirt on, exposing his torso. "Aya, thanks." Next to him Hitoshi almost seems to lose it at his awkwardness. Oh, he'll get his friend back for that one. At that moment the red-haired teen appears to realize how rude his comment could come across and his cheeks redden. Sorry, I wasn't staring or anything. I just kinda noticed. And no, it's alright. As if he'd just adopted Ida's mannerisms, Izuku turns around again like a robot planning on putting his shirt on as quickly as possible and getting the hell out of here. Hey, where did you get all those scars? Izuku freezes. The entire room quiets. This time when Izuku turns around it's Kaminari who's looking at him. Oh, and the rest of the changing room. Great. Next to him Hitoshi isn't laughing anymore, rather he's looking at Kaminari in a way that doesn't promise much good. Before Izuku can muster the courage to answer, a cold voice cuts through the room. It's rude to ask about other people's scars. Todoroki, who's standing in the corner of the room, is looking at Kaminari with such annoyance and cold disdain that the other teen pales a little. Sorry, he apologizes to Izuku with a bow, I shouldn't have asked. The entire room stays quiet until Bakugo growls, well, what are you all looking at, extras? In a flurry of movements everyone turns to do their own thing again. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. Crisis averted. He tries to catch Todoroki's eyes to thank him but the teen has turned around again to do his own thing. You okay? Hitoshi murmurs next to him. Izuku looks at him and swallows, yeah, I am. Because weirdly enough people had stood up for him. Something that's a new concept to him. Maybe, just maybe, UA won't be as bad as middle school. After that Izuku quickly shoves himself into his costume and hurries out of the changing room. All those eyes trying to sneakily glance at him don't really help, especially because it's so obvious. Today we'll be doing mock battles inside this building of 2 versus 2. The entire class is lined up before All Might at practice ground beta, all of them with their new uniforms on. All Might is standing in front of them with his way too bright smile and a set of not so well hidden flashcards. As it appears they'll be doing a battle exercise for the first lesson. Without discussing the safety procedures. Did the man even get a teaching license? In the meantime the hero himself continues with his struggle in teaching. We will make a villain team, they'll have a bomb hidden in the building. The hero team will enter after a set PRD of time. They can win by either restraining the other team with a given tape or by touching the bomb before the timer goes off. The man gives the class another smile as if that made everything clear. Internally Izuku sighs, he hadn't given any details about potential moves that could disqualify you. That's without even mentioning the fact that most of this class probably didn't even know how to throw a punch, or fall correctly, or how to do the proper footwork. Something that's second nature to more experienced fighters but which is of vital importance to the basis of learning any fight style. All Might looks around the class and doesn't seem to notice the vague looks he's being sent. Alright, that's all. Let me draw the lots to decide the teams. After a bit all the names are collected in one big bin and the hero begins making the teams. Asui and Tokoyami Team H, the villains. Against 𝐂𝐬𝐴N Team F, the heroes. Ida Tenya and Bakugo Katsuki Team D, the heroes. All Might takes out another paper and unfolds it. Izuku knows what's going to be on it the second before he reads it out loud. Uraraka Okuko and Midoriya Izuku Team A, the villains. Immediately Izuku's eyes are drawn to Bakugo. The other teen also looks at him and then grins. It's a grin with a dangerous and wild edge. A challenge. Izuku's not one to back down from that and gives him a cold smile, one that he knows had scared other villains so much they surrendered without a fight. Bakugo though, he doesn't back down so easily and keeps a steady gaze without breaking eye contact. Next to him Hitoshi nudges his shoulder. Luck's really on your side today, here. Izuku scoffs, yeah it really seems so. Uraraka finds him standing in the corner of the observation room, looking at the multiple screens displaying the practice ground. The first group had just gone to prepare for their exercise and the rest of the class went off to this room to look at the upcoming battle. Some duos are huddled together somewhere in the room, talking through some tactics together. Others chose to first observe the first battle. Then there are the unlucky few whose teamwork isn't going so smoothly. Like Todoroki and 𝐂𝐬𝐴, where the ice user almost seems to be made out of stone as he continues ignoring 𝐂𝐿's attempt at devising a plan. Or 𝐸𝐸 and Bakugo for that matter, where the latter just growls a few commands at the blue-haired teen while 𝐸𝐸 splutters and in his own way attempts to make plans. "So, we're a team here," Uraraka says as she comes to stand next to him. Izuku just nods as his eyes keep roaming the room, scanning for any details that he could use to his advantage. "I think I have a plan." He continues more quietly, "I think you should be the one to guard the bomb, then I'll be in the field." The other girl nods in agreement and her hair bobs up and down. "Any ideas about what to do with the bomb?" The building has multiple levels. That's even clear without the floor plan will probably be given just before our match. Your quirk is perfect all the way on the roof because you won't have to worry about falling off and such. That's where you'll have the advantage, so that's where we'll put the bomb. 𝐸𝐸, he'll have difficulty navigating on the roof because I don't think it'll have a fence around it, so he'll have to be careful. Bakugo will most definitely come after me, so you won't have to worry about him. Izuku pauses his thought process and realizes that he might have been talking too much. Talking about something has always helped to organize his thoughts, and it's a habit he hadn't been able to completely break, though the habit appears much less now than when he was younger. When he glances at Uraraka though, he sees that she's listening intently and shows no sign of irritation at his abundant talking. "Do you have any skill sets besides your quirk?" Izuku wonders, more to himself than to Uraraka. "Still," the girl answers, "my parents have a contracting company, I have always helped them out, so I guess I'm quite handy with building stuff." Izuku lights up from that bit of information. That makes the roof even more perfect. If you can gather up some building material like wood and metal and stuff from the other levels of the building and float it up to the roof, you might be able to build something around the bomb. "I can do that," the other girl says, and she continues thoughtfully with her hand underneath her chin. "I think I can also do something like making a trap, but I'll have to see." "What should I do about 𝐸𝐸?" Izuku shakes his head. "Don't worry about him, I'll take care of that on the field." He gives Uraraka a small smile. "You just focus on our defense." Uraraka's eyes glint with determination and she grins rather wolfish. "Aye aye, Captain, let's show these boys what we can do." When it's their turn to go, Izuku and Uraraka make their way to ground beta. On their way, Izuku quickly memorizes the floor plan and then takes his time to give his teammate some final advice. He shows her how to throw a punch and how to put down her feet. She likely won't do it right the first few times and it's probably too difficult to use in the heat of a fight, but nonetheless he hopes it will do some good. At the stairs of the building they part with Izuku's final words, "Just remember that we're the villains. We can act like them as well." Uraraka pauses and she seems to think the words over. Then she nods at him with a look on her face that tells him that she understood its meaning. Once Izuku's left alone on the ground floor, he takes a careful look around. At the windows, the entrance door, the stairway and its blind spots and the air shafts. He knows the floor plan is the same for every floor but mirrored with the stairway each time at the end of a long straight hall. Based on Izuku's calculations about their opponents, he can guess where they'll enter, and coupled with the information about the building, a plan forms in his head. The test is about to start any minute now with the heroes on their way. Izuku's hidden in the shadows of one of the rooms on the ground floor. Calmly, he lets a sense of focus fall on him. The kind of razor focus that always accompanies him in his fights. This time though, he lets the brakes that he'd always been so careful of keeping on a bit loose. Apparently the universe wants him to be a villain so badly he's even been assigned the role in a hero school. Well, Izuku will play along. With his hearing quirks he already hears Bakugo and 𝐸𝐸 approaching, the latter while still trying to reason with the blonde. In one swift motion Izuku has pulled on his hood, enveloping his face in darkness and shadows. He presses himself to the wall and becomes one with the shadows. Merely a ghost in a dark room. A few seconds there's only silence and Izuku's slowed, quiet breathing. Then it's literally shattered by Bakugo, who rockets himself in the air through a window on the second floor. 𝐸𝐸 though, that's a whole other story. Even with all his naivety and rigidness, the teen still chooses to just walk through the front door. Internally, Izuku sighs. It's exactly what he'd predicted. He hears the teen's footsteps nearing and checking the few rooms before Izuku's while talking loudly in his earpiece, probably to argue with Bakugo. Really, had he learned nothing from his brother? The footsteps stop in front of Izuku's room as if hesitating. In that time his muscles tense and Izuku can start to feel the adrenaline of an upcoming fight pumping through his veins. With a slow arc the door opens and a tall shadow appears on the floor. In the dark against the wall next to the door Izuku waits as a predator on his prey. Then Ida walks into the room and for half a second has the time to look around. In one movement Izuku's standing behind Ida. In the next breath he has drawn a knife and locked the teen's limbs in such a way that he won't be able to move out of Izuku's grip no matter what. The knife stops in the air just a centimeter removed from Ida's neck. Underneath his hand Izuku can feel the other boy's rapid beating of his heart. A strangled noise escapes from his throat. Technically Ida would have died right here, wouldn't he? Somewhere in the back of his mind Izuku registers that his voice has taken a cold edge. Aya? Yeah, I suppose so, young Midoriya. Which means Ida would be disqualified, right? Underneath his grip Izuku can feel Ida try to shift nervously. Through his earpiece Izuku can hear All Might struggling to find words before answering, yes, Ida is hereby disqualified. Hearing those words Izuku draws back his knife in one swift motion and backs away from Ida a little. The other teen visibly sags in relief. He'd been lucky Izuku had left the knife in its leather sheath. Without wasting much time standing around Izuku moves out of the room, his footsteps quiet as a mouse. He leaves Ida behind, who seems to be in some sort of shock. Izuku doesn't spend any time thinking that over, he's a villain now and he has a job to do. As he makes his way to the stairs he lets Uraraka in on the situation. Ida is down. Great, how about Bakugo? Just then an angry shout travels down the stairway from up above. Izuku can't help the smirk that forms on his face. It seems your traps are working. Uraraka had left a few simple traps on each level. They're easy enough to avoid for the trained eye, but if you don't expect them they still give you a nasty surprise. I'm engaging now. Keep vigilant. Over and out. Alright, good luck. Over and out. The silence that follows envelopes Izuku and he lets it carry him up the stairs, into the quiet hallways of the second floor. Bakugo must have gone up one floor then. To check, Izuku closes his eyes and lets his own quirk scan the building. Up on the roof, Uraraka is pacing around, maybe even still building some things around the bomb. But just one floor above Izuku, in the corner left room, there's Bakugo's trademark blazing quirk, pounding around the room with brutal efficiency. Probably to look for Izuku. As he sets his first steps onto the third floor he hears Bakugo's footsteps somewhere to his right. Izuku knows the teen is smart, he might have already figured out that Izuku's around here somewhere. There's one door in the entire hallway that's standing open just a little bit. Izuku approaches it silently and peeks around the corner. Indeed, the blonde is there. A quick and silent approach to this, that's what Izuku's going for. Without making a sound he opens the door and slips into the room. He's been trained for this after all. For these silent takedowns. It's handy if you can come in and out somewhere without being noticed. Especially if you exit the place with another quirk in your pocket. Without wasting another second he dashes towards Bakugo, his hands already moving in position to do the same maneuver as with Ida. He never touches the teen though, because when he's a breath away Bakugo turns around on pure instinct with blazing eyes and burning hands. An explosion rockets the room and Izuku barely manages to roll to the side and evade the worst of the blast. Quickly, he gets on his feet again and comes face to face with the other teen. Bakugo grins when he sees who's standing in front of him. Thing finally. Izuku doesn't have time to respond because then the blonde is in his face blasting explosions left and right. He evades them without much difficulty and creates some distance between the two of them again. Bakugo, also barely winded, stretches his hands at his sides as he says, I know I've met you before. It's said with such confidence that it makes Izuku's insides turn cold. He doesn't show any of that though and instead replies coolly, I thought we'd already come to the conclusion yesterday that wasn't the case. Don't bullshit me. I know I'm right. Instead of answering, Izuku engages again. He'll get a read on Bakugo's fighting abilities before coming up with a new plan to subdue him. He swings his right hand at Bakugo's face as a decoy while trying to wipe the other teen off his feet with one of his legs. A second before Izuku's leg connects with Bakugo's body, the teen seems to sense his plan, and with a short blast from both of his hands he moves to the side to evade the swipe of a leg. "Who's Tenko, here?" Bakugo grunts as he tries to blow Izuku's insides out with a blast of his hand. On instinct his body moves to the side and Izuku manages to get 2 hits in by the boy, who receives them with bared teeth. In Izuku's head though, there's only silence. Tenko. The name brings forth memories he'd rather forget, together with a sense of longing. Longing to a brotherly figure he'd once had, no matter how sick their relationship had been. For just a second when he looks at the place where Bakugo had been standing, he doesn't see the hot-headed teen. No, he sees that thing. Its hulking figure with its rolling muscles, he hears it screeching in his ears and smells the faint smell of rotting flesh. When he blinks, the image is gone again, and in its place stands Bakugo again. Even if his mouth feels as dry as sand, he forces himself to say, "I don't know who you're talking about." As a reaction, Bakugo goes at Izuku with a much bigger explosion than before, and even if he evades it, he feels it singe his eyebrows. "Fing liar. You know who that Tenko effer is." Again the raging teen is replaced by the image of that thing. And even if it's just for a second, Izuku knows he has to get out of this fight. He has to create some distance and organize his thoughts again, get a grip on his treacherous brain and its memories. Instead of answering Bakugo by either words or another fight maneuver, his hand goes to the red utility belt. In one of the pouches he finds what he's looking for, something that he'd requested the support department to make. He takes out a tiny gray ball and Bakugo frowns at the thing. "What the?" Before he can continue, Izuku throws the little ball on the floor with as much force as he can muster. It hits the floor and immediately the room fills with thick gray gas. Izuku dashes out a door to his right that leads to the next room, and as he does so he hears an enraged shout before it's cut off by violent coughing. The little ball he had requested produce enough gas to fill an entire room. A perfect distraction. The gas isn't harmful in any way, but it can make someone cough when they inhale a lot. Swiftly and silently Izuku rushes through room after room, opening and closing doors at random. Bakugo will find him at some point, but at least he can make it difficult for the boy. In a room that's filled to the brim with walls of cardboard boxes, Izuku halts his steps. It's a maze. His mind goes through the options he has. He could either go up one story, the obvious move, but that would take more time and he'd have to move through an empty hallway without any coverage. He could keep leading Bakugo around, but the thought of doing so doesn't really appeal to him. It's not his style, too passive. Or he could lay an ambush. His eyes scan the room in front of him. Rows and rows of cardboard boxes. Dark corners and a door that opens into the room in such a way that it gives Izuku enough time to act. Yes, that's what he'll do. "Midoriya. Hello. Do you copy?" Uraraka's voice, filled with a note of panic, sounds through his earpiece. Quietly, Izuku answers as he begins putting his plan into motion. "I copy." A relieved sigh. "Great, the explosion stopped and I thought." The girl trails off as if not knowing what to say. While moving a few boxes, Izuku says, "Don't worry about it. I'm working on it. How's everything up there?" "Just doing my thing. Nothing special." "Good. Keep doing that. Let me handle Bakugo." "Over." "Good luck." "Over." Izuku cuts contact and lays the final hand to his plan. At the same time he senses Bakugo's quirk approaching his room with deadly speed. A few seconds before the boy reaches the room, Izuku hides behind a few boxes. His heart hammers in his chest as he crouches behind a tower of boxes and he tries to calm his rapid breathing. The memories that threaten to overwhelm him he drags back into a deep dark place in his brain. To a place even deeper than where they'd been before they started to try to resurface. The door opens with a burst and Bakugo comes storming in. Izuku doesn't see anything from behind his box, but that's also not necessary. His quirk does the job for him and locates the burning quirk with that familiar sense of wanting to take. "Are you that much of a PP that you won't fight me?" Bakugo shouts, explosions popping to accompany his words. Izuku doesn't answer. Instead he grabs the tiny, almost invisible threads in his hands a little tighter. "Just a bit closer." Fing, answer me. I know you're in here. The teen takes a few more steps forward. That's all Izuku needs. With all his strength he pulls at one of the threads in his hands. With a crash, a row of boxes comes falling down. Before Bakugo had burst into the room, Izuku had come up with a plan. Tie a few almost invisible threads to some of the boxes all the way at the bottom of the towers. The threads had also been a part of the things included in his belt. They were meant for a different purpose, like laying traps to trip people up, but Izuku's always been one to think outside the box. If he pulls the threads, a tower of boxes will fall down. Izuku has to suppress a grin when Bakugo furiously stomps towards the place where the boxes had fallen. Where are you? Here. Too scared to face me head on. Another 2 threads are pulled, making more rows of boxes fall. See, Izuku wasn't sitting inside the maze of boxes. No, he was sitting behind the single wall of boxes on the other side of the room. Next to the door. Bakugo had missed them because the door swung open to the inside, concealing the boxes. The other teen blows numerous boxes into bits, and Izuku even sees a few cardboard pieces hit the wall next to him. He pulls his 4th and final thread, and it brings down the tower all the way at the back. As domino pieces, the biggest number of boxes yet comes falling down. Now, while Bakugo has his back completely turned to the place where Izuku is sitting, probably busy trying to determine how these boxes keep falling down, Izuku himself rushes forward. Or that's what he would have done if it weren't for the next words the explosive teen would say. Still not showing yourself. Afraid they are going to take you. The words register in his brain and Izuku can't help himself, he stays rooted in his place. His heartbeat picks up without his consent and he can feel sweat forming on his hands. Alerted by his footsteps, Bakugo turns around. Only it isn't Bakugo, it's that thing. His BLD thunders in his ears, and even if he knows that it isn't real, on instinct he still pulls more quirks to the front. That thing, no. Bakugo moves a step forward, and that is all Izuku needs. With adrenaline rushing through his veins and his heart thundering in his throat, he moves with all the speed he has at the thing. He tackles it to the ground, in the middle of a pile of boxes, and begins hitting it. In the stomach, its arms, its face. Somewhere far away he registers a burning sensation on his arms and abdomen. He also faintly notices a voice booming in his ears, telling them to stop. Maybe it's All Might. He wonders why the hero won't do anything about the monster in the room. Maybe they have come to take him after all. Maybe this morning was just to scout around the area. A thought enters his mind as his panic comes to a high. I have to end this. By pure habit he activates a quirk. The quirk he's had for the longest. He'll aim at the brain. Like he's always done. His hand moves away and up, ready to strike. Suddenly his nose explodes in a myriad of pain. Tears fill his eyes and he has to blink them away. When his vision clears again, it's not that thing laying on the ground. No, it's Bakugo. Izuku realizes what has just happened, and the panic inside of him doesn't recede, it merely focuses around a different problem. Bakugo isn't looking at Izuku's face though, instead he's looking at Izuku's right hand with wide open eyes. Izuku follows his gaze and for a moment can only stare. His hand is raised above the other teen's head and it's glowing red hot. Magma hand. Then the blonde's eyes track back to Izuku's face and he realizes that it's because of his eyes. They are probably glowing a vivid green, like they always do when he uses his quirk. For a few seconds glowing green meets burning red. Boys, if you don't stop this violent fighting I will have to disqualify you both. All Might's urgent voice. They both snap out of the trance-like state and in a flash Izuku has dragged back all his quirks into their respective saves. The redness in his hand recedes and the glowing in his eyes stops. At the same time Bakugo starts to struggle against Izuku's grip on him. Izuku's got him firmly pinned against the ground though, and there's no breaking free from his death grip. The same knife he'd used against Ida, Izuku draws again, laying it calmly against the other's hot skin. Technically Bakugo is down now as well. His voice sounds raw in his ears. Yes, Bakugo is out of the game. Though I would advise you both to be more careful next time. All Might begins announcing the villain's victory, but Izuku doesn't pay that any mind. As he pushes himself away from Bakugo, the teen keeps looking at him. He has a black eye and a broken nose. Going by the sting in his own nose, Izuku probably has that same injury. The blonde doesn't say a word, but when Izuku looks into those red eyes he realizes one terrible thing. Bakugo knows who he is and is not going to let that go. Recovery Girl isn't the slightest bit happy when she sees Izuku for the second time in her infirmary that day with his nose broken and some minor burns. Neither is she happy to see Bakugo with a blue face and bruises scattered across his body. With a disapproving face she gives each of them beds, each at the other side of the long room, as if she can sense the tension between them, and heals them as much as she can. Both of them are left with a bruised nose, though it's not broken anymore. The rest of their injuries are healed. Izuku undergoes all of it with gritted teeth. He still feels shaken by the fight, or rather its ending, and with each touch by the woman he has to keep his body from tensing. His hands won't stop shaking and the heroine notices. With a face that's softer than usual she puts down a weighted blanket at the end of his bed and gives him a few extra sweets. Grateful, Izuku puts the blanket around his shoulders, its weight grounding him. As he's supposed to stay here for at least another hour to rest before he's allowed to leave, Izuku is just deciding how to spend his time when a visitor appears at his bed. Hitoshi. At the sight of his friend Izuku feels some of the tension in his body unravel. The slow pulsing, purple quirk is like a calming rhythm. His friend looks at him with a sense of concern. Hi. Hi. His throat feels dry and he tries to swallow it away. It doesn't work and his eyes move to the water bottle standing on the side table next to his bed. Hitoshi follows his gaze and wordlessly hands him the bottle. Izuku only realizes how thirsty he is once he's gulped down half the bottle. Thanks, he says and Hitoshi nods. How are you? Izuku tries to find the words. Is he fine? No. But he's content now that his friend is here, next to him. This fight hadn't been the worst by far. He'll get over it. But it's the fact that Bakugo knows that keeps his mind busy. Hitoshi seems to understand though, because he hums. Did you win? Izuku asks as he feels the shaking in his hands calm down. His friend grins and his eyes light up with rare true excitement. Hell yeah. The heroes won. You should have seen the villains' faces when they realized what my quirk was. Izuku feels the corners of his mouth turn up. Nice. I wish I could have seen it. Those words make his friend frown slightly. What happened down there? Izuku pauses and hesitates. Bakugo, he riled me up. I think I lost control. It's probably my own fault. It's not. Hitoshi looks in the direction where Bakugo's bed is, all the way at the end of the room. He frowns again. Only this time Izuku notices the anger in his eyes. If you don't want to tell him something he should respect that. The fact that Izuku has never told Hitoshi anything hangs as a thick truth between them. Hitoshi, Izuku sighs and looks away, down at his hands. I do want to tell you about me. I just can't. I could put you in danger. His friend swallows and also looks down. I know. And it's fine. You should take your time. Izuku is about to express the immense sense of relief he feels hearing those words when his quirk alerts him of another presence approaching. A presence impossible to ignore. 2 feet stop in front of the closed curtain around Izuku's bed. Young Midoriya. Could I have a word with you? Izuku and Hitoshi give each other a look. His friend says, I'll see you tomorrow. He turns around to leave the bed area when Izuku stops him. Hitoshi. His friend halts and looks at him. Yeah. Thanks. A simple word but with so many meanings. Hitoshi gives him a smile and nods before he leaves. He understands. Izuku props himself up a bit higher and straightens his back when a second person enters through the curtains. All Might. This afternoon's patrol had been a rather boring one so far. Shouter crouches on a roof of one of the taller buildings of the area and looks out over the city. Every once in a while he has to do a patrol in broad daylight, or rather during the twilight hours of the day. The sun, already on its descent, gives the city a golden glow. The reason for his early patrol is currently somewhere inside the building across the street. The building is just a big concrete box with some windows at the front and a huge advertising board telling everyone in the near vicinity that this is a gym. The blue paint on the outer wall and neon orange paint on the window edges severely needs a repaint, still it draws your attention like a lighthouse at sea on a dark night. The entrance doors swing open and 𝐻𝐸𝐻 zeroes in on the blonde man exiting the place with quick steps. 𝐻𝐸𝐻's been tailing 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐸𝐻 for almost 3 weeks now, and up till now he hasn't discovered anything that would cause suspicion. The man has a set schedule. One of his things is to always visit this gym on Tuesday at 3:30. He usually leaves an hour later and then goes on his merry way home or to a bar. This time though, instead of turning left when he exits the gym, the man turns right and starts rushing down the street towards the station. Without wasting another second, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 gets up from his position and swings his capture weapon out to the next building. Maybe today will finally be the day of a breakthrough in the case. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 follows the man all the way until the station where 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐲 swipes his card to get past the gates of the building. Before doing so he quickly looks around, as if to check if he's being followed. He doesn't see 𝐻𝐸𝐻 who's perched on a building. Everyone always forgets to look up. When the man disappears into the mass of people hurrying to and from the station, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 quickly swings down and nonchalantly starts making his way towards the same gates. While doing so he wraps his capture weapon in such a way around his neck that it seems like a normal scarf. Just an average hobo who's cold and on his way to take the train. Past the gates it's easy to find the man again. With his hideous blouse that this time has a flower pattern on it, 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 doesn't exactly blend in. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 follows the man while keeping enough distance. It's rush hour, so blending into the crowd isn't all too difficult. Once 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 reaches the platform there's already a train waiting and he rushes inside. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 does the same, only one cabin to the left. A few seconds later the doors close and the train starts moving. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 pushes his way past a few people to stand next to the door that leads to the next train cabin with 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 in it. One glance through the glass tells him that the man is sitting on one of the seats with his leg nervously bouncing up and down. For a good while they sit in the train while it stops at multiple stations and people enter and leave the train. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 is just starting to wonder where the hell 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 is going when the man gets up and pushes his way past a few people to get out. The train stops again and 𝐻𝐸𝐻 also hurries to exit the cabin. Once on the platform his eyes fall on the name of the station. Camino Central. He follows 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 out of the station onto the busy streets of the big city. While they were on the train the sun had gone down and street poles, flashy advertisement boards and the many shops that line the streets light up the city. 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 rushes past all of it without sparing a second glance. After the man has walked for 2 minutes he dashes into a side alley and disappears from 𝐻𝐸𝐻's view. Instead of following him into the alley by foot, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 hurries to another alley, grabs the end of his capture weapon and swings himself onto the roof of the nearest building. With a few controlled swings and some park hour, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 manages to get to the alley that 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 had ducked into. Of course the man is no longer there. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 doesn't let that deter him and swings to the next building where he'll have a better view of the maze of alleys that stretches out in front of him. There he easily finds the man again. He's stopped in the middle of a seemingly random alley. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 doesn't waste a second and begins to swing his way towards the alley. Before he reaches the place a second man seems to step out of the shadows. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 lands on top of the building that looks out over the alley without making a sound. Careful to not be seen he glances into the alley. 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 is standing in front of the other man. He's more nervous than 𝐻𝐸𝐻 has seen him in the past 3 weeks, and that sleazy attitude of his also seems to have disappeared. On the other hand, the other man has an air of confidence and annoyance around him. He's at least 2 heads taller than 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 with bronzed skin and black hair that's tied into a low ponytail and reaches all the way down his back. Muscles bulge underneath the leather jacket the man is wearing. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 trusts his instincts, and right now they're telling him that this man is dangerous. "You're late," the man says with a low voice. 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 smiles apologetically. "I hadn't realized our meeting place had changed." The man clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Do you have the money?" 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 asks, his eyes looking at the man with a sort of hunger. Without saying a word and a sort of disgust on his face at 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲's eagerness, the man throws an envelope at the blonde's feet. 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 grabs the thing like a dog would jump at a bone. He opens the envelope with fast, uncontrolled movements and starts counting what is probably money. His mouth moves without making a sound while counting, then he stops. "This?" 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 looks up in disbelief. It's not even half. The man spits on the ground near 𝐒𝐿 feet. Be happy that you get anything at all after your mistake with those Fing detectives. 𝐒𝐿 visibly recoils. Look, I didn't, he tries to stammer, but the man interrupts him. Don't bother coming next time you F up. He stretches his hands at his sides and 𝐒𝐿's face pales hearing the following words. You wouldn't want to end up like all the other people who've disappointed us, now would you? 𝐒𝐿 feverishly shakes his head. No. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. The man smiles, and for a second 𝐬𝐿 can see the charisma behind that smile. Good. His face morphs back into a frown. We need more candidates for our upcoming projects. Of course, I will send them to you. 𝐒𝐿 answers hesitantly. The other man seems satisfied with that answer and promptly turns around and walks away. 𝐬𝐿 could have sworn that he'd spared a glance at the exact place where 𝐬𝐿 is hiding before the man disappeared into the shadows of the many alleys. 𝐒𝐿 heaves a sigh of relief when he seems to be sure that the man is gone and then also leaves the alley. 𝐬𝐿 does the same, silently, like he'd never even been there. This has given him enough material to think about. In his pocket he feels the weight of his phone. He'd taken a few pictures and recorded the conversation so they could be analyzed by the police. And of course by Ghost. They'll meet the coming weekend, after 𝐬𝐿's had the trip with his class to the USJ. There will be enough time. Then to look at all of these new leads. Teaching is a lot harder than it seems. That's something 𝐿𝐿 has realized after his first official day of teaching. Especially when you always have a clock ticking in the back of your head, reminding you of how much time you have left with your quirk. Even the teaching course 𝐒𝐻𝐿 had made him take last holiday couldn't have prepared him for this. The second years that he'd taught this morning had misled him. He'd given them a simple exercise and they'd done it without much trouble. So, when in the afternoon he'd walked up to the front of one of the first-year hero classes, he'd done it with some confidence. He'd explained a simple exercise to them and had expected it to go just as well as in the morning. Well, let's just say he was wrong. The first group had gone okay enough. No, it's the group that had gone after that had gone horribly wrong. Specifically 2 students. Midoriya and Bakugo. He'd first noticed Midoriya during the entrance exam. His heroic heart, giving a helping hand to anyone who noticed it. 𝐿𝐿 had right then and there almost made the decision. Midoriya had appeared to be the perfect successor. But something had made him hesitate. Maybe it was the fact that Midoriya's quirk was so close to the quirk of a man he'd defeated 5 years ago. Still, the boy had been in the back of his head to become a potential successor, and 𝐿𝐿 had felt some anticipation at seeing what Midoriya would do in the battle exercise. He hadn't expected that golden heart to freeze over and for there to stand a completely different person. At first 𝐿𝐿 had let it slide with Ida. Midoriya was supposed to play the villain. It would make sense for him to play that role then as well. Even if it had taken him by surprise. No, it was somewhere during the fight when Midoriya and Bakugo clashed that something had seemed to shift in Midoriya's approach to the fight. 𝐿𝐿 has been a pro hero for longer than most. He can recognize when a move is intended to bring serious harm. When Midoriya charged at Bakugo in that room full of boxes, 𝐿𝐿 had recognized the intent to bring irrevocable harm in those movements, and his heart had lurched a little. He'd practically shouted through his earpiece at them to stop, but neither of the 2 teens responsible had listened to him or heard his words. Somewhere in that next minute, during which both boys beat each other up, the 2 of them had stopped all of the sudden. 𝐿𝐿 had shouted his final warning before he would have intervened himself, and the boys, who had been staring at each other for a good few seconds, luckily stopped their fight. Midoriya won. His behavior seemed to have changed again at the end, and the beast that had been inside his body before seemed to have curled itself up somewhere deep down. The blood streaming down from his broken nose hadn't seemed to bother him as he calmly laid a sheathed knife against Bakugo's throat and claimed the villain's victory. Now 𝐿𝐿 is standing in front of the blue curtains that obscure one of the troublemakers from his sight. The faint voices that he'd heard as he was making his way across the room had stopped. Young Midoriya, could I have a word with you? Behind the curtain a few words are said. Private ones, and 𝐿𝐿 blocks them out. They're none of his business. Then the curtains slide open and Shinsu slips out. The kid gives 𝐿𝐿 one skeptical glance before hurrying out the room. Toshinori decides to ignore the odd reaction and opens the curtains a bit further to take a step forward. All Might. Cold words said by Midoriya. The boy is sitting upright with his shoulders squared and a plain face that betrays nothing. Toshinori doesn't let the attitude faze him and says, "I wanted to talk with you about your fight this afternoon." The teen doesn't react, he only keeps looking at the hero with those dull, yet sharp green eyes. Maybe the boy is just tired after the fight, so Toshinori continues, "I must say that I hadn't expected your behavior." "Why not?" Midoriya asks with a tilt of his head. The words come out with a sharp edge. Still, they're utterly curious. As if the teen truly doesn't understand what he did wrong. "You fought rather aggressively." The boy frowns at him. "I was assigned the villain role." Toshinori shakes his head and he feels a sense of disbelief. Did he truly not understand where he went wrong? "Midoriya, my boy." Midoriya's frame suddenly tenses. "Don't call me that." Something like indignation boils up inside Toshinori when he hears the boy commanding him and he frowns. "You should understand that I won't tolerate your actions the next time. No matter if you're playing a villain, we're still in a hero school. The way you and Bakugo fought at the end is not worthy of a hero." At his words, Midoriya's face morphs into disbelief. "But I did what was expected of me. I will bring this to Principal Nezu the next time that it happens." Toshinori says a bit harsher. The boy has to understand that his actions can be dangerous. For his own safety and that of his classmates. The teen's jaw clenches, but he nods. When Toshinori leaves, he does it with some disappointment. Maybe the little voice in the back of his head that keeps whispering he could be your successor is wrong. He's not sure what to think of Midoriya, but him as a successor. No, he needs someone with a golden heart and a good moral compass. And Midoriya doesn't have the last. That's become clear after today. All Might has that same conversation with Bakugo. That one also isn't very successful. Much to Izuku's relief, the hero leaves soon after and his quirk calms down once the blinding presence that is the number one's quirk has left the room. After his conversation with All Might, Izuku doesn't exactly think much better of the hero. Rather, he feels angry when he thinks back to the words said by the hero. It's unfair that he would be punished because he just plays his role well. It reminds him of the times in middle school when he would be sent to the principal's office just because of words said by other students. The time that he has to rest ticks by unbelievably slow and it gives him too much alone time with his thoughts. He wonders if anyone besides Bakugo saw him using another quirk in the end. Hopefully not, though neither Hitoshi nor All Might had mentioned anything regarding that, so Izuku might have been lucky with that. Once the hour is almost over, Recovery Girl first checks Bakugo one last time and then the teen is allowed to leave. Next up, she checks Izuku and also lets him leave once she's made him promise that he'll be careful with his still healing nose. The halls are quiet, most students have already gone home as this is only the first day of classes and there isn't much work to do yet. Izuku steps echo down the long hallways and it kind of feels like he's got the school to himself. Like the universe has allowed him this quiet, peaceful moment in the school of his dreams after the chaos that was the rest of his day. He enjoys the sound of his footsteps echoing against the walls. He's allowed them to make some noise this time, and the sound is like the blissful rainfall after a hot day. He admires the walls, the windows, the floors, everything, and lets himself realize that this is his school. The fatigue that weighs heavily on his bones and his mind after a stressful day lets up a little and something like a giddy happiness replaces it. A small but genuine smile stretches across Izuku's face and some golden afternoon sun rays peek through the mass of clouds and caress his hair as if they can sense his happiness. That feeling accompanies him all the way towards the exit of the building, down to the gate. Or rather what is left of it. Two minor heroes are standing near the entrance, guarding the place as a big truck is unloaded with an exact replica of the impenetrable gate. His smile is slowly wiped from his face when he notices Bakugo waiting just past the gate. As he leaves school grounds, Izuku keeps walking and unfortunately the other teen follows. Izuku leads them into an alley with a dead end, somewhere where there's the least chance anyone will hear them. There he stops and turns around with a sigh, his good mood ruined. "What do you want this time?" "Another round. Because you should now that Recovery Girl will lynch us if she finds out." Bakugo also halts with a good distance still between them. For a while he doesn't answer, he only keeps looking at Izuku with a taxing gaze. Izuku stares back with a sense of annoyance, all while the other teen still hasn't said a word. He has just opened his mouth to tell the blonde that not answering isn't all that polite when the other teen breaks the silence. "You're Deku." Izuku's heart skips a beat, but he manages to keep his face expressionless. "And what if I was? I remember you. We were best friends." There's some sort of emotion behind those words, and Bakugo's usual blazing eyes seem to soften just a little. A small slither of hope blooms up inside Izuku's chest at those words. He isn't the only one who remembers. Maybe if the blonde also remembers they could. Izuku doesn't finish that train of thought. Instead he forces himself to say, "What gave me away?" "Magma hand." Bakugo's eyes stray to the other boy's hands as if expecting them to glow red hot again. Following his gaze, Izuku stuffs his hands in his pockets. The distant day where Izuku had shown him his new quirk hangs like a barrier between them. It's the one day where Izuku's life officially took a turn for the worse, even if he didn't know that at the time. He swallows with difficulty and softly says, "I also remember you, Kaken." The name tastes weird on his tongue, like a muscle that he hasn't used in a long time. The muscle memory is still there, but an active memory of when he'd last used it is gone. For just a second something like surprise flits across Bakugo's face, then he frowns. "What the hell happened?" Izuku shrugs. Small explosions echo through the alley. "No, you thing don't." The blonde growls as he takes a few steps forward and points at Izuku with an accusing finger. "You just suddenly disappeared. Without saying a word. Why?" Izuku presses his lips together and lightly shakes his head. "You don't want to know." "The F I do. My mom cried for 3 months after you and your mom disappeared. She refused to tell me why, and after those 3 months she never talked about you again. Like you'd never existed." The anger in Bakugo's voice changes into something more vulnerable, and Izuku feels a stab of guilt. Still, he grits his teeth and says a bit more harshly, "Like I said, you don't want to know." Bakugo's face contorts into anger and he clenches his hands into fists, as if trying to contain the explosions that threaten to escape. "Bullshit. Was it that dad of yours? Did he make you cut off contact?" Soft white curls and a loving smile just for him. The slight smell of smoke with each of his father's warm hugs. A tensing frame and a hallway engulfed in flames. The memories leave behind a hurting ache when Izuku blinks them away. A sort of trembling fury takes a hold of him, but he suppresses the feeling. "No." "Then why the F did you leave?" A challenge. Izuku is having none of it and loses the reins on his emotions. He's tired after a long day and his patience has been used up. He stalks forward into Bakugo's equally furious face and hisses, "Don't dig into my past. It will not end well for you. I've given you everything I could and will ever give to you." He pushes past the blonde and stalks towards the exit of the alley. Just before leaving he turns around and gives the other teen a final warning. "My past is filled with ghosts, Bakugo. Don't try to wake them." The engine of the bus is a pleasant noise in the background as Izuku stares out of the window. It's Friday and today they'll have their first-class trip. Izuku's not sure how he survived the rest of the week after that first overwhelming day of classes, though the days after that had fortunately been relatively calm. Now the entire class is on their way to the USJ. Excitement hangs in the air at the promise of what is to come, and everyone is proudly wearing their costumes. Next to him, Hitoshi sits quietly, and in the 2 seats in front of them Uraraka and Zu are chatting with Yorozu and Juru about their costumes. Seems like the support department might have their hands full remaking some costumes in the near future. All the way at the front, Aizawa is taking a nap in his yellow sleeping bag. Or rather, he's pretending to be. There's no doubt he's keeping close track of everything that's going on in the bus. Izuku's attention is drawn back to the girls in front of him when the conversation turns into them talking about their inspiration for their costume. "I love 13, you know, the rescue hero, so that's why mine is space-themed," Uraraka says with a faint smile on her face. 13 must really be her favorite hero if her entire costume was inspired by it. "This is kinda my normal style, just made into a costume," Juru adds while twirling an ear jack around her finger. "I really like your outfit." Yorozu compliments and Juru smiles, something like relief in her eyes. Thanks. What was your inspiration for your costume, Kero? Zu asks with her eyes on Izuku. Yeah. You have a ghost face or something on the hood, don't you? Uraraka adds with her hands waving around enthusiastically. Izuku pauses. The question has caught him off guard. He thinks back to the origins of Ghost. The longing that roots so deeply inside of him, he's not even really sure whether he's ever lived without it. I guess it's because my code name with the police is Ghost. When he sees the girls' confused faces, he adds, I'm a police consultant in my free time. Uraraka eyes go wide. Wow. That's so cool. Yorozu also looks impressed. That's an admirable occupation, she says. Why did you choose that name? Hitoshi asks. The four girls briefly look at him before nodding in agreement and expectantly turning their attention back on Izuku. Izuku sends Hitoshi an accusing look, but his friend just stares back at him with all the innocence he can muster. Sighing, Izuku answers, I've always wanted to be free. To be able to live my life and go unnoticed. Despite the fact that he hasn't found him in 3 years, the worry that the worst might happen never goes away. With everything he does, Izuku knows there might be eyes watching him. On his worst days, he still feels those invisible shackles around his wrist, reminding him that the threat is still out there. Izuku wonders whether he will ever be really free while that monster is out there. Ghosts, they can go anywhere they want, do anything they want. They can be free. He doesn't mention the fact that it's a play on his actual existence. The Izuku he was all those years ago is gone, killed inside that concrete room somewhere deep underground. Now he's merely a ghost of what he once was, trying desperately to fit into the world of the living. The USJ is massive. Izuku almost can't believe that this entire building has been built just for rescue exercises. With their entire class, they're standing just behind the entrance on a platform that looks out over the entire facility. The enormous glass dome stretches above their heads and lets sunlight fall through it, making any lights almost unnecessary. A few meters in front of them there are stairs leading to the plaza with a fountain in the middle. Then there are the zones. So far as it can see, there are at least a water zone, a fire zone, an ice zone, a mountain zone. He's sure there are more, but even those 4 give plenty of variation in rescue practice. Hello everyone, welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ. I'm 13, I specialize in rescue missions and I'll be your instructor for the day. 13, in their respective spacesuit, greets the class as the group of students halts in front of the hero on the platform overlooking the huge facility. Uraraka turns to Izuku and Hitoshi with sparkling eyes. Oh my god, it's 13. She squeals, jumping up and down. The 2 boys look at her with amusement in their eyes. Meanwhile, Aizawa makes his way to 13's side and asks them something. The rescue hero holds up 3 fingers and quietly mumbles something back. Izuku tries to stretch his hearing quirk to hear what they're saying, but there's too much noise around him to be able to filter out what exactly they're talking about, barring a few stray words. Alright everyone, before starting I would like to tell you all a few things. The class quiets down and turns their attention to 13. As you all know, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in and tear anything apart. You used it to save a lot of people. Uraraka adds, nearly vibrating in her place. The hero nods and Izuku's sure they would have smiled without the mask on. They continue, but it can also kill. The mood becomes more solemn hearing those words, but Izuku tunes out what comes after that. He knows how dangerous his quirk can be, how dangerous any quirk can be when utilized in a certain way. Instead he turns his attention to observing his surroundings. There's one exit as far as he can see, the door through which they came. Multiple pathways lead to the different disaster zones, but in the end they all end together back at the main square. Izuku's eyes have just landed on the fountain when he feels a sharp tug in his gut. He forces his breathing to stay calm as he furiously scans his surroundings. His instinct is going haywire. It's telling him to watch out, to fight. His eyes meet Aizawa's, who must have noticed that Izuku wasn't paying attention because he's already watching Izuku with a raised eyebrow, and Izuku tries to communicate his feelings to the hero. The man's expression almost doesn't change, but Izuku can see how he starts observing the environment with a careful look in his eyes. Something is wrong. Hitoshi also notices Izuku's distress because he nudges his shoulder. "You okay?" he murmurs. Taking a deep breath, Izuku nods. He can't find anything awry. Maybe he's just stressed and is seeing ghosts. "Yeah, it's nothing." He can't finish his sentence because the next second his head explodes in the most overwhelming pain possible. He almost can't comprehend what his quirk is telling him. There are quirks everywhere. The world narrows down until only the uncountable amount of quirks remain in his head, a chaos of color and intent, and the piercing pain that overrides everything. It's impossible to tell what's up and what's down, to remember where he is, who he is. No gritting his teeth, Izuku pushes the pain to the background. He suppresses it until it's not all-consuming anymore. "Zuku!" Someone's talking to him, but his vision is too watery to make anything out besides some vague blobs. Besides, Izuku has to get to Aizawa. He has to warn him. With tears in his eyes, Izuku pushes his way past multiple bodies. Some call out to him in confusion. He forces his legs to carry him all the way to the front, as fast as possible. Before he reaches his destination, Aizawa has already noticed something's off. His gaze travels down to the fountain before quickly looking back at his class. "Everyone stand back." He barks with more authority than he's ever shown before. Izuku furiously blinks away the last tears in his eyes and clenches his fists. The pain in his head is almost unbearable. 13. Protect the students. The man shoves his goggles over his eyes in preparation for what's to come. "What's going on?" Kaminari stammers, his voice an octave higher than usual. Izuku finally reaches Aizawa. One glance down tells him that there's a horde of people down there. His vision won't sharpen, won't show him the details, but he doesn't need that to know what's waiting on them downstairs. "Villains," Izuku says. Even to his own ears his voice sounds calm. Too calm. He feels his body preparing itself for battle, the adrenaline rushing through his veins and his heartbeat thundering in his chest. His body forces his quirk back into control. It dulls the pain in his head and sharpens his vision again until Izuku can see Aizawa's sharp gaze on him. "Midoriya, stand back." The hero orders, his body's already half turning back to the stairs. He's going down to fight. The thought sends a wave of panic crashing through Izuku's veins. "Sensei, your fighting style isn't fit for fighting a mob of villains." "Let me help." Aizawa sends him a grim grin. "No hero is a one-trick pony. Keep yourself and your classmates safe, Midoriya." His dad pushes him and his mom behind him and turns around to face something coming from the hallway. The hallway engulfed in flames as his father's broad frame tenses. "A sacrifice. Please come back. Don't be another sacrifice. Don't leave me alone." Aizawa pauses and carefully looks at Izuku's face. He must hear the worry in Izuku's voice, see the desperate plea and the hurt in his eyes. The man's face softens for just a second. "I will." Then he launches himself down the stairs. Izuku isn't given the chance to see the hero land the first blow, to have a look at what awaits him down at the plaza, because a hand grabs him by the elbow and someone starts dragging him away from the stairs. "Come on. We have to evacuate." It's Hitoshi. His friend tries dragging him away with all his might. Izuku sees the panic on his face, the urgency and stress in his movements. He stops digging his heels in the sand and runs together with his friend to catch up to the rest of the class. They don't come very far. The entire class abruptly comes to a halt when a purple mist blocks them the way. "Unfortunately, I can't let you pass beyond this point." Izuku freezes in his tracks. Nausea wells up inside of him and he can feel his hands start to shake against his own will. He knows this voice. How hasn't he noticed this quirk earlier on? Maybe because his quirk was going haywire. Glowing yellow eyes rave over the class in mere seconds. They linger a bit longer when they meet green eyes. A spark of recognition lights in them before it's quickly masked. Kurogiri, the puppet of him, his biggest and most trusted follower. "Greetings, heroes. We are the League of Villains. Forgive us for the interruption, but we've come here today to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace." No matter how much he tries, Izuku can't seem to be able to move his legs. Or say a word for that matter. It's as if his entire body has frozen. Kurogiri looms over him with his purple mist and suddenly the man seems impossibly big. His breathing sounds loud in his ears, and Izuku's brain still works well enough to realize that a panic attack is coming if he doesn't calm down real fast. He can't concentrate on slowing his breathing though, because 𝐭𝐲 is here, and all those unspeakable things that happened in that concrete room while the mist villain was there threatened to resurface and drown Izuku. "You're full of bullshit, Mr. Bakugo screams at the man with bared teeth, and he launches himself at the villain. 𝐭𝐲's eyes widen in surprise, and he narrowly evades the boy's attack. "That was close," the man muses. "Boy, get back!" 13 shouts. Izuku can't do anything but watch in growing horror. He sees Bakugo's quirk flare up again, and he knows that the teen is preparing to attack again. No. Izuku's seen what 𝐭𝐲 is capable of. As talented as Bakugo is, he's no match for the villain with years of experience and a quirk so powerful he can work for the boogeyman of the underworld. Those gates aren't just used for teleporting people or things around. Bakugo's muscles tense as if in slow motion, and Izuku knows he needs to move. If he doesn't do anything, the teen might end up hurt, or worse. At the same time that Bakugo rushes forward again, Izuku forces his legs to move, to hurry after the blonde. 𝐭𝐲's quirk flares up, and with it the mist around him. "Now, be gone." A portal opens up beneath Bakugo's feet, but the boy notices too late. As the teen falls through the swirling black mist with his eyes widened in surprise and panic, Izuku jumps after him using a burst of a strength-enhancing quirk. "Bakugo!" With a stretched-out hand, Izuku dives after the teen. The last thing he hears is, "Now as for the rest of you," before a swirling darkness takes hold of him. The mob of villains seems endless. Nonetheless, 𝐿𝐴 takes care of them. By twisting and turning with his capture weapon, by hitting and kicking, and by flashing his quirk whenever he can. He doesn't give his mind time to wander, to think about what is happening with his students. Did 13 manage to keep the students safe? Is Midoriya following his orders after that little moment where he'd shown just a little bit of what's underneath that mask of his? Those thoughts are pointless right now, especially because they won't matter if 𝐿𝐴 doesn't end this fight quickly. For a second he glances at the man with the pale blue hair and the creepy hand outfit who's just standing around, not doing anything. The leader. 𝐿𝐴's sure of it. He ducks underneath a swing of one of the man's minions and swipes the attacker's feet underneath him. At the same time his capture weapon snakes around the man's waist and pulls him in close where 𝐿𝐴's elbow is waiting for him, knocking him unconscious with a hit to the head. The minions on their own are not a problem. No, it's the fact that they are with so many. With his eyes already burning, 𝐿𝐴 focuses his gaze on the next victim. With their quirk not working, they're easily incapacitated, and 𝐿𝐴 takes the blissful second after that where no one charges at him to blink with his eyes and give them some rest. Not a second later he's back to hitting people unconscious again and using his quirk whenever possible. He ignores the fact that his eyes start burning a little earlier each time and that his reaction time is going down with every passing minute. He's almost reached his end goal, the leader. There's no way 𝐿𝐴 will be able to take out every single villain over here and the leader. So, his hopes are on taking down the leader and hoping that that will cause enough chaos to get all his students to safety or for backup to arrive. With one single maneuver of his capture weapon he lets two villains crash into each other. That does the trick, and it clears a path to the leader, who also realizes this and gives 𝐿𝐴 a crazed grin. Without wasting a moment, 𝐿𝐴 rushes forward with his capture weapon ready and his eyes red blazing. The villains also charges at him, his hands stretched out in front of him. They meet mere seconds later. 𝐿𝐴's capture weapon stretches out to the leader and curls around his waist. The man grabs the material with one hand, but whatever he'd intended to doesn't work because of his cancelled quirk. 20 seconds. Whatever the villain is muttering, 𝐿𝐴 doesn't pay it any mind. He ducks underneath a swing of the man's hand and elbows him in the stomach. The villain gasps for air and quickly moves away from 𝐿𝐴. "You know you're quite cool for a hero, Eraserhead." The villain muses in between illegible mutterings. 𝐿𝐴 feels his eyes beginning to burn again but ignores the ache. Instead he engages again with his capture weapon floating around him. The villain deflects most of his attacks and grins again. It's a chilling grin where the insanity seeps through. You went into this fight even when you knew there's no way of winning. 𝐿𝐴 ignores the words, ignores how there's a truth to them. There's no point in spending any of his breath on the meaningless words of a villain. He grits his teeth and throws his capture weapon out again. This time it snakes around the man's arm and hand, and 𝐂𝐿 pulls the material of his weapon tight, making that arm useless. His eyes are really starting to burn now, and 𝐂𝐿 knows that he has to hurry with his next move. So he does. The leader grunts when the attack connects, and 𝐂𝐿 takes that time to move away from the fight again, to create some distance. Only his capture weapon won't come with him. When his eyes find the place where it's stuck, he sees the villain gripping the material with his hand, his arms still wrapped tightly in the weapon. The man sends 𝐂𝐿 a gleeful grin as if he also knows what's coming. 𝐂𝐿 tries to hold off the inevitable. He tries to grab his knife and cut off that part of his capture weapon in time. Only his eyes don't obey him. 𝐂𝐿 blinks. In the following moment a lot happens. Suddenly the villain has broken free with one touch of his hand, and half of 𝐂𝐿's capture weapon has disappeared into dust. Then the man is rushing forward, faster than he's done before, with an outstretched hand. 𝐂𝐿 zeroes in on the hand and he realizes one thing: he can't be touched by that hand. Just before the villain is within touching range, 𝐂𝐿 turns away in the hope of avoiding that deadly touch. He's not fast enough though, and the next second he feels a searing pain in his right elbow. One glance tells him that his elbow is falling apart into dust. 𝐂𝐿 wrenches his elbow free from the deadly touch, even if sets his entire arm on fire with excruciating pain, and moves away from the villain as fast as he can. Disintegration. That's what the leader's quirk is. Weirdly enough, the villain also steps away and his greasy blue hair encases his head as he says, "As fun as this fight was, it's not the mission." He sends 𝐂𝐿 another spine-chilling grin, and at that moment 𝐂𝐿 realizes that something is about to go horribly wrong. "By the way, I'm not the boss." 𝐂𝐿 doesn't even have time to react before the villain commands, "𝐿, get a raise ahead." A hulking black figure comes into 𝐂𝐿's vision for just a second. Then the world explodes into nothing but all-consuming pain. The world tumbles around and around in a mix of black and purple mist before it shifts and Izuku's greeted by a hard concrete ground. The shock reverberates through his entire body and tiny bits of gravel pierce his skin. Because of the adrenaline coursing through his body, he only feels a slight sting. No, the nauseous feeling that one is always left with after traveling through 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐼's portals is far more present. Both of those feelings are irrelevant though in the wake of the latest events. Izuku scrambles to get on his knees and looks around in panic. Where is he? His eyes find Bakugo staring back at him with wide eyes. Scratches decorate his body in some places, the only sign of his crash on the concrete ground. Seeing the teen, relatively unharmed, does nothing to lessen the panic in Izuku's chest. "What the?" Bakugo croaks. Izuku ignores him and scans his surroundings. Cracked walls, broken windows through which he can see more buildings about to collapse. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐼 probably teleported them to the collapse zone. The realization dawns on Izuku. 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐼 is here. And he probably knows that Izuku is here. That means it won't be long until he finds out that Izuku is going to UA, and then it will be easy to figure out where he and his mom live. A wave of panic and fear threaten to drown Izuku. He grits his teeth and feels tears stinging in his eyes when he yells, "Uff." Should he have reported his suspicions to the school back when the first break-in happened? Maybe then they could have avoided this disaster, even if it had meant that they would have probably arrested Izuku for his deeds in the past. If 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐼 is here, does that mean Tenko is here as well? Izuku's not sure. He's trying to limit his quirk as much as possible in order to avoid getting overwhelmed again. He can't just scan the entire facility because that's sure to get him overwhelmed. Izuku screams again, the word scratches his throat. "Hey!" Bakugo has gotten up and is now approaching Izuku, his usual air of anger missing. "As nice as it is to hear you curse, we really need to—" "Shut up." Izuku cuts Bakugo off. He gets up and hisses, "Why the F did you think it was a good idea to charge at 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐼?" Bakugo's face also morphs into anger and he scoffs, "Who? The Mist F? Yes. You. You don't know what he's capable of." Multiple emotions flash across Bakugo's face before he opens his mouth to respond. He never gets the chance though, because at that moment a villain tries to attack Izuku from behind. The woman doesn't even get to use her quirk before she's already down with a quick and hard strike to the head. Great, More villains. The sense of battle envelops Izuku again, and it seems the same goes for Bakugo. More villains come running into the room and Bakugo grins next to Izuku. Guess we first have to clean up this mess, here. Then a man with a hammerhead charges at them and they get pulled into the wave of battle. It's as if they've always fought together and they move into a steady rhythm, one covering the other's blind spots. Bakugo blows his way through villain after villain and Izuku gets the job done with brutally well-placed kicks and hits. It feels freeing in a sense, to not have anyone watching him. For the first time in ages, Izuku feels like he can go all out, like he doesn't have to hide his abilities. Why the F aren't you using your quirk? Bakugo shouts as he blows another explosion in a woman's face. Well, even if Izuku's going all out, that doesn't mean he uses his quirk. It just feels wrong and, I can handle myself just fine this way. Izuku answers as he kicks a villain with neon yellow hair in a wall. Even if they're villains, they don't deserve to get their quirk stolen against their will. How do you know Miss Defa's name? Bakugo asks when the two of them briefly cross paths a minute later. Izuku trips up a man and then elbows him before he answers, I just saw his name on a police file once. The other teen scoffs while letting off another set of explosions, yeah of course, and that's where you found Tenko's name as well. Annoyance starts to boil up inside of Izuku and he lets it fuel his movements when he whirls around a quirked attack and kicks the villain responsible for it unconscious. Can you just leave the questions until after we've finished this fight for our lives? Bakugo briefly stops fighting and sends Izuku a grin. As if you couldn't handle this cannon fodder on your own while Bond fled. Then he dives back into the fight with a murderous expression and twice as much vigor. Who takes down the most of these extras wins. Izuku sighs, as if Bakugo ever has a chance of winning. Then he lets loose all brakes and becomes one with the battle. A while later the two of them are standing in the room surrounded by the unconscious bodies of all the villains with heaving breaths. Izuku sends Bakugo a satisfied smile as he rubs his hands together to get rid of all the dirt. 24-18, guess I win. Bakugo just gives him an annoyed look. The sense of victory doesn't last for long when Izuku thinks of what awaits them outside this zone. He makes his way to one of the windows that looks out over the rest of the collapsed zone and stares in the direction where the plaza is supposed to be. We should hurry and help out Aizawa. Exactly what I was thinking. Bakugo says and little explosions crackle in his palms to strengthen his words. Just to check their immediate surroundings, Izuku lets the reach of his quirk stretch a little further. The multiple lights that pop up in his head tell him enough. We should be careful as we sneak out. There are still some villains hanging around, hoping to ambush us. Without waiting much longer, they start to make their way to the exit of the collapse zone. Izuku leads them around potential ambushes and points out any potential weak point in the structure of the buildings. Bakugo makes quick work of anyone who does cross their path. They don't get the chance to talk much, because making a noise could alarm anyone in their near vicinity, and Izuku's secretly grateful for that. He's not sure whether he really has the patience to deal with the other teens' questions right now. They reach the exit with relatively little issues, and after that it's only a short distance until the main plaza. Izuku keeps a tight grip on his quirk even if his instincts scream at him to keep scanning around the area. He doesn't want to get overwhelmed again. Bakugo is quiet beside him and Izuku notices the tense set of his shoulders. The sounds of battle reaches them before the plaza is even in sight. Izuku takes a deep breath to calm his beating heart. Then they are greeted by piles of unconscious villains. They form a path and Izuku's eyes travel down the path until they are met by something big and dark. A numbness spreads through Izuku's body and he stays rooted to the ground. His mouth has gone dry and his gaze can only see that hulking thing. Gnome black skin with bulging muscles. A beak and an exposed brain. The dead look in its eyes. Izuku's not sure how often he's fought against those things, back in that concrete training room. Enough times to never forget the piercing sound of their screeching, enough times to always be greeted by the image of them in his nightmares. Enough times to never forget the pain of his broken body each time he failed to defeat them. Gnome, get a raise ahead. The voice cuts across the plaza and in a flash the monster isn't in its place anymore. No, it's standing a few meters further, holding no one other than Aizawa in a death grip. Then with super speed it crashes the hero's head into the concrete. A crack sounds and blood splatters on the concrete floor. The hero screams. It's an agonizing scream. Next to him, Bakugo hisses. A laugh echoes across the plaza and Izuku's brain short-circuits. He knows that laugh, has heard it in person. When Izuku manages to drag his eyes away from Aizawa's broken body, away from the Nomu, he's met with greasy blue hair and crazed red eyes. It's merely a whisper, but Izuku forces out one word. Tenko. One of the fastest heroes around is the hero o'clock. Some people think he has a speed quirk. But in my opinion the hero's quirk gives him a faster observation ability. So time passes slower for him. That is how a clock can move so fast. Izuku pauses his writing and reads over the sentences again. His writing an analysis on the hero o'clock after Sensei had asked him to do so. Izuku had of course enthusiastically started. Analyzing quirks is always so much fun. It's much more fun than having to train with Sensei, though Izuku would never say that out loud. Training is still fun. Sensei has said that it will make him a hero and that it makes Sensei happy if Izuku does what Sensei asks. Of course Izuku doesn't want to disappoint Sensei, so he always does his best with the training, even if it hurts or if he secretly doesn't want to do something. Izuku's just about to put his pen on paper again when he notices the appearance of two quirks in the neighboring room. A burst of excitement spikes through him when he realizes whose quirk is among the two. Tenko's. His back. Izuku jumps up from his chair in seconds and dashes out the door of his room. Without knocking he barrels through the door of Tenko's room and skids to a stop, just in time to not hit the bed. You're back! Izuku exclaims with a big smile. He doesn't see Tenko all that much, he's often with Sensei or he stays somewhere else. Luckily Sensei has allowed Tenko to visit again. His smile slowly falls from his face when he notices his brother's hunched body. Tenko doesn't answer, he only keeps staring at his hands with an expression Izuku doesn't understand. Tenko. Izuku asks carefully as he approaches his brother. Why isn't he answering? Isn't he happy to see Izuku? He reaches out a hand to put on Tenko's shoulder when all of a sudden his brother lashes out. Don't touch me! A hand roughly pushes Izuku away and he's too slow to avoid the contact. A quirk eats through the fabric of Izuku's red sweater in seconds and it's only Sensei's training that makes Izuku react fast enough to jump away before it disintegrates more than just clothes. With wide eyes and a beating heart he looks down at the hand imprint left behind in his sweater. Then his head snaps up to meet Tenko's furious stare. What the F is wrong with you? His brother hisses at him and Izuku hunches his shoulders while averting his eyes in guilt. Sorry Tenko. Tenko takes a step forward and Izuku can't help but flinch. Are you too dumb to knock? Izuku shakes his head with wide eyes. No. I'm sorry, I was just so happy to see you that I forgot. For a moment there is only silence, then Tenko's eyes soften. I know Zuku. But you should know by now. I'm sorry for lashing out but I wouldn't have if you had been smarter about this. Izuku nods feverishly, guilt and shame churn in his gut. I know, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Tenko would never be angry at him otherwise. They're brothers after all. Izuku just makes a stupid mistake sometimes, Sensei has said so often enough. His brother gives him a content smile when he hears Izuku's apology, then he turns around and grabs a controller that's laying at the end of his bed. Come on, let's play Mario Kart. Without hesitating, Izuku rushes to his brother's side and also grabs a controller. The guilt is already replaced by excitement for the upcoming games. For a while all they do is focus on the game with Tenko sitting on the bed and Izuku propped up against it. The TV screen in front of them projects a blue light on their faces and the familiar Mario Kart tune blasts through the speakers. Izuku's careful not to win. Tenko doesn't like that and he might destroy his controller again. He doesn't want to ruin his brother's good mood. After a while Izuku says, Mom will be happy to see you. Tenko scoffs as he throws another banana on the track they are racing on. No, she isn't. I'm just an annoying side character in her eyes. You're not. You're an amazing brother, Tenko. Instead of answering, his brother asks, is Hisoshi still on a quest? Izuku's happy mood dulls and he fiddles with the controller in his hands while he mumbles, Dad's still on a mission. His dad has been on a mission for weeks. Sensei often sends him away for weeks on end, but this one has taken really long. Izuku misses his dad, his warm hugs and his smoky laugh, even if he never tells anyone. Then there's a knock on the door and Mom enters. Her face stands serious and she's wringing her hands together nervously. Immediately Izuku feels on edge. Her eyes move from Izuku with his controller in hand to Tenko. For a second surprise and then a frown passes her face, then she smiles. Hello Tenko. Maybe she's just sad that Izuku hadn't told her Tenko was back. Next to him his brother's mood also plummets. Hi. There are a few seconds of silence where Izuku's eyes move from one to the other and back. Then his mom turns her attention to Izuku. There's this expression on her face. Izuku already knows what she'll say before the words have come out. He braces himself for her words, even if he still hopes they won't be true. Kurogiri is here, Izuku. Your grandfather wants to see you. Izuku ignores the leaden weight that settles in his stomach. He ignores his mom's expression, the one where she tries to stay strong for Izuku even if he can see the worry and pain in her eyes. He ignores the fact that Tenko has gone completely still at the mention of Sensei. Instead, he puts up a brave smile and stands up. See you later Tenko. He calls before he walks out the room. If Izuku's screaming on the inside for someone to help him, to stop him, no one has to know. Tenko. Izuku stares into those familiar eyes. Tenko stares right back at him, his mouth agape. The world falls into a hush. Zuku. The word comes out in a rasp. Even if his veins are buzzing with anxiety right now, Izuku's heart jumps up in happiness when he hears the nickname he hasn't heard in so long. He's reminded of the long night spent in Tenko's room in front of the gaming console, he's reminded of standing across from each other in that concrete room. A feeling of longing for something that was lost long ago encases him and Izuku realizes that he's missed having a brother. Multiple emotions flash over Tenko's face. Surprise, anger, longing. Distantly, Izuku's aware that Bakugo's standing next to him, watching the staring contest in confusion and a growing impatience. Tenko has changed. He's taller, obviously, and sports more muscle, his hair is longer and is more knotted than before. His skin is worse, entire parts of it flaking off, and his voice has changed. It's deeper, has a scratchy sound to it. From across the plaza, Tenko's looking Izuku up and down with wide eyes. Then the spell is broken by the appearance of Kurogiri. Shigaraki. Tenko's face shuts off and a scowl decorates his face instead of the open confusion. Izuku's heart drops, he's seen that expression before, it doesn't promise much good. It appears one of the students has escaped. My sincerest apologies. Tenko begins scratching his neck and Izuku wants to scream at him to stop, that it'll hurt him. If you weren't our getaway I would dust you, Kurogiri. It also seems All Might won't be making an appearance. Annoyance flits over Tenko's face before his eyes move from Izuku and Bakugo to Aizawa. A violent grin spreads across his face, something with murderous intent, and suddenly it's not Tenko standing there anymore. No, it's something else. Something filled with anger and hurt and pain. I wonder if he'll come when we kill some NPCs. Next to him Bakugo's patience snaps and explosions crackle in his hands. Ha! You try HNDJB. I'll blow your head off. Stilling as a statue, Tenko turns his attention to the blonde. He doesn't say a word, merely examines the teen. Then his gaze moves to Izuku with a cruel challenge in those red eyes. Nomu, kill the blonde brat. Izuku's stomach drops. No, not again. Time seems to move slower as the Nomu loosens his grip on Aizawa, letting the man fall in a bloody mess on the ground, and starts charging at Bakugo and Izuku with those soulless eyes. The hulking figure is coming at him impossibly fast. In front of him the plaza narrows down until Izuku finds himself encased by concrete walls and all that remains is the Nomu coming closer with every millisecond. In his head sounds a mantra of not again, not again, not again. He will not let anyone else be hurt by these monsters, he promised himself. On instinct he pulls the standard quirks to the front, the quirks needed to defeat a Nomu. His body sends another wave of adrenaline coursing through his veins, It remembers the pain of fighting a 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Then 𝐒𝐿𝐼 charges forward at the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 with tension in his muscles and multiple strength-enhancing and speed quirks to assist him with his race against time. Anger is pumping in his veins. It fuels his strength and washes any thought away other than how dare they. It erases any logical thought. Halfway down the plaza, monster and student meet. Only a second has passed by then. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 is impossibly big compared to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. It doesn't bother him. The thing doesn't slow down when it meets 𝐒𝐿𝐼. In its opinion, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 is only an obstacle that stands in the way between it and its target. That also gives 𝐒𝐿𝐼 the opportunity to do whatever he wants. With one hand he grabs hold of one of its arms and in one smooth motion he swings himself on top of the thing, pushing himself off the ground with both feet. He locks his feet in a death grip around the thing's neck and at the same time takes one of his knives in a hand. Then he stabs. Its brain makes a squelching sound when metal tears through brain tissue. Abruptly the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 comes to a stop and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 has to grab the knife tightly with both hands, it's still stuck inside the brain, in order not to fall off. At the same time he makes eye contact with Bakugo, who's only a meter away and staring at him with wide eyes. To him all of this probably happened in a flash. Take Aizawa-sensei and go. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 commands. He doesn't have time to see if Bakugo complies because then he's distracted by the brain. The tissue begins knitting itself together around the knife that's still sticking into the flesh. The next thing he knows, he's grabbed by the leg with a crushing hold and thrown off the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 with a deadly speed, right at the fountain. Even if 𝐒𝐿𝐼 folds up his body into a ball so as to soften the blow, he still feels his ribs creak and a sharp pain blooms in the back of his head when he hits the edge of the fountain. A gasp escapes him and stars fill his vision. To his right a voice sounds, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 has regeneration." Tenko sounds so proud saying those words. As if it's an amazing thing that your personal monster is almost unkillable. Then Tenko adds with a mocking tone, "Though I'm disappointed that you hadn't already figured that out, 𝐒𝐿𝐼." Hearing those words make 𝐒𝐿𝐼's blood curl, because the one saying those words in his head is him. Nausea threatens to overwhelm him. It's the final straw for 𝐒𝐿𝐼 to snap. Gritting his teeth, he pushes himself to his feet. The world spins and he almost loses his balance, but he stands. If it wasn't for the one weak healing quirk he has, he would probably have been knocked out by that one throw. He spits the blood in his mouth from a split lip on the ground and says with a deadly calm, "You forget I've been training for these past 3 years." He doesn't wait for Tenko's reaction, doesn't even spare a glance at him, and instead charges at the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 again. The thing has moved its attention away from Bakugo and it's ready for 𝐒𝐿𝐼. With one ruthless motion it swats its arm at him, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 evades it. It's like a deadly dance where, if 𝐒𝐿𝐼's too slow even once, he'll lose the game by paying with his life. Time and time again he moves around the 𝐻𝐻𝐽's moves by rolling or twisting away. Probably the only reason he even manages to evade its attacks is on pure instinct. His body remembers fighting these monsters before and knows what kind of moves to expect, even if they are faster than they've ever been. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's always been good at adapting quickly in a fight, at gathering enough information to gain the upper hand. Besides, he has been training for these past few years as well as gained a few new quirks. With one quirk he manages to trip the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 up a few times by making tiny obstacles on the ground with his breath. When he breathes out he sends a wall of air right in that direction, so by breathing right at the ground he sends those walls towards the ground where they'll function as tripwires. It doesn't do much though, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 quickly stops his attempts with that quirk lest his trips over one of his own traps. The quirk that shocks someone by shooting out fluids that hold a certain voltage also doesn't do much. Neither do the knives he attacks the monster with do anything. Slowly, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 realizes that there might be only one option left. Even if he hates it. His hand goes to one of the pouches on his belt while evading yet another of the 𝐻𝐻𝐽's attacks. While he's still rolling away from that he throws 3 of the gas ball on the ground. The next second the air is filled with thick gas, obscuring anything from view. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 knows where the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 is though, and in one swift motion he finds himself on top of the monster again. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 itself doesn't expect it and starts thrashing around violently. If he isn't quick the thing will throw him off again, so, without hesitation, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 puts his hand against the side of the thing's head. Then he pulls. It feels horrible. The quirks the monster holds are gnarled together in the most violent of ways. They don't fit together neatly next to each other, nor do they mix together nicely. Izuku feels sick to the stomach thinking about how these quirks were forced together. This used to be a person. These quirks used to belong to people. He doesn't have a choice though, so he keeps on pulling. In the background he faintly registers the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 screeching, and his own throat also feels raw. Is he screaming? Second by second the quirks get pulled away and a slick and sticky feeling spreads all the way from Izuku's hands that are touching the monster to the deepest of his core. It feels so wrong. The 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is still thrashing around, but he firmly keeps his grip. He can almost feel the pain that it went through, that it's still going through. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Then the quirks snap loose and drift into Izuku all the way down to the core of his quirk, where all of them snugly fit into their own vault. With a gasp, Izuku gets brought back from the darkness of his quirk to the world of the living. The only quirk that he hadn't allowed to find a vault yet is the super regeneration quirk. It's already doing its work, and Izuku feels the pain in his head fade away, along with the bruises on his ribs and his split lip. That does nothing to stop the shaking of his body. He lets out a shuddering breath before taking another knife and stabbing it into the 𝐻𝐻𝐻's brain, next to his other knife. He doesn't let go of the knife. Instead he takes it out and stabs again. And again. And again. And again. And again. And again. Body fluids and BLD splatter on his face, his hands become slippery with BLD and his clothes slowly stain red. Izuku joins the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 screeching with his own screaming. Anger consumes him along with panic and hurt. Why does he have to fight one of these things again? Hadn't he left all of that behind? Hadn't he moved on from all these feelings that threatened to overwhelm him? It's not fair. Then the screeching comes to a halt and the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 falls to the ground with a thud. Izuku lets himself fall along with the thing and rolls away right as he hits the ground. You killed the boss. Indeed, the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 doesn't get up anymore. It stays on the ground, its brain a mangled mess of flesh and BLD. With a heaving chest, Izuku turns to Tenko, who's staring at him with wide, furious eyes. Some small part inside Izuku cowers at that look because it means pain. But the bigger part of him feels anger pointed at the man. This isn't Tenko. No, this is someone who lets loose a 𝐻𝐻𝐻 on Izuku's teacher and on his classmate. This is just one of his puppets. His brother would never have done this. I'll kill you for that. Tenko screeches and then he charges at Izuku. Covered in BLD from head to toe, Izuku doesn't hesitate and does the same. Once they're in striking distance from each other, Tenko is the first to make a move with a quick swipe of his arm. Izuku evades the deadly touch by turning to the side, and he throws out a knife with one hand in the same move. The blade nicks the man's cheek and a hiss escapes Tenko's mouth. The battle evolves into a fast-paced and deadly fight where every move counts. Even though they haven't fought each other in quite some years, they each know the other's fight style. Tenko is all about brutal moves that are intended to end the fight in one go. Izuku moves around most of his hits in a whirlwind of motion and quirks. Each time the disintegration does hit his skin, the regeneration quirk is already on top of it, healing the tissue back in mere seconds. Tenko has also taken quite some hits, though none of them with crippling damage. Still, superficial cuts are scattered across his body just as a few tracks that various quirks left on him. As the fight drags on, Tenko seems to grow more impatient. He's not used to an opponent holding out this long against his quirk. Unfortunately, Izuku also feels exhaustion creep up on him past the haze of battle. Using this many quirks after such a long time is tiring him more out than thought. In the corner of his eyes he sees Bakugo tackle Kurogiri to the ground. Hopefully Aizawa has been brought to safety. Somewhere in the next few seconds things go south. I had never expected you of all people inside this den of heroes. Tenko spits as he ducks underneath one of Izuku's strength-enhanced swings. The man probably only means the words as a way of distracting Izuku now that his quirk doesn't seem to have lasting effect. Unfortunately it does exactly that. An unwanted wave of guilt and shame wash over Izuku and it trips him up long enough for Tenko to take his chance and tackle him to the ground. The fall knocks the breath out of him while he struggles with the internal battle against his emotions. Tenko's right, I should be ashamed. What was I thinking, attempting to be a hero? No, no, he's wrong. It's my dream, he has no say over that. Izuku tries to push the man off, but his attempts are futile. Tears well up in his eyes while Tenko's livid face hovers over him. He's stuck again and he can't get out. Let me Geo, he cries through gritted teeth. Tenko grabs his wrists with both hands to stop his struggling, and all Izuku can do is watch in growing horror as skin and muscle begin to disintegrate. The quirk doesn't get very far thanks to his regeneration quirk that keeps growing back new skin and muscle, but God, it hurts. Izuku screams in pain, he can't help himself. He can't even use his quirk, because his hands are locked in that horrible grip and it withholds him from touching any skin with 5 fingers. Tenko shakes his head in disappointment and growls, "Oh, you should know better than to lash out at your brother like that." Then a cruel smile slowly spreads across his face. "I'm sure Sensei will fix you once I bring you back." No. Eno, the thought of being brought back to him sends such a wave of terror through Izuku that an extra dose of adrenaline hits his veins. All the pain is pushed to the background and the only thought that remains in his head is that he has to get free. He's not sure what happens next, but it could be compared to those mothers who suddenly gain super strength when protecting their babies. His mind purely follows his primal instinct and Izuku pushes against Tenko's grip. More skin tissue and muscles turn to dust while Izuku lifts his back off the ground with a scream. A quirk is pulled to the front. The one he's most familiar with, the one that's sure to break him free. The grip around his arms is loosened and Izuku pushes further until his right hand touches Tenko's chest. Steam rises up from behind his hand and the feeling of melting skin comes with it. An ear-splitting scream echoes across the plaza and then Tenko is scrambling backwards with a tormented expression. His eyes are glued to his chest where a steaming hole the size of Izuku's hand is imprinted on his skin. For a moment there's only silence as Izuku realizes what is done. The man opens his mouth to say something but is interrupted by a crash near the entrance. "Fear not, for I am here." All Might, for once without a smile on his face, is standing on top of the stairs. A small spark of relief ignites inside Izuku's chest. All Might is here. He takes the time that Tenko is distracted by the hero to get up and scramble back with unsteady steps. The regeneration quirk is already knitting his skin back together but the phantom pain remains. Then Krogiri appears at Tenko's side. The man must have broken free from Bakugo's grip, and he says, "I think it would be best for us to take our leave now, Shigaraki." Those words draw Tenko's attention and the man seems to become aware again of the hole in his chest. He hisses in pain and trembling hands go up to his neck where they begin scratching at the raw skin. Yes, it seems this level was too much for our party. Eyes filled with pain and rage find Izuku. "Next time we will complete all our objectives, little brother." Before Izuku can react or try to stop them, a purple portal consumes them, leaving a heavy silence behind. For a few seconds Izuku just breathes. Then a distant voice cuts through the silence in his head. "Hey nerd, are you okay?" "No, I'm not." His eyes find Bakugo's concerned face, it's covered in grime and ash. His brain refuses to form any words. Shock. He realizes that he might be in shock. A numbness has spread across his entire body and he feels lightheaded. Hey, the other teen snaps his fingers in front of Izuku's eyes. "Stay with me. What the F happened back there?" Izuku shakes his head, unable to process the past events. Bakugo nods his head and swallows. Okay, All Might is here, the other heroes will be here soon. Just hang on. All Might, other heroes. They can't see me like this. He drags all his activated quirks back in their saves, and finally looks Bakugo in the eyes. Punch me. Bakugo's eyebrows rise. What? All Might is already coming down the stairs. He must have checked up on the few students and 13 up there first. No one can see me like this. I'm uninjured. Realization dawns on the other teen's face. You're fing crazy, you know that. Just hurry up. Izuku hisses. All Might stops halfway down the stairs, where a few students are standing with Aizawa in their arms. With a sigh, Bakugo draws back his arm and then punches him in the face. Stars explode in his vision and something warm starts flowing down his face. A broken nose. BLD drips down on his clothing and the floor. This good enough for you, the blonde hisses back. Before Izuku can think of an answer, a bellowing voice interrupts them. Young Bakugo, Midoriya, are you two alright? Or. Might halts in front of them with his trademark smile back in place. His eyes briefly stray to the limp body of the Nomu before snapping back to the two teens. Bakugo scoffs, yeah, no thanks to you Fing heroes. Izuku chooses not to say anything. He's not sure what would come out his mouth, if anything, when he would try to answer. I assume the two villains I saw down here have disappeared with that purple mist. This time they get interrupted by the other heroes who have arrived, Nezu's leading the group with a terrifying expression. Search the entire facility and make sure all our students are brought back here safely. The group fans out in all directions, leaving only the principal and no one other than Ida at the entrance. The sight of all the heroes reminds Izuku of Aizawa, and before All Might or Bakugo can say anything, he has pushed past them and starts making his way to the stairs. Please be alright. Izuku's not sure how he gets up the stairs. Maybe some voices call out to him, but he's not sure. The lightheadedness is back again, coupled with the numbness, both of them worse this time. It almost takes too much effort to climb the final step up to the platform. His eyes scan his surroundings without seeing much, still they zero in on Aizawa's body as soon as he lays eyes on them. Paramedics have started arriving, coupled with the telltale sirens of police vehicles approaching. He expertly evades multiple medics as he forces his body to obey him just a little longer. BLD is still flowing from his nose, but Izuku doesn't pay much attention to it, just as he stubbornly ignores his raw and aching arms. Finally he reaches his teacher. Some paramedics surround the man, giving him the necessary first aid. His face is a bloody mess and his right arm is bent in a weird angle. A woman notices him approaching and tries to stop him. She's saying something, but Izuku doesn't register what exactly, and he just pushes his way past her. "And be here. Help. Help." No, he doesn't need help. Two hands grab him by his upper arms. "You dash. You have to help him," he croaks. "Come on kid, let's get you checked up." Izuku fights the grip on him, but his muscles won't comply. Let me go." Luckily he's let go and Izuku stumbles a step forward. It's my fault," he cries. The same woman crouches down next to him. "It's all right kid. You're safe, your teacher will be all right once we get him to the hospital." Izuku tries to say something, but that's when his body decides it's had enough for today. Darkness creeps up on the sides of his vision, the world spins. Oozing consciousness. Then everything goes to black. Somewhere in a bar a portal opens up and drops a man with greasy blue hair on a wooden floor. The man lets out a yelp and a string curses escapes his mouth. "Welcome back Tomura, how did it go?" The man sits up with a groan and growls, "Our party got crushed. All Might didn't even show up. Though I do believe I unlocked a secret character." "Oh. Do elaborate." "It's Zuko. He's with those filthy heroes, just like you said. He even destroyed our big boss." "Did he now? That's interesting, very interesting." A being, compared to the darkest of nightmares, looks at his protégé through the TV screen. A smile stretches on his face. Soon enough, his student would be with his player too again. Soon enough. At first there's only darkness. It's blissfully calm. There are no worries, no stress. Only the feeling of floating in dark nothingness. Then the nightmares come. They're confusing and disorienting. Izuku's pretty sure he wakes up a few times, bathing in sweat, but falls back into a deep sleep just as fast. The nightmares don't leave him alone, they hunt him down time and time again. After what feels like forever, his body finally decides it has had enough rest. That's when his quirk starts working again, and with it the rest of his senses. There's someone in the room. Izuku knows because his quirk tells him so. He can't for the life of him remember who it is though, and his brain refuses to cooperate, as if someone has cut the strings between him and his memory. The stark smell of antiseptic fills his nose, and the beeping of some sort of monitor faintly fills in the background noise. Much more than that Izuku doesn't perceive with his senses though, and that's not right. Doesn't he have a hearing quirk that he always keeps running? Why is it back inside its own safe? Then his brain finally decides to cooperate by throwing a heap of memories at him all at once. writhing pain as his arms slowly reduce to dust. A smoking hole the size of a hand. His teacher's body, bloodied and broken. 𝐻𝐻. Instead of a shout, that noise comes out of Izuku's mouth. The rest of his body also doesn't comply, his eyes open with way too much effort as if they've been glued together, and his muscles refuse to get him off the bed he's laying on. Izuku. The panic that had been steadily building up recedes a bit. His eyes finally open and focus. There. She's sitting on one of those horrible plastic hospital chairs, in one hand a drink in a disposable cup. Her face has an ashen look to it, as if she hasn't slept in quite some time, and her hair is slightly disheveled. Mom. It comes out more as a rasp, and Izuku realizes how dry his mouth is, like sandpaper. His mom reaches out and grabs his right hand. With a small and oh so vulnerable smile she says, "You're awake." Izuku squeezes their hands in response. Her warm touch calms his heart and mind. "Oh, let me help you up so you can drink something." Once she's helped him sit up against a thick layer of pillows and handed him a glass of water, Izuku gulps down the liquid in a matter of seconds. It soothes his raw throat, and just this little moment with his mother next to him heals him more than any healing quirk ever could. When he hands his mom the glass again to put it on the side table, his eyes fall on his bare arms. Whereas before they had been covered in scars of all shapes and sizes, he had still been left with some untouched skin. Now though, his arms are covered in red skin tissue all the way from his wrists to his elbows. His mom sees him. Looking and softly says, "The doctors say you're lucky that it's only the skin that's been permanently damaged." Izuku swallows away the lump in his throat. "Oh." Then his hand is grabbed again by his mom's warm touch. She begins tracing slow circles on the back while she seems to struggle finding the right words to say. Eventually she decides to settle on, "How are you?" Guilt twists its ugly head in his gut, and Izuku averts his eyes. How is he? Normally he would have given her his best smile and assured her he's fine. He doesn't want to worry her after all. But he can't do that right now. He's just so tired. Tears burn in the corners of his eyes, and a single drop finds its way down his cheek in the silence after the question. "I think I fed up, Mom." Izuku whispers with a breaking voice. "Oh honey." Tears fill her eyes as well. Then she bends forward and encases Izuku in a warm hug. He sobs quietly in her arms, his tears stain his cheeks and his mom's shirt. With it some of the stress, fear and anger of the past few days wash away. His mom just rubs circles on his back and tries to soothe him, even if her voice sounds a little tight. She's trying to stay strong for him. Once he's calmed down a bit, he whispers something in her ear. So quietly that not a single listening ear would be able to pick it up. Tenko was there. His mom freezes for just a second before she breaks free from his grip to look at him. "What happened?" she asks with a worried expression. Briefly, her eyes roam the room before adding, "You don't have to tell me everything, that can wait until home. Just the broad details. I know someone could be listening in on us." For a bit Izuku doesn't say anything as he tries to collect his haggard mind. He showed up together with the mist villain, Kurogiri, and the monster. Anomyu. I fought the monster, and then, he swallows the bile that threatens to creep up on him, I fought him. His mom's eyes stray to his arms, understanding dawning in them, before looking up at him with such a fragile expression. She cups his face in her hand when she whispers, "I'm sorry honey." "No. You have nothing to be sorry about," Izuku exclaims. She shouldn't apologize to him, if anything it's his fault. He should have told Yue, or someone, about the break-in at the start of the week. An apology is useless to him. His mom tries to say something, but Izuku is faster, "There's something else." Izuku can't help the fear that fills him when he says the next words, "Now, he knows." It breaks his heart to see his mom pale, to see fear fill her eyes. There's a silence of half a minute where she processes the news. Then she sighs, with it the fear washes away from her face and a determination replaces it. "All right. What should we do? Run away? Change our names again? We do nothing. Do nothing." Izuku doesn't understand. "What? Nothing? But what if, Izuku?" His mom grabs his hands again and looks in his eyes. Really looks. We're not going to start all over again somewhere else. We've got a life here. You go to UA of all places. But, I will not let your grandfather ruin our lives again, his mom cuts him off. There's something of steel in her eyes, Izuku's seen it a few times before. That night they made their escape and his dad left them. Or when they just escaped and they'd been cornered by 3 men in a dark alley, his mom had stared them down with that same look. None of the men had come out of the alley alive. I will not let him take away another of your dreams. Izuku, you're at UA. It's the safest place you could be at. Oh, how much Izuku wants to believe his mom's words. There's one thing bothering him though. What about you? You don't go to UA. His mom gives him a reassuring smile. Don't worry about me, Izuku. I can handle myself. Maybe it's the way she says it. Or the sharpness in her smile. But Izuku chooses to believe. He takes a deep sigh and then nods. All right. The next thing he knows he's encased in another hug. A nurse comes soon after. She checks up on him and tells him about his injuries. Quirk exhaustion which put him to sleep for a good 14 hours, a broken nose, a twisted ankle and a few bruises. Izuku hadn't noticed any of them, probably because his veins are filled with a SHT ton of anti-pain meds. He doesn't know how he got the twisted ankle, maybe somewhere during his search for Aizawa. The nurse asks him about his arms. Izuku tells her he doesn't remember anymore. She just nods without any reaction and crosses something off on her clipboard. She leaves with the words that they'll lower the meds once the doctor has approved, something that Izuku can appreciate. After that, Izuku manages to convince his mom to go home for a few hours and rest. She'd been up all night, at his side, and must be exhausted. He'll be here for at least the rest of the day anyway. Breakfast comes an hour later but he only eats small bites. Maybe it's the meds, maybe his stomach hasn't calmed down yet, but the thought of swallowing more food down makes him nauseous. The rest of the time he tries to sleep, or rather rest. Now that he's awake it's difficult to fall asleep in a strange environment. With his hearing quirk back on again, all the background noise gets heightened. Crying babies, beeping monitors, hospital personnel hurrying to and fro. He'd never turn the quirk off again though, definitely not in an unknown environment. It must be around 11 AM when a different nurse comes walking into his room. Midoriya Izuku. Yes, that's me. He answers, curious as to what this nurse might have to say. There's a visitor for you. The man steps to the side to let the person enter. Izuku already knows who it is before Bakugo steps into the room with his hands nonchalantly in his pockets. The nurse leaves again to give them some privacy and then it's just the two of them. For at least a minute neither of them says anything. Bakugo moves to lean against the wall at the end of his bed with his arms crossed. Izuku notes that he has a bandage on his cheek and a bit of a limp on his left leg. There are bags under his eyes and his hair is even wilder than normal. You look like SHT. Izuku can't suppress a snort. Thanks. I could say the same about you. His words have Bakugo rolling his eyes before his expression turns more serious. About what happened, I'll tell you. Bakugo blinks, probably not expecting Izuku to say that. With a sigh Izuku continues, you deserve an explanation. I realize that now. Just, not here. The other teen's face morphs into a frown. What? Why the hell not? We could have unwanted company and this isn't exactly the conversation for eavesdropping. That shuts the blonde up real quickly. Izuku's not sure why he trusts Bakugo all of the sudden, maybe it's trauma bonding, maybe just the fact that he hadn't been arrested yet, which means the other teen must not have said a word about Izuku's sketchy past to any of the authorities. Why are you even here? Izuku asks while shifting in his bed. Bakugo frowns and looks away with his arms still crossed in front of him. Detective lie detector is probably coming by later. Thought you should know. Who? Right. Tsukochi. Izuku had forgotten that Bakugo only talks in nicknames. He'd suspected someone of the police force would stop by to take his statement sooner rather than later. The fact that it's Tsukochi merely complicates things. He wonders what his classmates' statements were like. At the plaza, did anyone else hear? Eyebags and half heard the last parts, I think. Okay, he can work with that. Even if it's not ideal. He doubts whether Hitoshi would have said anything to the detective. Todoroki he isn't so sure about though. He doesn't know the teen well enough to be able to predict his actions. Thanks, though I'm pretty sure Hitoshi would brainwash you if he ever heard you call him that. Bakugo scoffs, who? Eyebags. Like he could ever brainwash me. Izuku is about to retort that the blonde is probably one of the easiest people to rile up when the same nurse enters the room again. Midoriya. A detective is here to take your statement. Izuku's good mood evaporates in a second. All right. He turns to Bakugo who's glaring at the man as if he's the problem. Thanks for stopping by and stuff. The other teen grunts and pushes himself off the wall. Just don't back out on your promise. Izuku waves the teen away. Yeah, I'll let you know more about that once I'm out of here. Then Bakugo stalks out of the room. Just past the door he halts for a few seconds before stomping away. Izuku finds out why the teen stopped not soon after when Detective Tsukochi walks into the room. He's wearing a tan overcoat and one of his standard hats. There are some dark bags underneath his eyes and his white shirt is slightly crumpled, as if he'd been up all night. He probably had, knowing the detective. The man takes his hat off and nods once at Izuku. Good morning, Midoriya. The last sliver of Izuku's good mood truly slips away. This was going to be one hell of an interrogation, even if the man technically only came here to take his statement. Sending the detective one of his own cold smiles he says, Morning Tsukochi. Naomasa has only one more student to interview before he can go home. That's what he keeps telling himself as he follows the nurse through the hospital halls. Since yesterday afternoon he's been working non-stop. Between taking statements from all the students and interrogating the apprehended villains it had taken him all night. Luckily most of the students hadn't been injured, or at least not heavily. Aizawa and 13 had both been injured quite heavily just as one single student, Midoriya Izuku. Of course. Now, Naomasa has known Midoriya for quite some time. He'd met the kid as Ghost about a year and a half ago. The kid had just started solving cases and word about his insane deduction ability was just beginning to spread. Since then Naomasa had worked on numerous cases together with Midoriya, the most recent one being the missing person case surrounding Kokoku Nori. Though he's seen Midoriya's ability to pick apart a case in mere hours often enough, he has no idea how the kid got so good. Naomasa knows about Midoriya's quirk and it's not a mental quirk. The missing person case they're working on right now is probably the first case Ghost hasn't solved within a week. Regarding the reason behind the difficulty of this case even though it should be a simple missing person case, well, Naomasa has his theories and he doesn't like any of them. That doesn't take away from the fact that there's always been something off about Midoriya, maybe it's the look in his eyes or the way his working methods always skirt around the edges of the law, but Naomasa figured out pretty quickly that Midoriya was no average teen. He hadn't been surprised when Midoriya wanted to get into UA and after that got in. The kid is smart enough and his heart is that of a hero. Naomasa had seen so when, just after telling Naomasa what his quirk was, Midoriya asked him for permission to help people with uncontrollable quirks by turning off their quirks. To be honest, he also hadn't been surprised when, after less than a week, the teen had already managed to get into trouble during the USJ attack. It just seemed sort of in character for Midoriya. He had, however, heard some concerning things about the kid from certain statements. Coupled with the way the Nomu's body was found, Naomasa isn't entirely sure what he should think of Midoriya anymore. The nurse halts in front of one of the many doors lining the hallway and enters the room at once. Naomasa waits outside, next to the door, as the man informs Midoriya of his visit. Not much later the nurse exits the room with another teenager in tow. Bakugo Katsuki, his mind vaguely supplies. Another student from 1A and closest to Midoriya during the incident. The teen had refused to tell him much besides the big timeline. Even if it hadn't sat right with him, Naomasa hadn't pressed him too much after the blonde had nearly exploded in his face for the third time in 2 minutes. It was probably a trauma response and God forbid if he gave those kids even more trauma by dragging every single fact out of them for a statement. Bakugo had witnessed the supposedly brutal fights between Midoriya and the Nomu, and afterwards with the main villain Shigaraki. Something that was bound to leave its mark. The blonde halts in the doorway when he sees Naomasa standing near the door. For a few seconds the kid glares at him with a truly menacing scowl before stomping past him. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 doesn't let it faze him and instead enters the small room while taking off his hat. With a nod, he says, "Good morning, Midoriya." The teen looks tired. His skin is even paler than usual and there are some deep bags underneath his eyes. He's sitting propped up against some pillows in the standard hospital gown with his hand folded in front of him on top of the white sheets. A broken nose decorates his face, even if it seems to have been treated, a bruise in different colors still blooms in its place. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 also notes the intense scarring on Midoriya's underarms. He wonders whether that had been there before or whether it's a new addition. He doesn't know and also isn't allowed to, it's confidential information after all. Besides all of that, the teen's eyes have that familiar glint to them that tells 𝐒𝐻𝐽 that Midoriya is as alert as always, if not more. "Morning Tsukochi," he says with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Whether it's a challenge or just an attempt at being polite, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 doesn't know, though knowing Midoriya it could be either, or both. "How are you doing?" It's an easy question to open the conversation with. "I'm as well as I can be," Midoriya responds slowly. He hesitates slightly before adding, "How is Aizawa-sensei?" He woke up this morning and should make a full recovery. Hearing that, the teen lets out a relieved breath. "Good. And the rest of my classmates?" "They're all fine as well, some had some minor injuries but were all treated by Recovery Girl." 𝐒𝐻𝐽 takes a seat on the plastic chair next to Midoriya's bed as he continues, "As you probably know, I'm here to take your statement regarding the attack at the unforeseen simulation joint yesterday by the League of Villains." Midoriya merely nods, his sharp gaze tracks every movement as 𝐒𝐻𝐽 takes out all the required paperwork and a recorder. "To be clear, this is not an interrogation. You are not under arrest. This is merely a statement." "I understand." Midoriya answers shortly. His face is an unreadable mask and nothing betrays any nervousness. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 supposes he might not even be nervous, seeing as he's sat in on plenty of interrogations and the like. After turning on the recorder, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 goes through all the things he's legally required to say, like his quirk and such, before allowing Midoriya to tell his story with the words, "Can you walk me through your experiences at the USJ all the way from the beginning?" For a moment there's a silence before Midoriya begins. "When we, Class 1A and Aizawa-sensei, arrived at the USJ everything seemed normal. It was while 13 was explaining some quirk stuff that I noticed something was off." "What do you mean by off?" Midoriya shrugs, "Just a gut feeling. Before I could tell anyone my quirk went haywire, telling me there were quirks everywhere. It's part of my quirk and it took me a lot of effort to warn Aizawa-sensei because of that." By then the villains had already arrived through some purple portal. Aizawa-sensei jumped down to fight all the villains downstairs and ordered us to evacuate. But before we could, the same mist villain blocked our path. I believe his name is Kurogiri. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 nods encouragingly at the teen. So far all of this lines up with what the other statements have said, no lie has rung either so far. Midoriya continues without a pause, "Bakugo attacked the villain twice and I jumped after him into the portal the second time. Can you clarify that?" Midoriya nods, "I noticed the portal open up underneath Bakugo when he charged Kurogiri a second time and didn't want to leave him alone. We ended up in the collapse zone with just the two of us. I don't know what happened to the rest of the class after that." 𝐒𝐻𝐽 jots down a few notes as the teen continues his story. Then he gets to when he and Bakugo reach the plaza and his talking slows. There's a distant look in Midoriya's eyes for just a few seconds before the teen blinks and the look is wiped from his face. Still, it's enough for 𝐒𝐻𝐽 to notice. "If you want to, we can take a break. You've been doing great so far." At that Midoriya shakes his head and sends him a smile. "No, I'm good." He takes a breath and continues without hesitation. "I first noticed the Nomyu, you know the monster, he was ordered to get Aizawa-sensei. It wasn't pretty." That was an understatement. From just one attack the hero had sustained some heavy injuries. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 doesn't want to think about what would have happened with a second attack. "Do you know who ordered the Nomyu?" he asks, keeping his voice light. He'd asked Bakugo the same question and the reaction hadn't been pretty. Midoriya's hands grip the bed sheets tightly and he swallows before saying, "Kurogiri called the villain Shigaraki. He was the one who gave the order. Truth, what happened after that? I noticed the villain and he noticed me and Bakugo. Then 𝐭𝐻𝐻 appeared saying that a student had escaped and that All Might wasn't there. It made the villain angry and he ordered the 𝐻𝐼 to Midoriya swallows again before seeming to force out, kill Bakugo. Well, that is new information. Though it does bring perspective to the supposed outcome of things. The only other one who had been at the place at the same time was Bakugo and he had refused to talk beyond that point, only giving out a vague timeline of things. 𝐻𝐼𝐫 is already debating on advising Principal Nezu on a mandatory therapy session for all the students involved, though he's pretty sure the rat is already planning on implementing that. Bakugo isn't the only one who had some sort of trauma response while taking the statement. Surprisingly, without needing prompting, Midoriya continues, "It charged at us and I engaged. I managed to convince Bakugo to take Aizawa-sensei to safety. Nothing I did seemed to stop the 𝐻𝐼. The villain claimed the monster had a regeneration quirk, truth that surprises 𝐻𝐼𝐫. Regeneration quirks are rare after all. Though he does wonder, did you use your quirk?" Midoriya blinks at him in confusion. Was I not allowed to? There's an edge to his voice and 𝐻𝐼𝐫 hurries to correct himself. No, that's not what I mean. Did you use your quirk to stop the 𝐻𝐼? At first I didn't, Midoriya starts slowly. Then I did, which resulted in the 𝐻𝐼 not being able to use its quirks anymore. Truth, 𝐻𝐼𝐫's heart drops and he only barely manages to keep the shock out of his voice. As in multiple quirks. The teen stills and an expression flashes across his face, too quick for 𝐻𝐼𝐫 to read. Then he laughs sheepishly at 𝐻𝐼𝐫. It's a hollow sound, devoid of any emotion. Oh yeah, my quirk registered multiple quirks inside the 𝐻𝐼. Truth, I guess I was too caught up in my story to tell you. 𝐻𝐼𝐫 isn't sure what to be more shaken by. The fact that somehow the 𝐻𝐼 possessed multiple quirks or the fact that Midoriya just lied. Without his quirk, 𝐻𝐼𝐫 is sure he wouldn't have known. Normally a person has tells that indicate a lie, with Midoriya there was no such thing. Just a straight face with slightly widened eyes, as if he truly forgot. Midoriya must notice something about him because he asks with a frown, "Something wrong, detective?" 𝐻𝐼𝐫 clears his throat and looks the teen straight in the eye. You know you just lied. Is there a reason for that? Midoriya's face falls and he fiddles with his hands. After a short silence he softly asks, "You won't arrest me if I tell you?" It was a life or death situation, Midoriya. No one can blame you for your actions. 𝐻𝐼𝐫 tries to assure the teen, hoping that he'll tell the truth. It seems to ease the teen just slightly and his shoulders slump as if a tension has fallen from it. I was still so angry at the villains. I just wanted to hurt them, make sure they couldn't do that ever again. I couldn't think of any other way to defeat the 𝐻𝐼, so I killed it. Tears well up in his eyes and he looks up at 𝐻𝐼𝐫 with a broken expression. Does that make me a bad person? All 𝐻𝐼𝐫's worries about Midoriya having lied get thrown out the window when he sees that expression. He shakes his head at the teen. Of course not. You protected your classmates, your teacher, and yourself. No one can fault you for that. God, he wasn't trained to deal with teenager emotions. Midoriya lets out a shaky breath hearing that and nods. Okay, we can continue this another time if it's too difficult for you to talk about. No, I'll continue. I want to finish this today, Midoriya says as he wipes the tears from his eyes. He squares his face back into control again and carries on. The villain got really mad when the 𝐻𝐼 got incapacitated and attacked me. We fought and then All Might came. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 teleported the two of them away not soon after. Truth, can you tell me more about your fight with Shigaraki? He has a disintegration quirk and is fast, Midoriya says while one hand rubs the other arm. Truth. 𝐻𝐼𝐫's gaze is drawn to the action and it prompts him to ask, did Shigaraki use his quirk on you? Midoriya follows his gaze down at his arms and his hands still. While still studying his arms he answers softly, he did. Near the end of our fight. I think a healing quirk of the sort healed it. Truth, it makes sense that one of the medics present would try to heal the damage as soon as possible. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫 knows he isn't authorized to ask any further questions about the teen's medical condition though, as curious as he is. This isn't an interrogation after all. So far everything that Midoriya has talked about lines up with other statements. There's only one thing that he didn't mention and it bugs 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫 that he seems to have skipped over it. Thank you Midoriya. I have one last question for you. From another statement I gathered that just before fleeing Shigaraki called you little brother. Do you have any idea as to why that might be? Midoriya shrugs. To rile me up or something. That's something that villains do sometimes, right? As far as I know we're not BLD related. Truth. Sharp green eyes stare directly back at 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫 as the teen says, Shigaraki is not my brother. Truth lie what? That's impossible. Midoriya's words ring as the truth but there's just the faintest hint of a lie. Which shouldn't be possible, something is either true or not. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫 is so engrossed in what his quirk is telling him that it takes him a moment too long to answer. Midoriya hasn't broken eye contact with him all the while. Alright, that will be all. Thank you for your cooperation. He ends the recording and puts all of his things back into his briefcase without thinking about it too deeply, his mind elsewhere. Could an answer be true and false at the same time? Maybe, though 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫 has never encountered it before. His quirk always registers whether a person perceives their answer as true or not, so it's not infallible to whether something is actually true. But to have something be both a truth and a lie to a person would be impossible. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫 stands up from the chair and bids the teen a swift recovery, which Midoriya answers with a polite thank you. As he walks away he can feel the teen's calculating gaze on his back. There's something off about Midoriya. What though, that 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐫 has yet to figure out. Hospitals are a waste of time. That's a thought that hasn't left Shouter's mind ever since he woke up this morning. Otherwise his mind doesn't really have any other thoughts, it's sluggish from all the anti-pain meds pumping through his veins. That's probably also the only reason he isn't crippled in pain. His face is wrapped in bandages, only leaving his eyes and mouth free and one of his arms is encased in a thick cast. He'd woken up this morning with an oxygen mask on as well, luckily they'd deemed him well enough to get rid of the DMN thing just before noon. Hisashi had been at his bedside when Shouter had woken up, slumped over in one of those uncomfortable hospital chairs. The oxygen mask had been the only thing preventing him from telling his friend that it was irrational to sacrifice sleep for watching over someone who wasn't even awake. It had also prevented him from demanding the man tell him about the well-being of his students. Still, his friend had understood. He'd told Shouter about his students and about what had happened after he had passed out in that rambly way of his. From that Shouter had made up a few things. All students are fine, barring Midoriya. Apparently he had taken on the monster called a 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐫 that had smashed Shouter's face in mere seconds and had fought the leader whose name turns out to be Shigaraki. It definitely reinforced Shouter's belief that Midoriya was going to be the problem child of the year. The last thing Shouter remembers is the 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐫 in his field of vision and pain. Maybe it's just his mind making things up but he has the feeling as if during his last conscious moment he saw two students standing at the edge of the plaza, one with a haunted expression on his face. As if their entire world had come crumbling down around them. Hisashi tells him about how Midoriya all but sacrificed himself for the safety of his classmates. About how afterwards he almost dragged himself up the stairs to check up on Shouter. It makes Shouter angry knowing that his students had to fend for themselves. While normally he would have said that an experience like this would only strengthen them, now all Shouter is left with is the feeling that this shouldn't have happened. It's illogical that an institution like UA gets a break-in and that fresh first years are the ones left dealing with the consequences. It wouldn't surprise him if a few of his students would want to drop out after this first villain encounter. He would encourage it even as students with just a drop of hesitation in them had no place in his class. It's somewhere in the early afternoon, Hisashi is away to grab a coffee from the vendor. He'd refused to bring one for Shouter, claiming that he wasn't allowed to have it for now. Unfair. That's when a short knock sounds from the door. Shouter attempts to sit up a bit straighter against the pillows while the door opens just a crack. Familiar green eyes peek through the opening, scanning the room behind it in one swift sweep before they settle on Shouter with a question in them. "Come in, kid," he grunts. He should have expected this visit sooner or later, Maybe that's even the reason why Hisashi isn't here right now. He wouldn't put it past the man. Midoriya enters the room in that quiet way of his. 𝐬𝐽 has never heard his footsteps. He wonders where the kid learned to walk like that. Instead of taking a seat on the empty chair at 𝐬𝐽's bed, the greenette ups to lean against the wall to his left where he has a good view of the entrance and the windows. Whereas his movements still hold that grace of someone who has their entire body in control, there's a certain stiffness to it this time, or rather a drag, as if a sense of exhaustion clings to the boy's body. He's wearing a black hoodie and comfortable sweatpants. His green curls are even more a mess than usual. Behind the white bandages on his nose, 𝐬𝐽 can see some bruising, and Midoriya's eyes sport even darker shadows, as if he hasn't slept in a good while. "How are you?" Midoriya asks after a moment of silence where both of them take each other in. To make sure the other is alright. 𝐬𝐽 raises an eyebrow that no one can see. "I should be asking you that question." The kid looks away, out the window where a meager sun peeks through a sea of clouds, while he answers, "I'm fine. Doctors say I'm good to leave after my final checkup later this afternoon." Even if 𝐬𝐽 can't detect any visible injuries besides a broken nose and dark circles underneath the boy's eyes, he knows the kid isn't fine. He just doesn't project it to the world. Maybe the only hint is the fact that his eyes seem to have a hollowness to them that hadn't been as bad before. 𝐬𝐽 thinks it had even been improving after Midoriya started going to UA. That brings him back to the reason behind their hospitalization. "Midoriya," he says with his teacher voice. It's enough to make the kid look back at him again. "I'm sorry that UA couldn't protect you, that I couldn't protect you." Eraserhead who's apologizing. Midoriya smirks, even if it doesn't reach his eyes. "Didn't think that was possible." 𝐬𝐽 doesn't roll with his attempt at cracking a joke and instead sends the kid one of his stares. "I'm serious, Midoriya. You shouldn't have been the one to protect your fellow classmates. Even if you're all training to be heroes. It's the job of the pros to do that." Midoriya's face grows solemn at the words. He looks down, rubbing at his arms. It's fine. I've had woe." He cuts himself off and seems to rethink his words before continuing, "It's fine. I'm fine and everyone else is safe, that's what matters." "Midoriya." 𝐬𝐽 all but glares a hole in the kid's head. That way of thinking is dangerous for a hero. He has to nip it in the bud before it can grow into something bigger. The teen drags his gaze back up to meet 𝐬𝐽's. "Your own well-being always comes before anything else. How do you expect to save others if you can't take care of yourself?" For a second he seems to want to say something, but one stern look from 𝐬𝐽 has him shutting his mouth. "Understood." Midoriya nods, if not begrudgingly, "Yes sir." Immediately after that the kid has to stifle a yawn. "Go back to bed before you pass out on the floor over here." Midoriya sends him an annoyed glare but pushes himself off the wall nonetheless. The kid leaves with the same silence that he came with, leaving 𝐬𝐽 back in the blessedly quiet of his room. Not a second later Hisashi bursts into the room with a steaming cup of coffee in one hand and a knowing grin on his face. "What did I miss?" 𝐬𝐽 just glares at his friend. The chatter of people and the clattering of plates fills the restaurant when Izuku enters the place. It's a casual restaurant where you can find anyone enjoying a meal. It's busy at almost all times of the day, and that's precisely why Izuku has chosen to meet with Bakugo over here. When the waitress comes to ask where he would like to sit, Izuku requests a quiet place. In the end he finds himself seated in a booth in the corner of the restaurant, away from any prying ears but with enough background noise to conceal any words that'll be spoken. He takes the time that he has to wait for Bakugo to observe his surroundings. The restaurant has a modern design to it with hints of green here and there and tall windows let in the warm sunlight of a spring morning. Smells of many different kinds waft his way and laughter fills the air. His quirk soon alerts him a blazing quirk approaching him. "Why did you choose a Fing restaurant?" Izuku looks up to see Bakugo standing in front of him with his trademark scowl. "There's a lot of noise here, that's why." Izuku responds with a faint smile. Bakugo just huffs and plops down on the seat in front of him. The waitress has already put down 2 menus and Izuku pushes one across the table towards the blonde. "Here, I recommend the soba, it's truly delicious at this place." Rather than taking the menu, Bakugo's eyes stay rooted in place and fill with a hot anger when they notice Izuku's bare arms. HNDJB did that, didn't he? Izuku's smile falls from his face and he can't help but rub at his left arm. He did. Because spring is in full swing and the days are getting hotter, Izuku didn't feel like wearing a hoodie that would cover up his arms that morning. He's not ashamed of his scars, they are a sign of what has survived and he proudly wears them, but they can lead to difficult questions, and the fact that he's accepted his scars doesn't mean that he wants to talk about the reason behind them. Bakugo opens his mouth, most likely to curse at Tenko in a multitude of vile ways, but Izuku cuts him off. First we eat, then we talk about those problems. He doesn't want his meal to be spoiled by anything related to the disaster that was the USJ. The emotions and memories that are bound to come up during his conversation with Bakugo are sure to make his appetite disappear. Not much later the waitress comes to take their orders, and while they wait for the food to come they sit in an awkward silence. Neither is really the person to make small talk. Bakugo does try to open his mouth a few times, but Izuku always shuts him up before he can say a word. The look in the blonde's eyes tells him that he wouldn't be talking about any small talk anyway. The food comes, and for a while Izuku just savors the delicious flavors of his meal. It seems Bakugo also enjoys it because after a few bites he says, "This SHT isn't complete garbage." Izuku snorts, "You thought I would have taken you to a place with bad food?" That has the blonde rolling his eyes. In the end there's only so long before Bakugo's patience has slipped away. "You dragged me all the way here because you would tell me everything. So, spill." Izuku puts his chopsticks down and looks at the other teen. They'd at least gotten halfway through the meal. It's further than he'd expected. Bakugo is glaring at him with impatience written all across his face. His own food has been forgotten. "What do you want to know?" The glare lessens and something vulnerable flashes across his face. With a slightly softer voice the other teen asks, "Why did you leave?" Guilt and shame still flare up when Izuku thinks back to his conversation with Bakugo in the alley just a few days ago. The vulnerable side of the teen he'd seen back then isn't easily forgotten. He lowers his eyes and quietly says, "I didn't want to leave, you know." Though he can't see the other's face, he can see how his fists tighten. "Explain." Izuku takes a shuddering breath and forces himself to look Bakugo in the eye again. "Do you remember my—" He swallows and almost can't form the next word, "grandfather." Bakugo huffs, "You mean that creepy guy who I was never allowed to meet but who you were always talking about?" Izuku winces. "Yes. He's the reason behind my fed-up life." That doesn't seem to satisfy the blonde because he sends Izuku a burning glare. With a sigh Izuku reluctantly continues, "You already know that my quirk came in late and what it can do. Well, my grandfather can do the same." "What the actual F?" Bakugo says with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Izuku chuckles, though it's without any humor. "Yeah, I know. He started training me as soon as I started school. It's why back then I couldn't play very often. He wanted me to spend as much time as possible with him." Before Bakugo can react Izuku continues, only now a bitter grimace tugs at the corners of his mouth. "I guess the appearance of my quirk was a perfect excuse for him to pull me out of school. One night he made my parents and me move away to a place closer to him. We weren't allowed to keep in contact with anyone or say goodbye. So yeah," he shrugs with a sad smile, "that's why I left." A smoking hand slams on the table. "That's fed up." Bakugo growls. A few people at other tables glance at them and Izuku hisses, "Keep your voice down." Though the blonde's furious face doesn't change, he does quiet down when he says, "What dash? What happened to you? Why did you change?" It actually makes Izuku chuckle slightly when he thinks back to the naive little Izuku back in the first years of his new life. That Izuku had been all sunshines and smiles, he'd looked up to All Might to an almost ridiculous level and believed that heroes could fix anything. Eventually that Izuku died in that concrete room. It was better that way. He would have been crushed by the things Izuku had to do later on. If you think it's fed up that I was already training when I was 5, compared to the training I received when I was older, that was child's play. Horror dawns on Bakugo's face when he must realize what that could mean. Maybe he's reminded of Izuku's scars back in the changing room. His eyes flick down to Izuku's arms before moving back up, this time with a question in them. What did you? Before the other teen can finish his sentence, Izuku cuts in rather fiercely, it's not important what I had to do. Don't ask. He doesn't want to talk about what happened down in that concrete room, most of it is hazy even to himself. But from the things that he does remember, he's sure that Bakugo would despise him if he found out about them. Maybe it's selfish, but Izuku doesn't want to lose the teen a second time. At his words, Bakugo reels back in his chair with a face ready to protest, but Izuku doesn't let it come to that. More quietly he adds, please, I try not to think about those years. Don't make me drag up all the details. That shuts Bakugo up and the anger on his face slightly cools. A hush falls in their conversation and Izuku takes that time to recollect his mind. It's trying to drag him back into memories of the past and it takes him a lot of effort to stay in the present. He's always repressed everything as much as possible, it's how he's survived for all these years. When he wasn't at school he would keep his mind busy with a case he was working on or an interesting quirk. That had always worked out. Until UA. Then everything in his life seemed to decide not to go along with that anymore. Bakugo, the thing USJ, Bakugo again. With everything he did something would come and remind him of those years. It's exhausting and Izuku's not sure how long he can go on like this. He has to though, because giving up would mean giving in to him and there's not a hair on Izuku's body which would ever think of that. In the time that Izuku has an internal struggle with his own mind, Bakugo also seems to have processed everything that's been said. It appears he's not done, because with a look at Izuku's arms he asks, how the F does HNDJB even fit into the picture? Izuku traces his scars with a finger as he says, I guess you could say that is my adopted brother. Bakugo sends him a weird look. Auntie Inko adopted Krusty. That makes Izuku snort and he shakes his head. No. God no, he was adopted by him. Your creepy grandfather. Yes. Izuku can almost see the radars were behind Bakugo's eyes as he adds 2 and 2 together. He blinks and swallows. Krusty is a villain, who exactly is that grandpa of yours? With a broken smile Izuku looks at the teen. I think you already know. A villain? Yes, who is he? Izuku shakes his head, his green curls bounce with the movement. You don't want to know. That seems to anger the teen and smoke that has the faintest smell of burnt sugar rises from his palms. Oh, how Izuku hopes that the fire alarm in this restaurant won't go off. Don't come with this SHT again. No, you don't understand. Izuku leans forward and stares into Bakugo's eyes. Something in his own green eyes makes the blonde pause. If I tell you, you might very well be dead by tomorrow morning. Bakugo pales. Then he looks away with a frown, his fists clenching at his side. The sunlight from the windows shines down on his face, highlighting his blonde hair and cheekbones. With a voice more quiet than normal he says, so a supervillain then. Izuku bites his lip and looks down at his lap, he notices the food still on his plate. It's probably gone cold by now. Not that it matters, he's lost his appetite anyway. Yeah, it's why I can't mention his name in public no matter how safe it may seem. He also doesn't want to tell Bakugo because the other would no doubt go looking into it and that was a surefire way to tip him off. Izuku doesn't want to lose yet another person to the man. How dash? Why are you even here? The screeching of that thing. A building that goes up in flames. Freedom, at the cost of a sacrifice. BLD wells up from where Izuku's biting his lip. It takes him a lot more effort to not make his voice waver when he answers. My mom and I escaped. My father didn't make it. Oh. Bakugo looks slightly forlorn when he hears that. Maybe he'd thought that the fact that Izuku had escaped would also mean that his parents did as well. It highlights how naive the other still is even if he claims otherwise. As much as Masaru had been an uncle to Izuku, Hisoshi had been an uncle to the blonde. Izuku swallows away the lump in his throat and ignores the stinging in his eyes. The look Bakugo sends him has guilt twisting its ugly head in his gut. It's easier to look somewhere else and so he does, out the window. People pass by on the street, a group of teenagers laughing and teasing each other, 2 parents with a little girl in their midst. She's got a look of innocence and utter happiness on her face, and she bursts out giggling as her father scoops her up into her arms. The fact that there's only a glass window separating them has never felt more surreal. To Izuku, it's as if there's an entire world in between him and them. There probably is. They'll never know what the quickest way to kill a person is, how thick, warm BLD feels. He cuts off the thought with a slight shake of his head. Case in point stands that he'll never have the life that those people have. Even if he manages to stay out of his hands for the rest of his life, he'll still be battling the ghosts from the past, the demons in his head. And here he is with his childhood best friend. A person he'd thought he would never see again. The one voice that had whispered in his mind to keep fighting, to go on just a little longer, back when he'd needed it most. He wonders if he's made a mistake by bringing Bakugo into the loop of his messed up life. Maybe he's bringing the teen into danger that's greater than the blonde probably realizes. Hey, Deku. That nickname has Izuku looking away from the window, away from his thoughts. Bakugo sends him a grin. It's not as sharp as usual but with more emotion that Izuku's ever seen from the teen. I'm glad you're here. I've missed you. Something tiny and giddy inside of Izuku burns at those words. It's a feeling he hasn't felt in a long time. A small smile tugs at the corners of his mouth as he says, I've missed you too, Kaken. The day passes into night and Izuku finds himself holed up in his room. Dinner with his mom in the evening had been a quiet affair. Izuku was too much in his head to make conversation. His mom had let him, sensing that he needed some quiet, and he's grateful for that. But now that he's alone in the quiet of his bedroom, the silence is almost suffocating. It leaves too much room for his thoughts to reign freely, and if there's something that he doesn't need right now, it's that. He's trying to distract himself by working on the 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 case. All his schoolwork is already finished hours ago, and it's still an entire evening and night until school begins again after an extended weekend to give all the students ample time to rest after the USJ. To Izuku it feels like ages. That leaves him sitting cross-legged on the ground with different files, photos, and notebooks sprawled around him. He presses the play button on his phone and the conversation Aizawa had managed to record rings from the speakers. While listening to it for the umpteenth time, he studies the grainy picture of the second man again. Not Sugiyama, but the other man. Before the USJ disaster, Tsukochi had put that picture through face recognition. That usually takes a few days, and just a few hours ago Izuku had received an email with its results. No other words had been put in the mail. Clearly the poor detective was too busy with the USJ case he'd also been assigned to as the leading detective to spend any time on a simple message. Izuku may pity the man just a bit, as sleep probably wouldn't be a frequent visitor for him in the coming weeks. They should have had a meeting this weekend to discuss everything that they found so far and to see if they could get any further in the 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 case, but again, the USJ threw a spanner in the works. Looking at the file that Tsukochi had sent him, Izuku contemplates the supposed identity of the mystery man. Madoka Ito, 39 years old. Quirk, Eldritch synthesis. With a 5-finger touch he can turn people into eldritch monsters. Supposedly can also alter their shape, though this was never confirmed. Has multiple criminal offenses on his record but disappeared when he was, it seems Tsukochi hadn't had the time to look any further into the man. Not that Izuku minds, the research has kept him busy for the past few hours. In that time he has found quite a few things, though not as much as he'd like. First, there have been a few supposed sightings of him ever since his official disappearance. Each time around some shady places like bars in backstreets or underground fighting clubs. According to his research, Madoka was part of various gangs in his early 20s, thus participating in the wars that were particularly prevalent during that time, before disappearing completely for 2 whole years. After that his timeline of the man becomes pretty spotty. His tracks become more difficult to track, as if the man had gotten more careful. Izuku wonders why. Then there's the question as to why Sugiyama of all people would be meeting with Madoka. There's a connection between the two but not an equal one. From the conversation between the two it seems like Madoka holds a higher rank than Sugiyama, but in what form? An organization? Or maybe a gang? Somehow Izuku has a feeling like that's not it. There's a certain separation between the two. From the way that Madoka had paid Sugiyama to the way that he'd threatened him. That brings him to his second question: why does Madoka even need people? With a sigh, Izuku lets himself flop on his back on the floor of his bedroom. There are too many questions, too many things he doesn't know, and too many variables. This is too complicated for a simple missing person case, he thinks as he stares at the ceiling. The lamp on his desk casts a long shadow on the white paint. It's the only light currently turned on in his room besides a sliver of moonlight that falls down through the crack in his curtains. He turns back on his belly and grabs the school photo of Kokoku Nori. A young woman with brown hair and brown, wide eyes stares back at him. Where are you? Who puts in so much effort to make a uni student just disappear? Izuku's eyes trail back to Sugiyama's file and his gaze lands on the man's schedule. Eraserhead had shadowed him for a few weeks, and besides that one conversation with Madoka, he'd never managed to find much. Or at least that's what one would think at first glance. Sugiyama's schedule is very consistent. He goes to work, holds the support group twice a week, visits the gym every Tuesday after work, and goes to a bar with some friends every Friday night. It's almost too consistent. Consistency isn't something that Izuku would put as one of Sugiyama's traits. From just the little time that is spent near the man, Izuku has gathered that Sugiyama isn't one to follow the rules all that strictly, or any part of life for that matter. It's why his schedule isn't really all that consistent, it just appears to be. He's skipped out on work 3 times, gone to the bar on a regular Thursday night, and ordered takeout twice on the days that he usually cooks himself. The only thing that the man has always strictly followed are his gym visits every Tuesday afternoon. And that is exactly the kind of clue that Izuku needs. Why would a man religiously go to a gym when his physique suggested anything but regular exercise? Star Planet Gym. Izuku knows the address, it's not all too far from his apartment. His eyes stray to the alarm clock on his bed. It's late already. He should be sleeping, but he already knows that'll be a lost cause tonight. After his meeting with Bakugo earlier today, his mind has been anything but kind to him. The only things that await him when he'll try sleeping are nightmares and flashbacks. Better to do something useful with my time. Without wasting any more time doubting his questionable life choices, Izuku gets up and goes to put on his black hoodie. Where he's going tonight, he'll need some anonymity. A cool wind caresses Izuku's cheeks as he crouches on top of a roof. Across from the street, a building like a blue concrete box rises up from the ground. The few windows at the front and the single entrance door are painted in a truly horrendous neon orange. Even though the moon is hiding behind a thick layer of clouds, the absence of light can't hide the slight lack of maintenance. Not a single soul seems to be around. It's almost midnight and this street is located outside the city center. Logically, anyone would be sleeping. I want to get a closer look. It might be stupid to try to break into the supposed gym, especially given that any such establishment would have an alarm system active, but inspecting the building from closer by shouldn't be a problem. And if he did find something that would warrant him to go inside, well, it's not the first time he's broken in somewhere. He easily climbs down from his current rooftop, then he approaches the building in a rounding motion. He doesn't want any presence that could possibly be inside to see him just walking up to the front door. One side of the building has a small alley lined next to it, and that's where he finds himself not much later. He walks up and down the alley a few times, all while studying the side of the building. There's not much to it, just a blue concrete wall, no windows, and a single metal door. When he takes a closer look, it becomes clear that the door hasn't been used in quite some time. No fingerprints, footprints, or anything else that would suggest recent use. The only item inside the alley is a single rusty dumpster. Somehow it strikes him as odd. When he approaches the thing, he realizes why. There's no smell coming from it. Usually dumpsters like this bring a certain stench with them, but it's only when Izuku uses a quirk that enhances the ability to smell that is able to pick up just the faintest odor. Well, time to have a look inside this thing. The lid opens with some creaking and water drips down, past his hands from the rain that had fallen down in the early evening. A quick glance around tells him that he hasn't alerted anyone with the noise. Inside he only finds some smashed soda cans and a poster that has some heavy water damage. That's weird. These are not the contents of a dumpster that Izuku had expected from a gym. Stuff like plastic packaging, trash bags, and maybe some defect gym equipment, but definitely not this. It doesn't make any sense why there wouldn't be a single trash bag inside. The garbage collection will come in 2 days in this part of town, and there's no way that a gym wouldn't accumulate at least a single bag of trash during the day. Taking a deep breath, Izuku leans forward and reaches inside the container. He's not that tall, curse his height, and has to stand on his toes in order to grab the wet paper of the poster. From his back pocket he pulls out his phone to use as a flashlight so he can see the poster in a bit more detail. Most of the paper has been destroyed by water, including some shapes that seem to be words, but just the faintest outline of a shape in the middle of the poster remains. Some type of flower appears to be printed on the middle in black ink and red shading. A white circle makes up the background. It's lost its round shape because of the streaks of dark red ink running down the paper like BLD. Izuku doesn't know enough about botanics to be able to say what sort of flower it is, and after inspecting the poster one last time front to back, he throws it back into the dumpster and closes the lid. The alley stretches further away and Izuku decides to follow it. On both sides of him walls of stone rise above his head, darkening the space in between them even more and making it impossible to tell when darkness ends and shadows begin. It doesn't take him too much effort to find his way, he's used to moving around in the dark. Then all of a sudden the walls cut off and he finds himself standing at the edge of a little square. A single flickering light on a building to his left illuminates the space, and a pair of rusty dumpsters cast long shadows on the cracked concrete. Graffiti decorates most walls of the other buildings. Clearly that this is some sort of back square for the buildings in this block. Izuku lets his quirk scan the area so make sure that no one else is hiding somewhere around the square. He's surprised when more than a dozen quirks light up inside his brain. All of them come from one building. His gaze is drawn back towards the gym. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. When he looks up he sees 2 windows on the second floor of the gym building. Heh, just what I needed. With swift fingers Izuku manages to pry open the window, and next thing he knows he's sliding through the opening and into a dark room. One look around tells him that it's a storage room. To his left he notices a door, but before trying to open it he strains his hearing quirk to make sure that there's no one around. Although he can tell that there are multiple quirk lights somewhere downstairs, he doesn't know whether he'll end up on a landing once he opens the door so that the people downstairs will be able to see him. With his hearing quirk he can hear a single muffled voice talking through what seems to be multiple layers of walls. Good, that means he won't end up right in the middle of this meeting as soon as he opens the door. The lock on the door isn't even a challenge to him and he slips into a hallway. This time the voice doesn't sound as muffled anymore. For a while he follows the hallway while carefully looking into each room he passes. Most of them are empty or have very little stuff in them, and Izuku gets the strong feeling that the gym might just be a facade. Then a door opens into another hallway that he follows for a while. When he rounds the corner at the end of the hall the voice suddenly sounds quite close and he manages to stop just before walking right into a room. We must not be stopped by them. Izuku pushes himself against the cold stone wall and dares to steal a glance around the corner. It seems that he's not on the same level as the gathering that's happening just a floor beneath him. Rather, he finds himself on a sort of balcony, a story higher that looks down into the room. A quick scan of his quirk tells him that every other person is in the room downstairs, which loosens one of the many knots of nerves tangled up inside of him. He crouches down and scoots a little closer to the corner. By doing so he can look right into the open room 1 floor down, but no one from down there would be able to spot him if they were to look up. Blindly, his fingers find the record button on his phone as his eyes stay glued on the scene downstairs. There's a lot to take in and his mind races to give all of it a place in his brain. A group of people is gathered in the room, some sitting on the few chairs scattered throughout the room, others standing. All of them are looking at the man standing on a sort of podium at the end of the room. Behind him heavy, black curtains fall down from ceiling to floor, 2 posters hanging in the middle. These look exactly like that water-damaged poster. Indeed the posters have a dark red shade with a white circle in the middle, and a black flower with red shading as the centerpiece. Even if the shape is much clearer now, Izuku wouldn't know the kind. The man seems to be speeching and his shadow that's cast behind him on the curtains moves passionately along with him. Said man appears to be Madoka, someone with a tall figure and obvious muscle, though it's not hulking, rather it's just there. His black hair is tied back in a long ponytail on his back, a few strands have freed themselves and frame his face. Let them be scared of us. Our looks. Our quirks. Madoka speaks with obvious passion. His entire body works as a way to express that. Yet he doesn't possess an overwhelming presence. Rather, it's a certain intensity and charm that he projects to the air around him. It's alluring in a way, and Izuku can see how it draws the people present in the room in, like a siren casting her spell. Those who push us down, who scorn us, who discriminate are merely scared of us, for we are stronger. Madoka's fist punches the air as a way of accentuating his words, his face filled with emotion. The room roars. People who weren't standing before are doing so now, joining in the chorus, clapping and shouting. Madoka lowers his arm, and for a brief moment the noise in the room lulls. They are the reason for our misfortunes. It is impossible to get a job, for those with weaker quirks keep them to themselves. Housing is just a dream to us because banks refuse to give out loans. We face discrimination at every turn. And for what? The man pauses and looks around the room, anticipation thrums in the air. It is a plot. We scare them, we are too strong, we are too different for a world where everyone has a unique quirk. And the government, they have the biggest part to play in it. Another chorus of agreement sounds. Do not trust the government. They control the banks, the corporations, and the schools. They push us down again and again. Madoka takes a deep breath and throws his hands in the air. We, the Black Aconites, stick together. Trust, strength, and loyalty is all I ask of you. Give me that and I will hand you revenge and a better life. This time the room explodes into a room of noise and shouting. Others throw up their hands or shout Madoka's name. The man himself keeps standing with his hands up, the two posters with what Izuku supposes are Black Aconites in the background. He wears a charming smile, but smugness oozes from him. Izuku's stomach twists uncomfortably at the sight of what's happening. Once again he's reminded of a siren luring in clueless sailors with her sweet voice. Those sailors would be too smitten with that appealing sound to notice the ugliness of the creature awaiting them on the beach. Still, he keeps watching because it seems Madoka is not done yet. My friends, he says as he lowers his arms and lets his face take on a more serious expression, I regret to inform you that Yobara has strayed from his path. Madoka's brows knit together into a frown. He has lost sight of what is important and neglected our core values, trust, strength, and loyalty. He won't be joining us anymore, for he has betrayed the Black Aconites. Shouts of indignation and anger rise from the crowd. The air grows heated at the mention of a betrayal, and as a collective they seem to decide to cast this Yobara away. Madoka raises a hand to silence them. But, do not worry, a smile stretches across his face, because tonight we can also welcome someone new in our midst. His hand points out into the crowd. Izuku shifts, his attention drawn towards a young woman standing in the midst of the crowd. Hesitation flits across her face, her body uncertain of what to do. She appears to have some sort of amphibian mutation, with black sclera and skin that has a green sheen to it. Her black hair falls like a curtain down her back, and fingers that look more like fins stretch nervously at her side. Dozens of eyes are all drawn towards her as the attention of the crowd shifts towards her. Come forward, Ri Nakono. Madoka beckons her forward with a charming smile. For a moment she doesn't move, but then she starts walking towards the man with uncertainty in her steps. Izuku watches as Madoka takes her by the hand and orders the rest of the crowd to stand in a circle. He whispers a few words in her ears, too quiet even for Izuku to hear with his quirk. Then he steps back, closing the circle around the woman standing in the middle. He takes the hands of the people next to him and begins, "Tonight we gather here, to initiate a new member into the Black Aconites." Makoka goes on for a while, holding what seems to be regular cult initiation speech. You know, manipulation, pledging your undying loyalty to one narcissistic leader, preaching about questionable core values. Izuku takes that time to examine the rest of the members. They are all standing in a circle, with their hands locked together. It doesn't take him long to spot a familiar face among them. Sugiyama, the BSTD. He's openly looking at Madoka with awe on his face. Well, now it at least makes sense why he visits this gym every Tuesday. Ri, do you promise to uphold our first core value, trust? When Izuku looks back at the woman, she takes a shaky breath and responds, yes, I promise. Do you promise to uphold our second core value, strength? I promise. Lastly, do you promise to uphold our last core value, loyalty, to me and to the Black Aconites? A few seconds tick by. Madoka sends the woman an encouraging look. It only makes Izuku shiver. She doesn't notice the wrongness of it and proudly sticks her chin in the air. With a new strength in her voice she answers, I promise. To seal our promises, we will use a mark. Namiki. Madoka calls, and a woman steps out of the circle. The man turns his gaze back upon Ri. Ri, give her your wrist. The woman does so, albeit with hesitance. The other woman, Namiki, grabs Ri's wrist without saying a word. She pulls Ri's sweater sleeve back to reveal a barren wrist. The mark of fire is the strongest. Ri, this is your last test. Prove to us that your trust, your strength and your loyalty are strong enough. Prove to us that you can endure pain if necessary in order to keep our group strong. Then Namiki puts her hand around Ri's wrist. Izuku sees the way her quirk light brightens before he smells the smoke. Ri's teeth clenches together and her brows furrow to suppress the pain. Still, a grunt escapes her mouth that grows into a pained yell. When Namiki pulls her hand away, a red burning mark in the shape of a flower is left on Ri's wrist. Horror fills Izuku, coils in his gut and burns through his veins. A young woman just got branded. Madoka smiles, and satisfaction shines through his eyes, then he puts his hands in the air. The rest of the cult follows his example. Together as one voice they yell, we welcome you, Ai Nakono, to the Black Aconites. Izuku can only watch as a smile stretches on Ri's face even if silent tears track down her face. The image of her burned skin accompanies Izuku as he turns around and silently takes his leave. You did what? Shouter watches as disbelief, anger, and utter exhaustion fight a battle on Tsukochi's face. His face still hurts too much from being smashed by a Nomu, otherwise he would probably be making the same expressions. Instead, he sighs his best disappointed teacher sigh. Problem child, please tell me why you thought it would be a good idea to infiltrate a most definitely dangerous place without telling anyone. Two very disappointed and angry adults stare down at a teenager who's sitting on the ugly red couch in the detective's office with his arms crossed and an annoyed expression on his face. The clock above their heads reads 3 a.m. Yes, instead of getting a well-deserved rest before the first day of school after the USJ Shouter received a call from a murderous Tsukochi, telling him he needed to come down to the station immediately. Midoriya shrugs and irritation fills his voice as he says, how was I supposed to know that there would be a cult there? I just wanted to have a look at the building. That's all. Anger seems to have won the battle on the detective's face and is having none of Midoriya's words. Oh really? Why the hell did you even think it was a good idea to check out the building in the middle of the night? The teen throws up his arms in the air in a fit of frustration. I was just curious, alright. It was the only thing in Sugiyama's schedule that didn't match up. Tsukochi pinches the bridge of his nose and seems to be on the verge of an emotional collapse. That's not how protocol works, Ghost. I don't care that you don't like them, but there are rules to follow and laws to abide by. Anger lights in Midoriya's eyes and his voice takes on a dangerous edge. I don't give a f about protocol if that means I can find a person who needs help. Before the detective can retort, Shouter interrupts the two with glowing red eyes. Alright, calm down. Both of you. With his right hand he gives his temple a massage as he sends them both a glare. You're giving me a headache and it's too early for that. You, and he points a finger at Midoriya, follow protocol next time. I don't care about your excuses, as a hero you also won't be able to go around breaking the rules. He turns to the detective without waiting for the teen's reaction. And Tsukochi, I know you care about protocol, but what's done is done. Let's just have a look at what Midoriya found so I can actually get some sleep. Even if the man presses his lips together and Midoriya still looks thoroughly annoyed, the three of them still manage to look at Midoriya's newfound clues without many issues. So let me get this straight, Shouter says after they've looked at everything. The gym is a facade for an actual cult, the Black Aconites, and Madoka is its leader. Midoriya nods from his place in front of the corkboard. A new light has found its way into the teen's eyes. Yes, We can also assume that the support group led by 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is just a way to recruit members for the cult. How do we know that it's not just a coincidence that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is part of the cult? Though Tsukochi still doesn't look overly happy with Midoriya, 𝐿 knows that the man must be slightly impressed since his frown has disappeared over the course of the last minutes. At his question, Midoriya grabs his laptop from the place on the couch where it had been tossed aside, and the teen types on the thing for a while before turning it around so the two adults can look at the screen. 𝐿's met with the face of a man in his early 20s, he looks rather normal, save the unhealthy complexion that his skin has. This is 𝐒𝐵𝐵 Tuma, age 23. His quirk lets him produce metal weapons of the sort out of his mouth through saliva. Unfortunately, it's difficult to control because when too much saliva gathers in his mouth, the weapons will be formed without him willing them. 𝐿 can see how that might cause some issues. The thing that connects him to our case is that he was also a part of 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's support group. I saw his name when reading through the files that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gave us. But that's not all. Midoriya scrolls some down to reveal all the details the police have of him. A few weeks after leaving the support group, 𝐒𝐵𝐵 was reported missing. Why was there never an investigation? Tsukochi's voice cuts it. He's reading the file on the laptop and a concerned frown has worked its way up his face. When 𝐿 looks back at Midoriya, he sees how the teen's face falls at the question. 𝐒𝐵𝐵 already had a criminal record of dabbling with the wrong crowd. The police decided that he'd just gotten caught up with the wrong people at the wrong time and closed the case. That puts a damper on the mood in the room. After a beat of silence, Midoriya continues, his face more solemn than before. Madoka told the people at the cult tonight that 𝐒𝐵𝐵 wouldn't be joining them anymore because he'd betrayed them. But if that's the case, then why is 𝐒𝐵𝐵 missing? It brings me back to the conversation between 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and Madoka that Aizawa managed to record. There, Madoka practically ordered 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 to get more people for some sort of project. The cult is using people for something. Midoriya snaps his fingers at the detective whose face is caught in a mixture of horror and disbelief. Exactly. And they're using the support group to gather the right people. 𝐿 himself also feels horror twist in his gut. This case is turning out to be uglier than thought. You think what happened to 𝐒𝐵𝐵 also happened to Kokoku, he asks. Midoriya nods. I'm almost certain. Her father mentioned that she became more radical some time after joining the support group. It matches up with the views of the Black Aconites. Silence reigns in the room as the three of them process what that might mean. It's Tsukochi who eventually says what they are all thinking. So we can assume that Kokoku underwent the same fate as 𝐒𝐵𝐵. The cult wanted to use her for something. They must have taken them somewhere, 𝐿 comments. Ideas float around his head about what a cult might want to do with people, none of them are pleasant. The urgency of this case seems more evident than ever. With a sigh, the detective takes out his usual notepad and begins scribbling stuff down. I'll look into that. With this amount of evidence, I might be able to convince the chief of police to assign more policemen to the case. That might help to speed things along. The other two nod and watch as Tsukochi takes out his phone and starts calling multiple people. Not much later, the man speeds out the room with the words that he'll be back soon. It leaves the two of them alone in the man's office. For a while, 𝐿 watches as Midoriya types away on his laptop. His fingers almost seem to blur with how fast they are moving around. The teen's face is unreadable, save from the concentrated crease in his brow. Midoriya, why did you look into the case tonight of all nights? The teen doesn't pause his work as he answers, does it matter? Not impressed, 𝐿 raises a brow. Problem child. Normal teenagers would try to go to bed early the night before school. Especially when they just experienced a villain attack a few days prior. This time Midoriya does stop his typing and he sends 𝐿 a glare. I'd already gotten enough rest, alright? I needed to do something. The words "I needed a distraction" go unsaid, but 𝐿 hears them nonetheless. He's suffered from those same thoughts himself often enough. More quietly this time he tells the teen, you deserve some rest, kid. Especially after what you went through last Friday. Midoriya rubs at his arm and huffs in frustration. I'm fine, alright. No need to worry. Then he returns to his laptop and goes back to ignoring 𝐿. He knows the kid isn't fine, even if Midoriya doesn't project it to the world. Still, there's not much he can do right now for the teen. The kid simply doesn't trust him enough. Xiaota sighs and gets up from his chair with some effort. Getting up in the middle of the night doesn't seem to have done wonders for his still healing injuries. With the words, "Get some rest, Midoriya," he leaves the teen to it. Maybe he'll be able to get in at least an hour of sleep before he has to head to work. Izuku would be lying if he says that he's well rested that same morning at the train station. Hitoshi watches him with an empathetic look as he stops next to his friend. "I take it you also didn't sleep." Instead of answering, Izuku takes a dramatic gulp of his coffee and glares at the world as if it has wronged him in every single way. His friend just nods at his action and also looks away, at the people hurrying about on the platform. Sleep is overrated anyway. Once they're on the train, Izuku can't help but notice people staring at them. Whispers in hushed tones hang in the air like the humming of bees, and even without his hearing quirk, Izuku can hear perfectly fine that it's about them. "Look, UA students. They look like first years. You reckon they were involved with the USJ?" "Could be. I heard multiple students got injured." It's absolutely unbelievable that UA would let it happen. Indeed, the quality of education isn't anymore what it used to be back in my day. With gritted teeth and annoyance bubbling in his gut, Izuku tunes out whatever else is said. Instead, he turns to his friend, who's sitting next to him, and asks, "How are you?" Hitoshi also seems to have had enough of the whispers around them if the unconcealed scowl on his face says anything. He sighs at Izuku's question and shrugs, "I would be lying if I said that I'm good." He flashes a bitter grin at Izuku, "You're not the only one who barely got any sleep these past days." Izuku chuckles at the joke. "Yeah, well, that's mostly because I got a little caught up on the case I'm working on." Hitoshi rolls his eyes, "Of course." His face turns more serious when he asks, "How are you?" Instead of answering immediately, Izuku fiddles with the strap of his backpack. While the two of them had exchanged some messages during their days off, just to make sure that the other was alright, they hadn't seriously talked. They'd mostly sent each other different memes and held conversation light, so the events at the end of the USJ hang like a thick truth between them. "I guess I'm holding up," he mumbles eventually, "just the occasional nightmare." That wasn't completely true, rather it was an understatement. From the few attempts that Izuku had made at sleeping, none of them had ended well. Each time he'd awoken in panic, images of the Nomu and the pressure of Tenko holding him down clawing at his memory while phantom pains shot through his arms. This morning it had cost his mom 20 minutes to assure him that she'd be all right at home today on her day off. Even that hadn't been able to take away all of Izuku's fears that he might do something while Izuku was at UA. Hitoshi also doesn't seem to buy the claim that he's holding up. His brows shoot up as he says, "Really? You know you don't have to act like you're fine around me, right? I won't judge." Of course he knows. He trusts Hitoshi more than anyone, maybe except his mom. It's exactly why he doesn't want his best friend involved in the mess that surrounds his life. He doesn't want to burden the teen with that. Bakugo is another case. Izuku knows that he wouldn't have been able to stop the teen from digging in his past. It had been better to just tell him about it so the blonde would stop his nagging. Still, he also doesn't want to tell Hitoshi absolutely nothing. That also isn't fair to his friend. His shoulders sag as he answers his friend, "I know, I'm sorry. It's just really hard for me to show that side of myself." Hitoshi nods in understanding. Carefully, he asks, "Does it have to do with your past?" Again, Izuku looks down. "Yes. You could say that I didn't have the best childhood." Next to him, Hitoshi shifts on his chair. He probably already knew that. Izuku is aware that back when he'd first joined middle school he hadn't exactly been normal. Over the intercom a woman's voice announces the next stop. Around them people begin shifting around and hoisting their bags on their shoulders. In the increase of volume Izuku adds more quietly, so no one except Hitoshi can hear, "The USJ brought up some unpleasant memories." When he looks up he sees Hitoshi's mouth turned downwards. A sad glint takes a hold of his eyes. It's not pity though, never pity, and for that Izuku is grateful. "I know it's lame to say, but I'm sorry you had to go through that." Although it's not quite a smile, Izuku does feel how the corners of his mouth twitch as he says, "No, it's not at all lame. Thank you." Before his friend can respond he adds, "And thanks for not telling the detective anything about what happened at the end." And for taking care of Aizawa-sensei. Hitoshi sighs and sends Izuku a small smile. It's no big deal compared to what you did. I didn't see much from your fight with the leader, only just a bit of you two exchanging blows before Bakugo dumped Aizawa-sensei with me and Todoroki. An annoyed look crosses his face at that, but DMN you can fight. Izuku's cheeks flush at the praise, it's a rare thing to him. He would almost never praise him, there was almost always something he did wrong, but the few times that he did praise his work, Izuku still vividly remembers. It's a sensation that during his childhood was something that he was constantly chasing. The intercom comes to life again, announcing their stop. With it their conversation comes to an end. Once they enter the classroom, Uraraka is the first to notice them. Midoriya. As several heads in the classroom turn to look at them, Uraraka speeds to the front and crushes Izuku in a tight hug. Not sure how to respond, Izuku awkwardly pats her on the back. I was so worried. One moment you were down at the plaza and the next you were back up, and then they were rolling you into an ambulance and they wouldn't tell us anything, and before she can continue on with her tangent, Izuku cuts in. Breathe, Uraraka, before you faint from a lack of oxygen. They untangle themselves from their hug and he takes a small step back, creating some distance again. It's not that he doesn't appreciate the hug, but it's not something he's used to. I'm fine, thanks for asking. I've only got a couple of bruises left here and there, he answers her, raising his voice so the rest of the class who are listening in on their conversation can also hear him. Uraraka's features relax, as if some tension has lifted from her now that she knows that Izuku is alright. Behind her, Ida approaches the three of them. With his arms chopping around in the air he exclaims, "Good to see that you're alright, Midoriya." Then he turns to Hitoshi, who's standing just behind Izuku. "And of course it's a relief to see you as well, Shinsu." Hitoshi gives an awkward laugh and rubs with one hand at his neck. "Hey, yeah. Good to see that you two are also okay." Izuku just nods in agreement when his quirk alarms him of an approaching presence. He perks up and says, "I think it's best that we find our seats. I believe Aizawa-sensei will be here soon." In a flurry of movement the entire class hurries to their seats, and just when the last person, Kaminari, scrambles in his seat, Aizawa comes striding into the room. Part of his face is still wrapped in bandages, same as his arm, though it has lost the sling. "Everyone to your seats. The fight is not over yet." The man pauses when he notices everyone is already at their own table, before continuing on towards the front desk. At his words a tense atmosphere takes hold of the room. Muscles tense, breaths hitch in mouths, and Izuku notices how, in front of him, Kaken stiffens just slightly. Izuku himself doesn't so much as shift. He knows that for all his logical ruses, Aizawa wouldn't drop them into a dangerous fight like this. The man's gaze sweeps through the room, taking in his students and making sure everyone is present. On some students his gaze lingers: Todoroki, Hitoshi, Kaken, Izuku himself. The ones closest to the main plaza. Then he continues on, "The sports festival is in a few weeks. It is an opportunity for all of you to show pro heroes what you're made of." As if a spell has lifted, the tension dissipates from the air. A few students openly slump in their chairs. "Man, that's so normal," Kaminari exclaims. With one look from the hero everyone shuts up. The sports festival is the biggest event in Japan, just after the Olympics, so make sure you don't waste it. Even if Aizawa looks like he could care less behind the bandages, a spark of energy has ignited among the students at the prospect of being able to show off their talents to an entire country. In the back of the room Yorozu raises her hand. "Sensei, are you sure it's alright to hold such a big event after the school just got attacked by villains?" A few others nod along and Izuku can't help but agree with her concern. Would it be a wise decision to show the world what Japan's future heroes are capable of after one of UA's classes recently got attacked? While he always enjoyed watching the sports festival, mostly because of all the interesting quirks on display, he also knows that not everyone watches the festival purely for entertainment. Back with him, Izuku was only allowed to watch it if he made an extensive analysis of each quirk afterwards. He knows more than anyone that while the festival brings many good opportunities to the students, it also comes along with dangers and unwanted risks. Because everyone watches the festival, civilians, heroes, and villains alike. Frustration tugs at the corners of Aizawa's mouth as he answers, "The school board has decided that UA must show its strength after the attack. Therefore the festival will continue as usual, albeit with 5 times more police presence." Izuku has a feeling like some underlying school politics are at play here, probably the need for the income from the festival to maintain UA's insane budget. He wonders if he could convince UA to let him sit out the event. The attention that'll come with the event isn't something that Izuku wants, especially not because he will be watching. Even if he knows that it's silly to believe that he doesn't yet know about Izuku's whereabouts, he still hopes. The sports festival would most certainly bring an end to that. After the festival he would certainly know that Izuku is at UA. Then it would only be a matter of time before he would come to take Izuku back to that concrete room. His musings are cut short by his teacher's SWCH of topics. The second thing that Principal Nedzu has asked me to bring to your attention is the fact that as a school we'll be offering all of you therapy with Hound Dog, our school therapist. Aizawa's flat voice carries through the sudden quiet room. Here and there people shift on their chairs as the mood has plummeted again. As pro-heroes you'll be dealing with traumatic experiences at least a few times during your career. It is important to know how to deal with that. One of the steps you can take is going to therapy. It is something many pro-heroes do, even if it isn't a topic that isn't often talked about. After the events at the USJ, it is only logical that UA offers you free therapy sessions. The first session will be mandatory to you all. Murmurs rise and Ida's bold voice cuts through all of it. "Sensei, what will happen if you don't attend?" The noise quiets down a bit, everyone wanting to hear Aizawa's answer. The hero's gaze travels through the room and finds Izuku as he answers, "You will be expelled from the hero course of UA." Shouts of indignation travel through the room, but Izuku barely registers them as his brain refuses to function after the words expelled. The words mandatory therapy and expulsion from UA loop around his head over and over again, like a broken mantra. He has to go to therapy. And with Hound Dog, a faculty member from UA. There's no way that he's going. Although Izuku has realized by now that therapy might be a somewhat good idea, there's also a big difference between knowing that it might be a good idea to go and actually going. Then there's also the fact that if Hound Dog were to realize the extent of Izuku's very likely trauma, there's no way that he wouldn't tell Nedzu, and that would lead to Izuku's cover possibly being blown to bits. He doesn't trust an unknown adult to keep his secrets, even if that adult were to be a professional therapist. He's roughly brought back to the tumultuous classroom when all of a sudden the world quiets. His head snaps up, his eyes wide, when he feels his quirk being erased. In the front Aizawa stands with glowing red eyes and floating hair. Quiet. Even if the word is spoken without much volume, it still does its job. One blink and the world shifts back into focus. A few dozen lights appear again in the back of Izuku's mind, and he can't help the slight sigh of relief that escapes his mouth. Around him the class waits with bated breath for their teacher to continue. There's a stern warning laced in Aizawa's words when he does so. Traumatized heroes are some of the most dangerous people in the field when their issues are left untreated. They can act unexpectedly and because of that can bring civilians into, sometimes mortal, danger. This is why your first session will be mandatory. The bell rings, signaling that homeroom has come to an end, and with it Aizawa stalks out of the classroom. The classes that come after are a blur to Izuku. He's not sure what is discussed in them, too busy worrying about the therapy session, but all of the sudden break rolls around. Izuku would like to continue overthinking about all the problems in his life, such as the fact that the schedule for the therapy sessions has been passed out. His is planned for this afternoon. Which is way too soon for his liking. But he's swept away into the bustling school halls together with Uraraka and Ida. Hitoshi trails like a silent, reassuring presence next to Izuku. Both Uraraka and Ida are chatting excitedly about the upcoming sports festival, the therapy session already pushed to the back of their minds at the prospect of something much more exciting, and continue doing so as they file into the cafeteria. All of them grab some food from lunch rush before they go to find an empty table in the already busy room. Not much later Zu joins them, adding yet another voice to the growing conversation. While Hitoshi sometimes brings in a short or sarcastic remark, Izuku is much too distracted by his own thoughts and by an intense gaze that stares at him from across the room. This time it isn't Kaken, rather it's Todoroki with his mismatched eyes and ever-passive expression. The bowl of soba sits untouched on the table as the teen watches Izuku from his seat on the other side of the cafeteria. Some sort of exhaustion makes Izuku sigh internally. He really doesn't have the energy to deal with yet another question-eager teenager. The reason behind Todoroki's staring, Izuku can guess quite easily. Beside Kaken and Hitoshi, Todoroki was the only other person so close to his fight with Tenko. Before he can stare right back though, hopefully with the result that the teen will cease what he's doing, his quirk alerts him of a familiar burning presence approaching rapidly. With a loud thud, Kaken dumps his lunch tray in the empty space in front of Izuku. All heads at the table swivel to look at the newcomer. "What are you doing here?" Surprisingly enough, it's Uraraka who asks the question, her eyes wide and the corners of her mouth slightly downward. Kaken glares at her with a burning gaze. "Ha! You got a problem, round face." The brunette puffs up angrily at the nickname and she raises her chin defiantly in the air. "Yeah, I do. With you. Explodey boy." For a second silence reigns at the table, then Hitoshi snorts. That seems to break the spell, because then the other three also start chuckling in their hands. Meanwhile, next to him, his best friend starts howling. "Man, it's about time someone nicknamed you." Izuku can only hopelessly watch as Kaken's head turns bright red with anger, his hands flex at his sides and his quirk light flares up, though Izuku notices how the teen doesn't use his quirk. Before the blonde can blow up in their faces, Izuku intervenes. Hey, stop." He rises from his seat with his hands raised in a placating gesture. When he notices how the explosive teen still opens his mouth, he quickly adds, "No, Kaken. You don't need to blow them to pieces." The four other teens present at the table look at him with a growing confusion. "Everybody, it's fine," he tries to assure them. It doesn't do much and Zu is the one to speak up, with a hand raised at her chin. "Didn't the two of you try to rip each other's heads off during the battle exercise last week, Kero?" Ida and Uraraka nod along with her observation and Izuku winces at the memory. "Yeah, we did, but we talked through our differences." Hitoshi doesn't look convinced either and sends Kaken the stink eye. "Still, don't you usually sit with Kirishima and Mina and stuff? Explodey boy?" Uraraka asks with a mischievous glint in her eyes. The blonde nearly seems to combust at the spot and retorts, "I can sit wherever the F I want, Kirby." Uraraka's eyebrows raise at the nickname, "Oh you on, Blasty." A grin dances around her mouth and to Izuku's horror he sees that Kaken mirrors that expression as he plops down in the seat in front of him. "Like you'll win, pink cheeks." Even if Hitoshi and Ida still seem wary of Kaken, they allow him to sit down and for a while everybody watches as Uraraka and Kaken banter, with Hitoshi sometimes chiming in with a particular insult. Still, it's all friendly and a small smile tugs at the corners of Izuku's mouth as he watches the group's dynamic. That is until Hitoshi comes with a particular sentence, "What's with the nickname Kaken, anyway?" The blonde in question slams his hand on the table. "Oh no you don't eyebags." Izuku groans and his hands find his face as Kaken goes off on a tangent at Hitoshi. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to let the blonde sit at the table after all. If only for the fact that Izuku's peace of mind will be pastime during lunch. It's impossible to turn the door handle. Izuku's been standing in front of the door that leads to Hound Dog's office for a good 5 minutes and even just the thought of turning the handle sends his mind in a frenzy. It should be a simple task, but to Izuku it appears like he should do the impossible. Logically speaking, it's just the action of raising his arm, putting his hand on the handle and pushing. Logic seems to have been discarded by his mind, because to him the action is so much more than simply opening a door. It means allowing help there where he's been on his own for so many years, it means having to look back on his actions and all that's happened to him. It means he has to face his past and all the ghosts that come with it. And although Izuku knows that Hound Dog will probably only be touching on the USJ, it feels like it will be so much more than that. Like puncturing a single small hole in a dam. Once that hole is there, cracks will spread until the dam breaks and all the water will come rushing out. Come on, it's just a thing door. No matter how much he thinks that, his body won't obey him. His arms won't raise, like there's a wall between his thoughts and the rest of his body. He doesn't know how much longer he stands there, staring at the handle and battling with his own mind. Then his quirk alerts him of movement inside the room. The quirk light that must belong to Hound Dog has gotten up and is now moving towards the door. No, Izuku can't face the hero right now. It's too much and his thoughts threaten to spill over and he has to get away, he has to leave. Before the hero has reached the door, Izuku has dashed away, his mind reeling and his body all too happy to comply with his command to get away. Behind him he hears how the man opens the door, he must see Izuku's retreating figure down the hall. He hears how the hero calls out, probably his name, but Izuku ignores it. He has to get away. That's all his mind is focused on. He has to leave the school grounds because what if Hound Dog notifies Nezu and they close the school gate? What if they lock him up in here and force him to go to that therapy session? School halls rush past him and Izuku keeps running until he's out the door, down the path towards the gate. He doesn't stop running when he's past the gate, his yellow backpack bounces uncomfortably on his back but Izuku ignores it. He just runs. And that's exactly what he's doing, isn't he? Running away. Ignoring his problems, like he's done all his life. Right now he can't find it in himself to care. The anxiety of the school day has mixed together with the fear of he coming and taking him or his mother, and right now all Izuku wants to do is be with his mom. Consequences be DM'd. The fact that he probably will be expelled hangs like a dooming prospect above his head, but he pushes the thoughts away. He'll worry about it later, right now he focuses on running. For a while that's all he does. The shock of each step reverberates through his legs and he feels the wind in his hair. It feels great to focus on that right now, to keep the growing panic at bay. The streets are empty, most people either at work or school, and Izuku's glad for that. He doesn't want anyone to see him in this state. His mom will probably be surprised to see him, but that's alright. He'll explain. She'll understand. When he's just a few streets removed from his apartment, he feels his phone vibrate in his pocket, coupled with a blaring noise. A message. There's only one kind of message that can make this noise. Izuku's heart skips a beat as he pulls his phone out of his pocket. Mom, SS the world tilts off kilter as he reads the message. For a second no air is able to rush into his lungs. No. Not his mom. Then he comes back to his senses with a jolt. Adrenaline courses through his veins in the span of seconds and a suffocating fear fills Izuku. He pulls multiple strength-enhancing quirks to the front and then he runs. A blaring sense of terror forms a tight knot in his gut. It clears all other thoughts from his head except the one that says that he has to run, that he has to be on time. He sees the world with more clarity than before, notices every single detail but discards them for they are not important. Too quickly and too slow at once his apartment building comes into view. He all but throws open the entrance door and rushes for the stairs. With 2 steps at a time he climbs them, then he rushes down the hallway until he comes to a stop in front of his own front door. The lock is blown to pieces and the door itself sits askew in its hinges. Izuku wastes no time and barges through the door. Fear and stress course as waves through him, but he pushes the feelings aside until a single emotion is all that's left. Anger. Voices sound, but through the rushing of BLD in his ears Izuku doesn't hear what they are saying. It's not important. He rounds the corner and gets greeted with the kitchen. 3 figures surround his mom, 2 with long knives raised at her. Izuku notices how her quirk light pulsates rapidly with fear, even if her face only shows a grim determination. She's the first to notice him standing in the doorway, trembling in fury and quirks ready beneath his fingertips. A single word escapes his mouth before the storm inside of him breaks. Mom.